All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. This is a special edition of, I guess this is not even a market open or market close stream. This is just a Saturday night Amit channel stream because we've got some things to talk about and some things that I might as well go live to explain because I would have to explain them Monday morning if I didn't explain them right now because everyone would be confused why I am not in a different country because I've been saying I've been ready to go to a different country, which is India, for the past couple months now. And that's not happening. At least not today. Probably not tomorrow. Most likely not Monday. Hopefully Tuesday if the situation gets resolved. If not, then probably Wednesday. I would say by Wednesday we get there. And if not Wednesday, then I guess it'll be Thursday. So we got a lot to talk about, a lot to get into, a lot to discuss and analyze. And honestly, I just wanted to go live because now if I'm not on an airplane, might as well talk about what's happening, how this is going down, and discussing further what's happening. And, you know, after the next 30 minutes, we'll probably talk about like stocks and stuff like that. Anything else that we want to talk about for tonight, Saturday, October 5th. So, Victor says, love the attitude. Well, we're going to talk about that because sometimes you got to have an attitude that embraces the chaos that is the nature of existence. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to get into. Paul, June, Richard, Doug, nice use of AI to make his thumbnail. Oh, wow, you see, yeah, ChatGPT. Because I went on Google and I typed in the keywords I wanted, and I just kept getting blurry images. And so then I went to ChatGPT and I was like, hey, make me a picture of this. And then they did. So AI has been decent. Matt Money, what's up? Joe, this is the most Amit thing ever. We're going to talk about it, go deep into it. Amit, what's your thought about Elon Musk speaking at the Trump rally? I saw some of it, and there's this one picture going viral of Elon jumping in the air, and it's like the funniest thing ever. This is the picture actually right here. It's definitely, I mean, he talked for like 6-7 minutes, and everyone's talking about it. So there you go. That's Elon at the Trump rally that happened just a couple hours ago. All right, so I think let's get into it. Let's discuss and let's keep going from there. Richie says it's like Home Alone. Yeah, it kind of feels like Home Alone. All right, so let's get started, and then we'll talk about a bunch of other topics tonight. We'll be live for like the next couple hours, and anything you guys want to get into, we can talk about as well, outside of just the situation that's happening right now. So I am not currently on a flight to India right now because apparently to go to India you need a visa, and contrary to popular belief, you don't need a visa to go to a lot of other countries. India, that's not the case. India, you actually do need a visa, and most of them expire, at least the one that I previously had, over 5 years. And, you know, what's funny is my visa was expired. That is the reason why I'm not going to India. And my visa expired actually June of 2024. So if it was just a couple months more extended, I would have been able to go today. But I was not because it was expired in June. Additionally, not only was I not able to go to India, my sister was not able to go to India. This was supposed to be me, my sister, and my mom going to India. My sister's visa expired in 2019. So about 5 years ago, and that was not renewed. My mom's visa actually expires in 2025. Therefore, she was able to go. So my mom right now is in the airport, and she's going right now. And she's going to be boarding soon and then going all the way to India. So I want to talk about this because there's a lot of stuff that's happened based on this. A lot of people, for first off, let me just say this. A lot of people are having fun with this, including my good friends Chad and Ileano. They're having a lot of fun with this. And they're throwing the bullets at me, right? Like, basic response, Amit, how could you be so irresponsible? How could you not know that your visa was expired before you're traveling across the world? What's wrong with you? Like, you should have had your shit together. I think that's a fair criticism, and I'll talk more about that criticism. However, and like now let's get into the explanation of this because I actually want to talk about what happened today. I feel great. I'm fine. I have no issues. Like, I have mental health, all that. I'm good. I'm chilling. The way Indian households work, and anyone who's in India in the chat, you probably will reconcile with this. If you're not Indian, it's going to be hard to understand, but this is kind of how it works. When you go to India, it's a journey. It's not a DIY project that each individual person going to India engages in. Meaning, What usually happens in an Indian household in America when they travel back to India, which happens once every, in our case, 5 years, right? It's one of those things that doesn't happen often. Um, there is a parent inside of the household that actually controls the process of going to India. That is not because the other people like don't know how to like get all their stuff together and get things done. It's because a lot of Indian parents are, quite frankly, and I say this in a nice way, just in a loving way, they're pretty psychotic about going to India. Going to India is one of those things for Indian parents, which is like a big deal. There's a lot of issues with Americans going to India in regards to safety, and they kind of obsess over it and make sure that they basically have everything under control. I don't even have my passport. I don't have control over my passport. My passport is locked away with my mom. Same thing with my sister. We don't touch our passports. I have traveled across the United States well over 1,000 times in the past 10 years. Well over 1,000 times. I have traveled domestically more times than I can count. I've been on flights many, many, many times. My mom has never worried about when I've traveled. I was traveling a couple weeks ago to AIPCon. My mom barely even knew the day I was flying and the flight schedule, all that stuff. I have all of that stuff under control, under lock, good to go, get my bag packed, all that stuff, everything I need, ID, etc. Because I know how to travel. I've traveled a lot in my life. I mean, since 2014, I've traveled a decent amount, particularly because of debate tournaments. We would be traveling every single week, and my mom can't keep up with all the stuff I was doing in high school. So outside of driving me to the airport, I was pretty much on my own. And you don't need a passport when you go domestically, right? When you're traveling. Internationally is a whole different issue, and India in particular is a whole different issue. So my mom, since the past 2 decades, has took control of the process of traveling to India in regards to the packing, and you know why? Because like when you go to India, see, again, this is something that Indian people will understand. You have to bring a lot of gifts to people. Like you have to pack a bunch of freaking pecans and nuts and all this masala and all this stuff. And even today, this morning, when we were packing before the situation happened, I was asking my mom's like, why are we bringing this stuff? Because it was weighing down the bags. Like the bags can only be 50 pounds. And I was picking them up, weighing them. It was 54. And she had to read. I'm like, why are we bringing food? Like, doesn't India have pecans and nuts? And like, I can't explain it. Like my millennial brain can't explain it, but this is what happens with Indian families. They have to pack all this shit. And so there's a big process with packing it. You have to bring like jewelry and stuff. We're going to a wedding. Like there's all this shit, dude. And it's like, that's just something usually one person, typically the mother in an Indian household, takes care of and has under control. And they become obsessed with that. So over the past couple months, I think we decided that we were going to have this trip back in like June or July. And that's when we booked the tickets, got all that stuff done, packed bags, everything. Like we were good to go. I say all of this to say to like really begin what happened today. This was not, a lot of people are thinking, especially when they saw my tweet, this was a realization where Amit was about to go, Amit was about to get into the car. He looked at his passport and his visa was expired, and then like, shit hit the fan. That is not what happened. That is absolutely not what happened. What happened was I was upstairs, just getting ready. This was 3 hours before we had to go. I had done a ton of errands this morning for my mom, making sure everything was good to go. And then my mom is sitting downstairs. Again, I don't have control over my passport. Everything. And quite frankly, it's because she doesn't trust me. Not because she doesn't trust me as a human, but because if you lose that, like it's just such a big deal. It's like the worst nightmare, especially when you're traveling internationally. And when you only travel 5 years to one place, like she wants to be obsessed and make sure everything's under control. So she's sitting down and she starts looking through the passports. My passport, my sister's passport. Indian dads would bug out. Oh boy, I mean, we will talk about my dad's reaction to this today. We've got a lot to talk about. And she realizes, hey, like you need a visa to go to India, right? My mom, my sweet mom, she didn't even, I mean, and I want to talk more in depth about kind of like how this played out, but she forgot, literally forgot. Just like me and my sister forgot, but she, the one who takes real responsibility for this, forgot that like a visa was needed to go back to India. And so she's running through the passports. She like yells for my sister to come downstairs. And then I'm up here. I'm like, honestly, I'm like editing a video and I can schedule it on Sunday because I knew I'd be in the air on Sunday. So I'm like trying to make sure this video is like scheduled, ready to go, everything like that. Like I'm still working, right? I'm like trying to get shit done. And then I just hear crying. Like obsessive crying, dramatic crying, like just like a lot of crying. And so I run downstairs and I'm like, what happened? And she's like, she's like, your sister's visa's expired. And in that moment, I'm like, oh, fuck. And then while I'm downstairs, she looks at my visa. My visa's expired. And she breaks down, bro. Like when I mean breakdown, we'll talk about the e-visa as well. I'll talk about kind of the solution to the situation. When I mean breakdown, I mean breaks down. Like I have not seen my mom cry hysterically. That's the word I was looking for. Hysterical crying. Like if for a good 20 minutes. I mean, it's bad. Like it was borderline panic attack. I would say it was a panic attack, like a mini one, and then like I somehow calmed her down and you know, we dealt with it. But it was a pretty epic like panic attack from her perspective in terms of how bad it was. So in that moment, in that situation, she's realizing, boom, me and my sister can't go. There's no way. There's just you go there and they're gonna deport your ass. They're like, you just can't get in without a visa if it's expired. Now her visa, she found out as well, doesn't expire. It's good till 2025. So at that moment, she's just like I want people to try to put themselves in a situation. I'm sure people have had this situation before where you are legitimately fucked. Like, you know, you're fucked. There's no getting out of it, right? It's one of those situations where like, it's like when you're taking a test in school, right? And you thought you studied for everything. And then you get to this one question and you realize, oh, you missed that part of the chapter that you were supposed to study. And if you didn't study that part, you have no idea. Like, you're fucked. You're not going to be able to answer this question. This question's done, bro. You better hope there's some subconscious LLM in your brain that you can ask questions to, because you're not getting the answer to this question. You are just royally fucked. That's exactly how she's feeling at that moment. And that's what happened today. And we'll talk about what else happened after that situation. But that situation, this was basically like 2 p.m. and we were supposed to, the flight's at 9:30. And we were supposed to be leaving at 5:15. So at 2:30, everything's packed in the car. Like, we're basically getting ready to go, cleaning up the house. And then boom, that situation happens in that situation, in that moment. So that is what happened. And I'm ready to take all the blame for it, because I know people's first reaction to it is like, oh, like Amit just didn't check his visa. It's not that simple, dude. It's a much more complex thing, and especially when you're going to India. Like, if I personally was going to Germany or something, which I don't even know if I need a visa to go to Germany. I don't think you do. Or I was doing like a trip to the UK or something, or I was taking a vacation to Singapore, I would have all my shit together. I've always had all my shit together. I mean, again, I've traveled so many times in my life. Internationally, by the way, I went to Slovenia, Stuttgart, Zagreb. I've been able to navigate traveling. But India is one of those things I just don't have control over, because I'm not even going alone. I don't even know what's in my suitcase, because my suitcase space is being used to pack all the peanuts and jewelry that we have to bring and gifts. Like, I have no control over any of that. My mom takes control over all of that. So the point I'm trying to make here is that she felt the burden of responsibility. The burden of responsibility at that moment. And it just broke her down. Completely broke down. It's almost like if I was like, I don't know, if I was supposed to do like a really important live stream or something, and then at that moment, I don't know, at that moment, my MacBook is not charged, and like I lost the charger somehow. Somehow the situation happens, and then I'm screwed, because I just like don't have the ability to go live, even though everyone, or better yet, it's I oversleep, right? Like the CPI one from 5 months ago, and I overslept and I woke up 30 minutes late. It's like you feel like horrible, because you know it's your fault. You know you should have been able to sleep earlier and wake up on time, and you know you have people that are relying on you to like be on time, and you just have to kind of sit there in that basically walk of shame, right? So that's what happened. And I have a lot of lessons I learned from that situation, or things that I deployed in terms of tactics that are kind of life things that I would like to talk about. But before we get into that, I want to discuss the actual situation and how we resolved it. So here was the actual solution. First of all, I applied for an e-visa, me and my sister. We applied a couple hours ago. From all the people we talked to, we should get that e-visa probably within 24 to 48 hours. I mean, like, I think the latest we can get it is Wednesday, which would suck, because then we have to fly out on Thursday. But from the people we talked to, it should happen even maybe by like tomorrow morning. And that would be an amazing thing. So we're going to call up the embassy, because they're not open yet, but we're going to call up the embassy in a few hours in India and try to get them to expedite the process of actually like approving the e-visa, which there shouldn't be any restrictions to do that. But that's something we've done, and now we got to see if that happens soon. So that's the first thing. Number two, our flights, we were able to get a credit for the flights. So shout out to United. They didn't charge us any cancellation fee. They gave us a credit for the flights, and they said, hey, as soon as you know that you're definitely good to go, you can recall us. Here's the number. and then we'll rebook you on the next flight out to India. So I think United Airlines actually handled this really well. They were actually one of the only entities today that was like able to cooperate in a meaningful way. But we didn't have to pay any cancellation charge, and we're going to get the full credit of the flight. So that's all going to be a good thing. And that's, we're hopefully not going to lose any money there from that situation. And then my mom is at the airport right now, and she is going to India. At least she, again, we don't go there. We don't go there for 5 years. And so it's really important to like go, especially, grandparents are getting older and stuff. Like this is why I'm missing a lot of stuff in the States. I'm missing the Robin Hood event. I was invited to another event in California. Like I'm missing a lot of shit that's happening in these 2 weeks just to go to India, because like it's India, and it's like I don't have many opportunities to go there, and that's really important. So I was really looking forward to this, and this was really important, but I made sure my mom should go. Like me and my sister both were like, hey, you need to go. You shouldn't wait for us, because worst case scenario, like absolute worst case scenario, me and my sister can't go because the e-visas get rejected or the flights or whatever. At least she's there, right? And at least she gets to see her family. And if we miss 3 days, at least she gets to have those 3 days in India, which is a good thing. Hold United Airlines, buy, overreact. United Airlines made me feel like buying their stock today. I mean, they did us a solid. Usually you expect there to be some massive fine or something, but like no, they actually like just made it pretty chill. So that's how the situation ended out to be. And my mom's feeling a lot better right now. And the next 2 days I'll probably be home. Hopefully I'm not home. I mean, hopefully this gets resolved on Monday, and then I'm out either Monday night or Tuesday morning. Most likely it's gonna be Tuesday night, because all of United's flights to India's are at 9:30 at night. So I doubt I'm gonna be flying in the morning. They're likely gonna be at night. And that will be the situation. But mom got to go, me and my sister at home, and now we're just waiting to see if this visa gets approved. Now, there is a lot, everything comes back to the market in mid-spring. Well, we will get the market open and market close for the next 2 days and not have too many issues. We'll be able to do the show. But now, so now there's a lot of takeaways from this situation. There's a lot of takeaways from this situation that I want to talk about, and I want to dive into and go even deeper to discuss this from a life perspective, because I think a lot of you guys will relate to this. What's the route to India? It's Newark to New Delhi, 14 hours and 40 minutes. Not too bad. Direct flight, but it usually happens at 9 p.m. at night, and then it goes further. Okay, so here's the first takeaway that I've been thinking about today from a life perspective on this whole situation. And okay, so this is what I've been thinking about. And this is something that I was actually happy I deployed in terms of my actions. And I want to keep this energy up in the future, because I think very few people are actually able to do this. And it's important when this happens, because this is the nature of life. I think it's very important. We'll make a chapter for this in the timestamps, so people can navigate this. I think it's very important to laugh at the absurdity of existence. Now, what do I mean by that? Life is absurd. And that word is more than just the basic definition of the word. There's a philosophy called absurdism by Albert Camus. And I highly recommend people read The Myth of Sisyphus, because he talks about this concept of absurdity. But in a nutshell, the philosophical concept of absurdity is that life has no intrinsic or external/internal meaning or justification. It just is what it is. And the whole nature of existence, the whole point to life, is to find a meaning. So the point is to make sure there is a point, or else everything becomes pointless. And in the face of that, you get a lot of absurd things that happen. What is an absurd thing? An absurd thing is something that happens really without any rational or even irrational justification. It's just something that happens. And then the only thing you can do is control how you react to it. Like the only thing you can do is control how you react to it. Amit needed downside protection on his trips to India. That is exact. I needed some puts on my trip to India. But shout out to United. They made sure we didn't have to spend too much money. Although I did lose some money today, and we'll talk about that situation as well. So I think, so when this happened, right, my first response when this happened, and I'm proud of myself for having this response, and I want to have this type of response in the future, is to not go super crazy or get upset or get scared or feel like the world is falling apart in that moment. Now, the reason that was happening to my mom is because she felt all the burden and the responsibility of not fucking this up and not making that mistake. And I get that, because I've been in that situation before where it's like, it's all on you, aka you sleep through the CPI stream 5 months ago and you feel like shit, right? Like, and you, like, thankfully I was able to wake up only 30 minutes later instead of 2 hours later, but you still feel like shit in that moment, and it sucks. However, In this situation, I did not have the burden on me. My mom took all the burden. And so the only thing I can do at that point is make her feel better. Right? The only thing I can do, the only thing my sister can do is be like, well, it's over now. And that's okay. And it's a mistake and mistakes happen. And I think that's just so important because a lot of times when these things happen in life, and they're going to happen in life in a variety of different situations, I'm sure there's so many external situations you guys have faced that are similar to what I'm describing right now. Also, a lot of you guys probably have kids in the chat and you've seen these situations where your kids do some stupid shit and you have to deal with that as well. Quite literally, all you can do is laugh at the absurdity of it, make a joke out of it, and then figure out how can you move forward. And I think what I deployed today, which I'm proud of, is just not getting upset or scared or angry or feeling the sense of anxiety, but realizing if someone else is feeling all of those emotions times 10, and you can see it on their face with the hysterical crying, then it is your job at that moment to take a different role in the interpersonal dynamic of the relationship and make sure that they understand the sky isn't falling and things are going to be okay. I mean, quite literally, I think that's you can be the best spouse doing that. You can be a good parent doing that. You can be a good friend doing that. It's just something that is so important and necessary, I think, for like humanity to be better. If you don't become the person that then ends up putting down the person that made the mistake, because as soon as you do that, that person just feels worse. And especially it's horrible if that person is your wife or your sister, your mother, your brother, your father, all that stuff, your uncle, anyone, your best friend. Like, you don't want to make them feel like the bad person. And I think it's just really important to be able to recognize that and laugh at the absurdity of it. So it's instantly in this situation, as soon as this started breaking down and like my mom's crying and stuff, I'm just like, all right, it's okay. Like, people make mistakes. Like, I've made mistakes in my life. This is a mistake. It's a sucky mistake. It is what it is. But how can we remedy the mistake? And the only way to remedy the mistake is immediately try to figure out what's the next solution. And so while she's crying and figuring this out, I'm like, all right, so how do we get the visa? How do we deal with United? How do we like still make sure she can go? How do we pack the bags? How do we get the bags out of the car and like make sure she has all the stuff she needs because she can only bring one suitcase instead of 3 suitcases? And how do we navigate the situation? Mind the long term says cowardice kills. At that moment, you didn't choose cowardice at that moment. Yeah, it's shout out to Sham Sanker with that quote he posted yesterday. I think Ilyana's bringing that back. It's a Palantir quote on the merch store. Cowardice kills, and it is very cowardly to not be brave in a situation where someone is feeling the brunt of the pain, and you need to be brave to be able to resolve the pain that person is going through. And the reason I'm harping on this is because I've been in situations where I've seen the opposite happen in front of me. Like, in front of me, I'm seeing the other person turn into a dick, turn into a narcissistic asshole, turn into an egotistical maniac, and react in that way. And that doesn't do anything good, because once the situation is over, even after a couple of days, that person usually feels like shit. That person usually feels like, man, I didn't have to be that much of a dick. Like, at the end of the day, it's not that serious. Like, it really never is that serious. And even when it is that serious, it's still not that serious, because if you live to move on, then you live to move on and you go forward. So what's the worst thing about this? Yeah, we missed a couple of days going to India. That sucks. Like, it would have been fun to keep those couple of days. But if that's the worst case in this situation, then that being the worst case is not a reason to necessarily get that upset or be that scared of what's happening. So that's kind of how this played out. For those that are saying, oh, are you still not going on the trip? The trip is delayed. For those that are just joining, I do believe if we get this e-visa, the trip will happen probably on Wednesday. Tuesday, hopefully, is my bet. Monday's a little bit of a long shot, but maybe there's a shot Monday night it could happen. If not, then probably Wednesday night we will go there. So fear, doubt, and insecurity, correct, are those personality traits that are just so harmful, and they're things that like you can't have in life. Like, if you have those things in life, especially in these moments that really require you to become the bigger person, to not be fear and insecure about how to navigate the situation, then I think it's just something that you can't move forward from. So I think the first thing I want to talk about right here is like remaining calm and laughing at the absurdity of what was happening. Because it's very easy. It's an easy thing to freak out. It's a really easy thing to be like, damn, this is like the worst thing in the world. It's a harder thing to be like, okay, that sucks. Like, let's move forward. And I think, to relate it back to investing, I mean, like August 5th was a very similar situation, right? Like, not a lot of people knew what was happening, but at that moment you had to see in my case, my year-to-date gains go away completely. In the matter of 8 months, disappeared in 30 minutes. And you had to be like, all right, well, how do I move forward from this? Right? How do I navigate that situation? And I think that's just one of the most important things when it comes to investing and also life as well. Doug says Amit's mom isn't going to let him out of the wedding as easily as having an expired visa. Yes, that is true. I'm definitely not getting out of the wedding from that perspective. Chana says, seriously, Amit, always maintain your humanity in your time of great stress, and you'll be seen as a great light in other eyes. Frankly, at that time, you'll be in control of your own situation. I agree. I 100% agree. Jesse says, Amit, you can't control the situation, but you can control the way you react to it. Well done. I think it's a simple reminder that you can never control the situation, but you can control how you react. And the way you react is really going to impact the rest of the people around you. So the biggest thing for me here was making sure that my mom felt safe and secure in this situation. Now, why was she feeling all the blame? The reason she was feeling all the blame is because she's one of the most organized people on the planet. And she's one of the most organized people on the planet, and she takes pride in being super organized. Like, my mom is not a person that's like, does things last minute. She's not a procrastinator. She gets shit done. So this was one of her biggest fears. Already, she's obsessed with the process of going to India and getting everything done. Now, at the last moment, literally 2 hours before, she starts realizing that the entire situation is collapsing in front of her. Well, what is she going to do? She's going to break down and start crying. And at that moment, that's when you got to recognize that person is not, in the worst situation, or that person is going through a bad situation, but life is not in the worst situation. And the only way to resolve it is to keep your cool and to not let shit hit the fan at that moment and resolve it. So that's the first lesson I think I got out of this, is laughing at the absurdity of it. This is absurd. All you can do is make a joke, laugh about it, and then move forward. So much so to the point that I called my uncle, the same uncle that I referenced in these morning open streams. Philip says, if Palantir wasn't at 40, do you think you would have been so calm? Maybe Palantir having a good week was enough for me to be like, even if I don't go to India, Palantir's fucking $40. I don't have to worry too much about it. Amit said it's okay, Palantir. That would have been hilarious, bro. If I was like, Mom, it's okay, Palantir's at 40. Because I have those jokes in me. I didn't deploy them at that moment, but I do have them in me. But I called my uncle, who's her brother, and I think it was 4 a.m. for him. And I was like, hey, we got a situation. And he was on speakerphone. He's like, what's up? And I was like, well, your sister is such an incredible planner. And for that first moment, I saw my mom, chuckle, right? She's through all the crying at that moment, I just looked at her because I was on speakerphone, and I saw her chuckle. And I was like, okay, so we got a chuckle out of her, right? We got a chuckle. And then, it's so important to get that chuckle, because once you get that chuckle, that that person is in a tough situation, but they're not in a literally about a collapse situation. If they're able to somewhat laugh at that little joke you make, then they're able to wake up from the abstract world they just transported into, come back to reality, and just have a little bit of a laugh and be like, yeah, it is kind of funny when you think about the whole situation, given the ironic nature of planning so much to this one moment, and the most important thing that you're not supposed to forget about, you end up forgetting about. So to me, at that moment when I saw her smile, I was like, all right, we're gonna be okay. We'll keep things going. And, we'll make sure that she doesn't feel as bad, and we'll resolve the situation and keep going further. So that was the first thing that I had to take away from. Now I had another takeaway, and this takeaway I think was also very important. And it was a moment of kind of self-reflection in terms of how I felt in this. So as bad as my mom felt, and as much as she was upset about everything, and I was trying to figure out how do we navigate going forward from here so that I don't, so that she can be upset, but I can be productive, and we can start moving forward. I realized this is also my fault. This is also my fault as well. And this is one of those things I had to kind of reconcile with. Now, my mom didn't let me make it. My mom didn't let me feel like it was my fault, because she willingly took all of the burden from this, but it was still my fault. Now, why was it my fault? Because at some level, and I touched on this briefly on the market close on Friday, at some level, I have been so obsessed with my work, with content, with investing, with markets, with analysis, with growth on YouTube and Twitter, and just go, that I didn't for 1 second think over the past 3 months, hey, let me ask my mom if the visa's good, or the passport's good, or if everything's all right with the flight or anything. Just none of that. I mean, yesterday on the market close, I was basically saying, guys, it hasn't even hit me yet that I'm going to India. And in a sense, and there's a lot of nuance to this that I want to get through, and I want to get everyone's perspective on this, but in a sense, that is a good thing. In a sense, that's also a bad thing, and we'll explore both angles. But that is exactly what happened. Like yesterday, we were closing out the market at like 5:45, and my last 15 minutes, I was talking about the fact that I don't even realize that I'm traveling halfway across the world tomorrow. And like that's a big deal. You're not just going to California or Texas or Georgia. Like you're literally going across the ocean to this not to this new place that I haven't been to, but to a place that you haven't been to in a long time. You should probably care a little bit about that. And it was one of those things where I was like, I gave such little you-know-whats about going to India. Not because I don't care about India, not because I don't want to see my family, not because I don't love going to India, because I have this deep, deep connection with it. It's actually weird. And in our house, it's really funny because my sister was born in India. I wasn't born in India. I was born in the States, but I act more Indian than my sister. Like my sister hates going to India because she gets sick and this and that. And I don't care about getting sick. I just love the fact that I'm in India and I get a chance to kind of like enjoy the process of being in India. But she hates it. So there is a deep connection I feel to that country and to that land. And I care so much about it. My work work meaning content. And investing distracted me so much from even having 2 seconds to kind of like just think about the process of going, because you kind of need those 2 seconds to think about what you're doing in the future to then get the insight to be able to make sure you have all your shit together so that things go correctly, so the plan actually happens in a way that manifests in you getting to enjoy that opportunity that you care so much about, or that you say you care so much about. And I didn't even give myself that time. That time. And so there is a good perspective to this and there's a bad perspective to this. And I want to talk about both of those perspectives as well. Don't you have a bestie with a jet? Yeah, he called me today and he was he had a kick out of this whole situation. So we'll talk about that in a second as well. But for those that are just coming, visa has not been denied. We applied, maybe it gets denied. I don't know. We applied for the e-visa and hopefully if we get it in 2 days, then I'll be able to fly out to India. Okay, so here's the good perspective to this. The good perspective is, and the way I can justify it is, admit you were so obsessed with your work that if the consequence is delaying your trip to India for a couple of days because you didn't have the insight to ask your mom about the visa and just literally do a manual check on making sure everything was okay, and quite literally indirectly put the burden on her by not taking any of the, quite literally not taking any of the responsibility of this major trip you were going on, it is justified. It is justified because you are chasing a dream. You are chasing a vision. You are working your ass off. You are grinding. And a lot of people that are not in the content game, they don't fully understand how demanding this job is. But I've talked about it many times on the channel. I'm not going to go super, super in depth on it, but it is a 24/7 job. I mean, like the second I wake up in the morning, I'm in this zone, in this mode of like, all right, it's time to work. And the only nuance I'll say here is that if you are not in that zone, you will not succeed in content. It is just that simple. There is no debate about it. Many people have tried to do content. A lot of people fail. I would say 99.9% of people honestly don't even have a clue how to have a chance to succeed in this. And given what has happened this year and what has happened over the past couple of years and the growth, there is a shot to succeed for longevity based on what I'm building. And it's because I'm obsessed and I'm in that zone quite literally 24/7 outside of when I'm sleeping. And so there's a certain zone you just get into when it comes to harnessing and capturing people's attention. And obviously I have a Palantir channel and Palantir has been going to the moon. So it's like, where do you think my attention is every day? Not only on like the dynamics of the stock, but also the dynamics of being the guy that needs to cover this stuff because people really care. I remember when I was streaming on Thursday when Palantir went up 3.5% and we were touching like 39.50 and I had not tweeted for 3 hours because I was doing the live stream for 3 hours. And then I finally put out the tweet on why I think Palantir is up. There were so many messages that were like, dude, where the fuck were you when this thing was like, how did you not, like, it's 11 a.m. Like this thing started mooning at 9:45. Like we were waiting for your analysis. And what's important here and the sort of the toxicity of this career is that it is all based on audience retention and connection. And when you disappear from the audience, aka when you take too many days off and you're not involved in their stream of consciousness via whatever platforms they're consuming you on, you disappear from their ability to even have a thought of consuming you. And if no one consumes you, you don't have this career. It's just that simple. Like, it's really just that simple. You can agree with it or disagree with it, but it is just that simple. And it's not just YouTube. It's not just finance. It's music. It's arts. It's movies. It's anything creative. This is, at the end, even though this is a very analytical industry in terms of finance, there is a lot of creativity in terms of building a brand to sustain any long-term growth that could potentially lead to future growth. And although, some people may think, people make jokes like, okay, amidst like getting bigger on social media, like I have not even touched the surface of where I need to be in terms of being able to make this sustainable for the long term. Like, I'm just not there. It's been a good year, made good progress, but it's just not there to get to the real ambitions that I have. And so when you take all of that into account and you sort of, you dial up the work ethic of what is needed to even have a chance to match those ambitions to the point where not only can you make a sustainable living out of this, which is like barely started to happen this year. It was not happening for the last 3 years. Now in 2024, it's like starting to get better in terms of like, hey, maybe this could be a living, which again is the most privileged thing in the world, to be able to like make content and make a living out of that. And I understand how privileged it is to be able to sit in front of a camera and talk and make a living. Like, that's not an easy thing to do. That's just not easy. And it's easier than everything else, but it's not easy. And in order to keep that, if you want to keep that, if you want to build that into something big, you can't take days off. You just can't. Otherwise, there's a billion people trying for a billion people's attention. And if you're not one of those people standing out, you're done. So the one way you could justify the idea of not being able to make sure my visa is in check is because because I was working my ass off. I was working my ass off. I was building and I didn't care too much about it. Now, the question here is that a legitimate reason? Is that legitimate? Is that actually legitimate? This is akin to like an entrepreneur who's like working his ass off building his company who can't pay attention to his kids, right? Obviously, I don't have kids right now, but like it's the idea of some guy who's working so hard and he has a kid at home and he's missing his golden years with that kid. It's a little bit more dramatic than this situation, but it's the same metaphorical idea, and he's justifying it by working his ass off. That is the one element on how I can feel good about this. Now, here's how I feel bad about this. Okay. And I think the nuance on how I feel bad about this kind of commingles with how I feel good about this, but there is kind of a middle line here. The reason I feel bad about this is because if you're working so hard and the sacrifices necessary to get to that high level ambition that you want to get to, living in the moment is also very important in that process of having high level ambitions. If the thing in the moment that you care about supersedes your broader ambitions. So what do I mean by that? Some people have heard this story before, but other people haven't heard this story. When I did debate in college, or when I did debate in high school, I was obsessed with debate. And by my senior year, I had become one of the best debaters in the world. And so every weekend that's what led to all the traveling. So I learned how to travel. That required sacrifice. I remember my winter ball. I didn't go to the winter ball. Why? Because I wanted to go to the Ridge Invitational. Why did I want to go to the Ridge Invitational in Ridge, New Jersey at Ridge High School? Because I wanted to win the tournament. And I felt that year I had a good chance of winning the tournament. The year before I got knocked out in the round of 16. The year before that I got knocked out in the round of 32. And I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm not losing at this tournament anymore. It's in New Jersey. I thought I was the best debater in New Jersey. So I was like, all right, this is a local tournament that I should be able to win. It conflicts with going to the winter ball. So I made a decision at that moment. Do I care that much about the winter ball in high school with people that I really didn't care about at the time, because I started realizing like who was a friend and who was just an acquaintance, and I had enough maturity to like recognize that as a senior in high school, which most people don't. They get duped into this idea that they need to be popular and all this stuff, and then like those same people are like doing nothing with their lives 10 years later. And I said, no, I need to go to the debate tournament. And I went to the debate tournament. So there was a sacrifice there that was justified. And there has not been a single day of my life I have lost sleep about that moment. What is different here is that I could imagine losing a little sleep here, because what is the sacrifice that's happening here does supersede the importance of building the media empire, because it's family. And that's the difference, and that's the nuance here. I think the nuance here is because India, that I talked about for the first 10 minutes, is so important to me and so special to me. If I care that much about it, then it would behoove me to like make sure I was prepared for the trip by doing something as simple as checking to have my visa, and not being so wrapped up in the grind in the day-to-day of trying to build whatever I'm trying to build if I actually care that much about family. And what the gut check that I'm having right now is, do I actually care that much about family? Because I say I do, but if I didn't take the actual actions to like act as if I did, which again is as simple as saying, "Hey mom, how's everything going for the trip? We're good to go. We got the visas, yada yada." Then I don't think I cared as much as I'm proclaiming that I did. And that's bad, objectively, because at the end of the day, if family supersedes this and the winter ball doesn't supersede my debate career, then I'm easily able to justify sleeping at night, not going to the winter ball. I'm not easily able to justify this situation and sleep well at night, knowing that I'm partly the reason to blame. And I wanted to not be the reason to blame because I actually do care about the end result of the thing that I'm sacrificing here. Altering current says, I think one needs to sacrifice everything for what they believe in. I agree. I am not dismissing that concern. The question becomes, at what point does it become grind porn? Have you guys heard of this term, or hustle porn? It's a term that got popular over the past couple of years because on social media, particularly Instagram, these motivational speakers started getting a lot of attention. And quite frankly, in 2018 and 2019, I had this motivational self-help phase where I was reading a lot of these books. I mean, some of those books are in the background as well. Yeah, 0 to 1 is there, but there's a couple of other that are there. And this entire idea in 2018, 2019 was like, I need to like better myself. And a lot of these books, in my opinion, are so stupid because they all come down to the same thing, which is like, believe in yourself and take sacrifices and work hard. And you don't need to read a trillion books and watch a trillion keynotes to be able to come to that conclusion. And quite frankly, if you're doing that, you're probably not working to get to those assumptions. I think everyone who's ambitious eventually gets to the moment where like, oh, why am I like reading this shit? Why am I not actually working? So I agree with that argument that you've got to sacrifice everything everything in your life to do something you believe in. However, the hustle pornography of trying to just like go for it and not look at any of the nuance, thinking that it's so black or white and not seeing the gray in the midst of that is just idiotic. Quite like there's no way to really justify, oh, I didn't even check on how the trip was doing because I was working so hard, when it's like, dude, you obviously had time in the day over the past couple months to like check on how the trip was doing. You watch Netflix at any moment for the past 3 months? Yeah. Okay. So in those 5 minutes out of your hour-long viewing session of Netflix, you probably could have like checked up on the trip and then come to the conclusion that, oh, you need to get your visa checked, and then, gone and got your visa. Right. So I think the hustle pornography is a real thing that people who are ambitious need to engage in terms of like being in that hustle mentality, but it can't get to the point where it's so addictive and so self-destructive, which is honestly what regular pornography can do to a lot of people, by not seeing what's real, right? And what's real is that you actually have to like go out and speak to a girl, right? That's where porn can become addictive. You actually have to go out and like talk to your family if you care about your family, and make sure shit is in the right place so that you don't have the addiction of working hard over-determine the capacity for you to live a healthy and well-balanced life. And I know balance and well-balanced is also a debatable term because there is no balance when you're an entrepreneur and you're building your own thing. And I believe in that, but there is moments of balance. And this was one of those things where there's moments of balance. Casey says Amit canceled the trip because his wife backed out of the arrangement. That's actually very funny. I'm not laughing at that right now, but that's really funny. I'm in the zone right now, the way I'm speaking, but I'm not laughing, but it's very funny. That's a good one, Casey. I will give you that. That's actually a very good one. So that is my perspective on this. That is my perspective. My perspective here is that, hey, there's two big lessons. A, you got to laugh at the absurdity of what's happening, and be the bigger person when someone else takes all the responsibility and burden of all the shit that's going on. B, you've got to like check yourself sometimes, and stop the constant obsession with working hard if the things you're working hard for, which are family, get sacrificed in moments when they don't need to get sacrificed. And I've done it's so funny because it reminds me of my debate career. Like in my debate career, again, like let me show you guys something right here, just to give a little bit of context of what I mean by this. There was a massive amount of sacrifice in my debate career to try to become the best in the country. Why? Well, take a look at this. So in debate, there's a tournament called the Glenbrooks. It's in Chicago every year. This is November 2015. My kids that I coach, I coach 3 kids in California, and those are my only clients in my in my debate coaching practice, and they just signed up for Glenbrooks. And I told them, I went to the tournament about 9 years ago. It's going to be 10 years in 2025, which is crazy. That was 10 years ago. But I'm going to I told them, guys, I went 7-0 at that tournament. And they were like, what? 7-0? Meaning there's 7 rounds before you get to elimination rounds. You have the preliminary rounds, and you have to win at least 5 out of those 7, have a 5-2 record. So you can lose 2, win 5 to be able to get to the elimination rounds. And this is, if you guys can see the screen right here, this was my record at that tournament. Those are 7 W's in a row. Glenbrooks is the hardest tournament outside of the Tournament of Champions that happens every year in April in Kentucky to have an undefeated record. I mean, it is a very hard tournament, and the most you can get is 30 speaker points pretty much every round outside of the first round. This judge also was very weird. I don't know why I got a 28.9. I should have at least had a 29, but I got pretty much perfect speaker points, right? Round 5, Harvard Westlake. This kid pays $50,000 a year. Sorry, random. I pressed like the wrong button. Okay, we're back. This kid right here, round 5, Harvard Westlake, Nick Smith, again pays $50,000 a year for his education. Beat him. This kid from Florida private school, beat him. And then this kid from Green Hill, which is one of the most elite schools in Texas. This kid who was really good in the national debate tournament or the national debate circuit, beat him as well. 7-0, right? Just like not easy to do. And the reason I'm showing this is because it's like there was a certain level of sacrifice in November of 2015, or really September of 2015, leading up to that tournament to get to that 7-0 record. There was just a certain level of sacrifice you had to do to be able to get to that point. And so the argument here is like, all right, if you sacrifice that much to like get to that perfect record and to like be as strong as you think you were, was the sacrifice worth it? And in the moment in high school at that time, yeah, the sacrifice was worth it. I mean, I had no friends my senior year, dude, to the point where some of you guys know this, but I didn't take a single picture during senior year graduation with any friends. And it's not because I was antisocial, because in college I had plenty of friends and I had a great time in college and I enjoyed. It was in high school I was just so obsessed and dedicated to this like one thing that it required sacrifice. And so this version of my life is much different from the debate version of my life, because this version of my life is a very people-oriented life. Like when you're in content, you're constantly engaging with people. You're constantly talking with people. So it's not like you're necessarily sacrificing that many relationships. But if a lot of those people are based on, networking and trying to build up your career, the relationships you could be sacrificing is your family, because those people are not advancing your career at all, right? Especially in the media business, like spending time with them is like time you can't be, like going to India is time I'm spending enjoying with my family that I'm not making content, which is bad for my career. That's like not a good thing, but that's a sacrifice worth having. So if that is a sacrifice worth having and you're willing to make that sacrifice, it would behoove you to check if you have your visa and to make sure all your shit is together, so that if you believe in the sanctity of that sacrifice for the end result, which is family, which I do, that you don't overburden yourself, as Matt says in the chat, with as much work to the point where you get so unburdened that you mess up what actually matters. And basically that's what I was trying to say. And those are my conclusions from the events of today. So sucky situation. I think it'll be able to be resolved. It was a gut check to me to be like, hey, if something's coming up in your life and you actually care about it, there has to be moments of self-reflection to not work as hard, but to just like take a little bit of a break to focus on the thing that matters. And when I mean take a little bit of a break, I know some people may be like thinking about it in their head and they're like, what do you mean you can't take a little bit of break? Like after you do the market open, you have like 4 hours before you do the market close. Like that's your break, right? That's where you can like that's not a break. It is a break from streaming, but it is not a break of being off the zone of working, right? I know it's not a traditional 9 to 5, but it's one of those things where you're still in that zone. And when you're in that zone, you are producing, you are creating, right? You're either creating or consuming. And if you're in this business, you're creating. And if you're creating, then, and you want to, increase the consumption broadly, you have to constantly be creating. It's just that simple. A lot of people say, like, how do you start in this business? You create. You just keep creating. You just don't stop creating. And as you don't stop creating, you will probably see some results if anything that you're creating is meaningful enough to resonate. But you have to keep going. So I think the lesson here is like in that process, there has to be a moment where you stop creating if you believe that there's something else that's worth it, like making sure you can go to India on time. And in the future, that's what I'm going to have to do. That's what I'm going to have to do. So That's really important. Ragnar says you're not making any friends in that shirt. You guys are funny, dude. See, you gotta have a thick skin for this as well, because you're gonna get the shit thrown. I remember, dude, I texted Chad and Ilyana. I was like, well, I'm not going to India. They're like, why? I'm like, visa's expired. They're like, this motherfucker. Like, oh man, the jokes. Oh, I don't want to play what Ilyana tweeted in response to my tweet, because it has some music behind it and YouTube's gonna be YouTube. But this is the you guys got. I'm gonna put it in the chat. It's a Trump. It's a Trump response. It's the funniest thing in the world. Like I sent it to my mom. That's how funny it was. So make sure you watch this, because this was quite literally the most hilarious thing I saw all day. Ray, thank you for the $2 super chat. Join the resistance, my friends. Mayonnaise forever. Ray, can you please, like, I appreciate the $2, but if you're gonna do it to promote mayonnaise, like, then no, this is not we can't have that happen on the channel. That's something that it's just not worth it, Ray. It's just not worth it. All right, so my dad's reaction about this. So, so my dad's reaction here was not the best. And when I mean it's not the best, it was that my dad really cares about the whole family and takes care of us and all that stuff, and like super supportive, but he's also a bit indecisive. And one of the personality traits of being indecisive is that you react very quickly. And when you react very quickly, you end up just like saying stuff that's like irrational in the moment. And my dad has had a history of doing this his entire life, but like, these are the moments where you're not supposed to act like that, right? Because you've got a woman who's crying here and she's super upset, yada, yada. And then you've got this guy who was at work all day. My dad came home at like 5 p.m. And he wasn't like he was super angry or anything, but like even in the process of my sister signing up for the e-visa, or like my mom just like getting her stuff together, he would just say stuff. So he pulled out the belt. That's actually funny. No, he didn't pull out the belt, but he would say things that are just like annoying at the moment, right? And it's not to throw my dad under the bus, but it's just like it's some of those things that's just like not the right thing to say at that moment, right? And it's one of those things where it's like you got to tell your dad, like, dad, like, this is just like this is not the time and place for this. Like, this is not the time and place at all. Example, as my mom's like getting all of her stuff together, my dad is really concerned about safety and well-being, and he's like, did you eat anything today? And she's like, yeah, I ate breakfast. And she's like, you have to eat lunch. And this woman is an emotional mess. She cannot focus on eating lunch, dude. Like, who in this situation, when your stomach like just like it falls apart, like it just like you can barely breathe, can you think of sitting down and eating lunch? As Ray says, Mexican parents and Indian parents, right? And this is one example of a bunch of little things he said, but it's one of those things where it's like, and then my mom gets super upset and yells at it, because she's like, I'm not going to eat lunch when I just, like, in her words, fucked up this entire trip, right? That's how she's feeling because of this visa situation. So this is the type of stuff that, and it's not really him. It's Indian parents in general, really Indian fathers, especially in that 50 to 60 age demographic. A lot of people probably will relate to that. But the reason I started the stream by saying what I did and how I'm at least proud of how I emotionally reacted is because I'm not trying to be like that when I get to his age. And that's all you can do as a son, right? Or as a kid, is like not do the things that your parents did that probably weren't the most healthy from a EQ perspective. And then, there's a lot of good traits that my dad has, a lot of great traits that my mom has, but there are some traits that are just like toxic. And like those traits, like if I have a kid one day and he makes a massive mistake, it cannot be this like, it cannot be this relationship with a kid where, the kid feels like they're unsafe, or they're saying something that's like so, like they've done something that's so bad that's not going to allow them to remedy from it. It's got to be one of those things where it's like, all right, you made a mistake. Like I remember I got a 65 on a social studies test once in 10th grade. Not a social, it was a math test, not social studies. Social studies was easy. It was just fucking write essays and shit. But I'm not the best at math. And it's ironic because my mom's a math teacher. So growing up, I always felt kind of insecure that I'm not as good at math as a lot of the other kids, but my mom's a math teacher. And so during math test, I honestly wasn't that good at like performing in math. And I figured out, as I've gotten older, that where my real talents lie are in talking and being creative, right? And I've used those strengths and I've doubled down on those strengths to build what I'm building today. But my strengths just weren't as strong when it came to like algebra and calculus. Basic math I'm okay at, even though one time on the stream I took out the calculator to add 10 plus 5, and that is going to be an iconic moment forever. But basic math I'm not that good at. And I remember I got a 65 and I texted my mom and she was just like, All right, let's just like talk about it and see what you can do to be better. You know, it wasn't like, oh my God, you got a 65. It's actually the opposite of a lot of Asian parents that like, you know, will basically like threaten to kill their kids if they get such a bad grade. But I like failed that test, dude. It was a D minus, whatever. Like I basically like shit the bed. And my mom was just like, you know, this affects your life. This doesn't affect my life. This affects you and your future prospects of growth. So do you feel bad about the 65? Because if you feel bad about it, then you'll do something to try to remedy it. But if you don't feel bad about it, I'm not going to try to force you to feel bad about it so that you can then try to get better at math or your grades to make me feel good. By the way, I had a 4.25 GPA in high school. So it's like, you know, I wasn't a bad kid in high school. It was just that one test like I'm really fucked up on. And that's the type of emotional maturity that I want to have as a parent and I want to have in these situations. Because now, fast forward 10 years later, it's not a math test, it's a visa. And your mom's the one taking all the responsibility. You know, it's so interesting. Like if I've ever fucked up in life, especially when I was a kid, I don't think I've ever had a situation where I've deeply cried about it. Like, I don't have a situation. I don't think I remember I broke my iPhone 5 like a week after getting it in 2012, like screen cracked everything. I dropped it in the gym and I was just like, I didn't cry. I was just upset. Like it wasn't like hysterical crying. Oh my God, this phone, my parents just got me. It's like, fuck man. Like this sucks. Right. I've always had that. It's always been a stoic attitude, I guess, that I've had. And so has my mom. And so as a result of that, you know, now when a lot of times as parents get older, the child becomes the parent. In this situation, I've had to embody the role of the parent and be the person who told her it was okay and that the world's not gonna, you know, fall apart simply because you messed up on the visa thing. So that's my takeaway. What has it been? 56 minutes? See, this is what I mean. Not good at math, but can yap for 56 freaking minutes about this. So that's what I had to say. That was the situation. I had to do this because I don't want to go through this on the market open. So on the market open on Monday, when everyone's like, why are you not in India? I'm going to just say, hey guys, watch the video I did on Saturday. I'm not getting into it because it'll take 56 minutes to break this all down. And yeah, that'll be the TLDR, but we'll get right into the market open on Monday so we don't have to keep going through all this stuff. But yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. And so do you think this will all make the trip better or worse? Will you all be unburdened or burdened? You know, I kind of think this makes the trip worse. I was really looking forward to going today. Again, as I say this, it's with humility, because if I was looking forward so much, then I should have prepared better than what I prepared for today, right? So outside of that, yeah, I was really looking forward to it. We do miss a couple days, and we were only going for 2 weeks. And I like that we were only going for 2 weeks, because I could come back and get to work, especially right before earnings season. But I also hate that we're only going for 2 weeks, because like 2 weeks is not enough to see family, at least in India. And it's one of the things that goes by so quick, right? Like it's you're there and then you're gone. And then like, you don't see them again for another 5 years. I think the other thing that this forced me to reconcile with is like, hey, maybe I should be going every year. You know, it's like, maybe that'll also take away the burden of like feeling all this pressure because you're only going once in 5 years. It's like, maybe you should make this an annual trip every single year so that you don't have so much time away, because that time away is what like makes this feel so much worse. Because, you know, if you're only going for 2 weeks after 5 years and you messed up and you missed 3 out of the 3 days out of the 14 days that you're there, then, you know, you've already missed a decent chunk of time. And that doesn't feel good when you're trying to go to this point. Or when you're trying to go every 5 years. So I think, as Ruben says in the chat, go every 1 to 2 years. I think that's the other solution as well, because, you know, you got family there, and like at some point you don't want to be that disconnected from your family. You know, you don't want to be that disconnected from your family. Taylor Swift doesn't make sure the roadies pack her microphone. So here was the thing I was talking to Chad and Iliano about. The jokes are, Amit, you know, needed his mom to like get his visa secure and all that stuff. It's like, dude, I get the jokes and I see how you can make the logical deduction and then deploy that as a vehicle of humor to arm at me, which I'm totally able to take. But that's just not the situation. It's just not. Sorry. If I was traveling by myself to Malaysia because I had to do a podcast with some high-level person in Malaysia, and I get to the airport, and apparently Malaysia, you need a visa to get to Malaysia, and then I didn't have my visa because I didn't know Malaysia had a visa system or whatever, then I would take that blame. Right? Because, and I guarantee, given how busy my mom is, she would not have like asked me if everything's good to go to Malaysia. Like, she just like, because she's also really busy. So is my sister. And like, We're also busy that she took the responsibility of this India thing. And so me and my sister didn't work on it. But when I travel alone, it's always been good because I've always had my shit together because I know how to travel alone. When it comes to India, that's something that's a unique thing for her to deal with. And that doesn't absolve me of not being prepared here. But it's one of those situations where it's like, I think if people imagine the situation as Amit and his mom are sitting on the couch and then Amit realizes he has no visa and his mom gets mad, that's not what happened. It's my mom realizes she didn't re-up the visas because she already took that responsibility. And as a result, she's hysterically crying. And now I'm trying to resolve the situation. Granted, I still should have tried to, make sure I had my visa. But that's kind of how the situation usually has played out. Who's going to make dinner for you for the next 2 weeks? So I'm still on the process of probably going. Hopefully it's only 2 days of staying in the States and I will be out there by Wednesday. Or if things really go well, Monday night, we're going to be going there. If the embassy can expedite the e-visa process, which I'm going to be up to like 2, 3 a.m. tonight trying to figure this shit out and calling them. We already applied a couple hours ago. Then maybe we don't have to stay in the States for too long. And we'll keep going. Isn't India on arrival? It's not. It's not. We thought it was arrival. There's some certain loopholes of it being on arrival, but it's not on arrival. And, my sister was born in India, and so theoretically she shouldn't need a visa, right? Because she's a naturalized citizen in India. She was born there. But we gave up her visa, I don't know how many years ago, like 10 years ago or whatever, because of some... We gave up her naturalization in India, even though she was born there, to like get an additional visa. That's how my mom was describing it. Because for a second we were like, oh, my sister should be able to go. She was born in India, but like apparently there's a way to give that up in order to get some other benefits. And that's what happened. So she needs a visa now. So that's why, both of us are still at home trying to figure this out. Do you have an OCI card? No, I found out what an OCI card is today. So I'll be applying for that as well. I had no idea what the fucking OCI was. The amount of messages like OCI. I was like, oh, okay. All right. OCI. Dude, I'm telling you, I was not thinking about this trip till this morning, bro. Till this morning. Literally, I tweeted this morning, going to India in 8 hours, I should probably start packing instead of staring at Palantir's weekly chart. That wasn't a joke, bro. Like, I literally started packing this morning. Now, not packing my actual suitcase because that was done, but like, my handbag where I need all my stuff and like just basic random knickknacks that I have to have together. Like, I did not pack that. This was at 12:19. We were supposed to leave the house at 5. I didn't do that. Why? Because I was working in the morning. I did a live stream this morning, bro. Like I literally I was. It's just one of those things where it's like you're working so much, you just you don't take a second to like get your shit together in other areas. And again, there are ways that's good, there are ways that's bad, but in this situation, I think that was more bad. I wasn't literally staring at the Palantir chart, by the way. I was working. When I mean stare at the Palantir chart, I mean like I was like doing the live stream, getting stuff. That wasn't like just staring at the chart, even though that chart is beautiful. That weekly Palantir chart is beautiful. All right, do we guys want to start talking about stocks now and other stuff that's more fun than missing out on this trip? The year-to-date chart's even more beautiful. Goodness gracious. Up 141%, bro. Holy crap. Oh, did you guys see my other tweet? All right, so now we're going to transition to stocks. We're going to start talking about stocks. Did you see the other tweet I had about probably why we closed at $40? You want to know why? We'll talk about SoFi as well. I got a text by a friend, the same friend who bought 300,000 shares of Palantir the day before they got into the S&P 500. And he said, can you guys see this? Yeah. At 4:01, I read the text at 4:30 because I was doing the market close and I didn't even see this text. But at 4:01, he texted me that he bought 50,000 shares at $40. That's $2 million at 3:59 p.m. He put in the order. The order ended up filling. That means literally in those 30 seconds, the bid or the ask hit the bid, and then boom, he has 50,000 shares at 40. And he said he wanted to help the cause of closing at $40 on the day. It was not Derek. It was not Derek. He's up. This is someone else. He's up over 100 million on Palantir, and he's not selling. This is how crazy. This is why I wasn't thinking about India, dude, because it was this type of shit all week that was happening because Palantir was up like, 10% for the week or so. So every single day, if you run a Palantir channel, if you have a community that's Palantir focused, if that's the biggest stock of the moment, in my opinion, which it is in the stock market, and that's just going up and up and up and up and up, Like your entire world is wrapped into covering that, responding to messages. There's still so many messages I haven't responded to. Like there's just so much shit that you have to like be there for, because that's the moment. Like, what do you do this for? If that's not the moment you wake up for and get excited because like it's happening, like then when are you going to get excited? When are you going to wake up for that moment? Like it is happening right now here in this moment. You've got to be in there. And that's another reason why my focus was divested. Now, the interesting thing about this tweet, and then we'll talk about valuation and other stuff like that. The interesting thing about this tweet is that there were too many people that called bullshit on this tweet. And I feel bad for those people. And there's some nuance to it. One perspective I get on someone who probably has never followed me before and like has just came across this on their algorithm and they see, oh, someone's up $100 million on Palantir. They're probably like, oh, this is bullshit. This guy's doing it for clickbait engagement, whatever. Like, screw him. And they'll leave a nasty comment. And it's like, okay, this person doesn't know me. They don't follow me. I doubt they're even part of the Palantir community. So it's whatever. Then there's other people that do know you and still call bullshit because they're like, there's just no way that's possible. I hate to break it to people, but there are certain individuals on this planet that have more money that you can even fathom. There's like people work their entire lives to have $2 million. And there's people that fuck around with $2 million. Like it's literally pennies to them because of the amount of obscene wealth they have. By the way, the amount of deserved wealth they have. Because they work their damn asses off to get to that point where they can screw around with $2 million and buy a stock that they probably shouldn't be buying at $40 a share because they know, because they've been in Palantir in a while, hey, $40 is a little expensive, but screw it. We want to make it close at $40 because it'll be really fun for a MIT to be like, we closed at $40. Let's just fucking do it. There are people in this world that will just do that with money because they don't care. So it's one of these things where I think sometimes people, like, I know it's unbelievable sometimes, but it's real. I've seen the screenshots. It's real. I'm not going to show them, obviously, but like I've seen them. It is very real. And there's just no reason to lie. Like what's the reason to lie? Oh, to hype up the stock? The stock's up 140%. What is the reason to make a clickbait engagement tweet that'll get people to be like, oh, I got to buy Palantir because some random billionaire is buying it at $40? It's like there's no reason to do that because the only reason to do that would be to pump the stock. The stock's already pumped. Like if it was fake, it was a fake tweet and a fake engagement bait. It would be to like make people feel FOMO. The FOMO is happening. It's already it's here. It's done. It's like this is the moment. So it's a real story. It really happened. It was hilarious when I got that text because you just remember how much money people have and how they don't care sometimes because they're doing it for the culture, for the moment, for the fun of it. But it's also something I think people have to just remember. Like the people have money, and although I don't have that type of money, some people in the chat might have some type of that money, but if you buy a lot of shares of an individual stock at $12, $13 and it runs up to $40, yeah, and like when I mean a lot of shares, I don't mean 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares, 100,000 shares, 200,000 shares. I mean a lot of shares. Yeah, you're going to be up a lot of money. It's just that simple. As Bad says, there is levels to this shit. Correct. There is levels to this shit. My guess is Matt Money. I don't want to say Matt Money, but I'm not going to say it's not Matt Money. I'll just say that. I'm not going to say it's not Matt Money. All right, cool. So yeah, that was the whole airport situation. I'll keep you guys updated, but it looks like market open, market close will happen for the next 2 days. It looks like the future show might even happen tomorrow, Sunday night, and we'll keep things going until I get clarity on this India situation. All right, what do you guys want to talk about? What else do we have? I think, I don't think there's that much more to say about Palantir. I put out a video today. We did the Palantir weekly podcast talking about valuations, all that stuff. I think $40 is amazing. Will it sustain itself? I have no freaking clue, dude. If I had to guess, I would say yes, it will. Because like cat's out of the bag. People are excited now about Palantir, and like the more people that get excited, the more people that get in. I am seeing some bearish arguments on the broader economy. Meet Kevin's making this point that what's his point? Meet Kevin's making this point that the 10-year and the 2-year are getting ready to reinvert. They're 5 basis points away from reinverting, whereas on Monday, they were 20 basis points away from reinverting. So the spread, look at this spread, dude. The spread of the inversion is down 60%. Look at that, 0.04. So his argument is this is bearish. I don't know exactly. I mean, like, there is a technical argument why it's bearish, but he's connecting it to a broader point around valuations. His argument now is not around, and not just his argument, but a general bearish argument right now is not about unemployment. It's about earnings growth. However, there's a lot of people calling bullshit on this 254,000 jobs, which is fair. But if we did add a decent number of jobs, even if it wasn't 254,000, I don't think you can call bullshit on the jobs report. You can maybe call bullshit on the extent to the jobs report is going to impact earnings, because like not that many people are employed, but you can't say it's completely bullshit, which means you can't also say Q3 earnings is going to be bullshit either. And so I think now going into the last couple of weeks of October, as earnings start, we just finished the first week of October. We've got to have a good earnings cycle to really get through the bear case. The port strike stuff is done. Israel, Iran is heating up a little bit. We'll see if that ends up becoming like a real big issue this month, or if that can resolve itself to an extent. But now it's about earnings and it's about growth. And I think earnings expectations are getting a little higher, which is also, you could argue, a little bearish, because if the market wants, $500 million in revenue and you bring in 498, they kind of don't care, especially when things are already priced for perfection. But I don't think it has to be one of those things that necessarily crashes the market, even if it has a little bit of a pullback before we get into the election as well. So overall, I think the broader markets are doing good. And, now we just got to get through Q3 earnings to keep going from there. Do you think the stock would have pumped to 40 if Iran didn't strike? Yeah, I don't think the Iran strike is the reason we pumped to 40. I've already gone through it, but I really do think it's OpenAI's valuation and NVIDIA's and Accenture's partnership. That is my justification for why I think institutions in particular. By the way, dude, retail, let me tell you right now, retail is selling. The amount of text I've gotten from people that I've known for the past 3 years that have thousands of shares that they bought when it was 10, 11, 12, whatever, that are saying, hey, Amit, I sold XYZ thousands of my shares. Thank you for being like an awesome content creator and helping me through the journey, yada, yada. They're acknowledging that they're selling. Like I got one of those texts this morning, and my response is, hey, first of all, thank you for consuming the content, keeping up with the journey. Congrats on the profits. But I'm also realizing that retail is, people are taking their freaking profits. I'm seeing it on Reddit, dude. There was this post on Reddit that, not went viral today, but it got some momentum on someone saying that they sold like God knows how many shares of Palantir, but it was a lot. They were up like 150 grand or something. They're like, I think for everyone who thinks this is like retail FOMO, I think that's incorrect. I think teal and carp dumping was to the institutions. They are picking it up. They're keeping it because of the S&P 500, and they're keeping it because they've bought into this Palantir narrative. And retail is sitting on a 3x, 4x. I mean, I know a lot of people call retail dumb money, but when you're sitting on a 3, 4x, you're going to trim a little bit, right? And some of these people are trimming a lot. And I think as a result of that, retail is securing profits, which is not a horrible thing. Now, if retail is securing profits, the question becomes, if the institutions are buying, is it stupid for retail to be trimming profits? Maybe, maybe not. We're going to see how that plays out. But if we do see a pullback, that means retail has money to then buy the dip. And that's what a lot of people have been telling me. They're like, look, I do think 40 is getting kind of crazy. Like if it comes back to like 32, I'll start buying back in. So I don't know if that could happen. I think that's one route if Q3 earnings suck. But if Q3 earnings are good, I think there's also momentum where, look, if Jane Street is buying a ton of shares, and money managers in Hong Kong and Switzerland are buying a bunch of shares and they're not planning on dumping it and they're buying retail shares, then if Q3 earnings are decent, they're just going to buy more. They're going to have the justification from their limited partners and from their clients to keep buying more and keep getting exposure of this ever-evolving story. Is 90 billion kind of up there? Yeah. But I do think it's led by more institutional investors versus retail. Why would institutions be buying at this price? Well, that goes to my theory of they believe that AI quite literally is going to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry. And the only reason I say that is because if OpenAI gets 150 billion on the valuation, if these AI companies are raising at 20, 30 times ARR, it just means that the public markets will command, if you have a good narrative, which we've talked about that in depth on Palantir, a premium. If you are the only one that's commanding that premium because you're the only one that has a narrative, which is what's happening with Palantir right now, but I think that's why institutions are buying. Remember, a lot of institutions, dude, if they don't have exposure to this thing and they can't justify to their clients not having, why are institutions buying NVIDIA at 40 times forward earnings? Even if you think the NVIDIA growth is going to be there, that's still a bit expensive, but they're buying it because you can't not have NVIDIA if NVIDIA is the story. Why are institutions starting to buy China? Because if China is up 30% in a week and you're a fund manager, you don't have any China, a lot of your clients are going to call you up and be like, whoa, what's going on? Like China's stimulating. How do you not have any China for me? And then you have to have a debate about like the Communist Party. And it's like, if you lose that debate as a fund manager and your clients say, dude, I don't give a shit, like buy Alibaba, it's going up. You have to be able to navigate that. So if clients are calling up their fund managers and saying like, why do we not have Palantir? Like you kind of have to swallow the pill and buy Palantir. Now that may be bubblish. That also may be good if Palantir can execute on the growth. We're going to find out, over the next few months and years. But that's what I think is happening too right now. 401k funds as well. Yep, 401k funds have to buy some more just from passive ETF flows and larger institutions that need more. And I think that's what's happening right now in the context of Palantir. Okay, that's Palantir. What else do we talk about? What else can we discuss on Palantir? Got it, dude. I've talked about Palantir so much. This week in particular, this week was a different week when it came to Palantir. Every week's a lot of Palantir, but this week, $40, dude. That was different. It was an exciting week, though. It was a fun week. It was just like the only part that sucked is I didn't check if I had my fucking visa. But outside of that, it was a fun week. Dude, I don't want to go so deep into this because this is we've talked about this so much, and I know people might not want to just hear me ramble about Robinhood. So I'm not going to go super in depth on this. Again, I made a big Twitter post on Monday talking about their Q3 earnings. The bull case for Hood is just there's going to be a lot of money coming to millennials, and those millennials are going to pick Robinhood to put the money in. That's it. By the way, if I actually can't go to India, I'm hitting up people at Robinhood. I'm like, get me out to Miami, bro. I'm going to Miami, baby. If I can't go to India, I'm going to that damn Robinhood event because that would have been fun, bro. They were going to pay for my flight, hotel, all that shit. That would have been fun, bro. So if I really get rejected in the next couple of days from going to India, I am calling up Robinhood, aka I'm emailing the lady who got me the Vlad interview, and I'm like, hey, can you please send me to Miami? So yeah, again, the Robinhood thesis is that most innovative platform, growing like crazy. Again, that Q3 earnings number, I took away. I really encourage people to read that. I was so conservative on the estimates, dude. Like 20% drops across the board, no changes in growth from August to September across the board. You still get 39% growth. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, if you could have that bad of a quarter and still have a 39% growth, imagine if they have a somewhat good quarter, it's going to be above 40% growth. And then I think, things will be good. Does that mean the stock has to go up from here? I don't know. I think I've been buying a shit ton of Robinhood, like a lot of Robinhood this week, basically like 100 shares every day. But I don't know if that's going to necessarily affect the stock. I think it can, but I do think that is the bull case for Hood. India visa is fast. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. It's very fast. And so I hope because it's fast, then it's going to be, it's going to happen like by tomorrow, which would be awesome. And if it's not, then hopefully by Tuesday. If it's not by Tuesday, then it would suck if we have to go to India Wednesday night because like that's 3 days. So like we're basically going for like less than a week and a half, which would just suck so much. So I really hope by tomorrow this can get resolved, and then at least we only miss 2 days because we would be going Tuesday night. But it is what it is. We'll have to see what happens there. Doug says, check your DMs. All right. What did Doug say in my DMs? I believe he has a Palantir chart. So Doug thinks Palantir is going to 18, right? I think that's what Doug says. So there is a gap down to 1675. If cup and holder plays out, golden pocket retrace to 2220. So that is Doug's argument here. Again, that doesn't have to happen. If we have a max handle, if a handle repeats the cup size on the cup and handle to the upside, we have $48.02, which I've actually seen this number many times. Doug is right on this number. That number is basically in the range of 48 to 52. I've seen that number from a lot of chartists on Twitter that are just in love with this chart. I mean, how could you not be in love with this chart? This is one of the most bullish charts in the market, which is why we're peaking at 40. And if it plays out to the downside, you have a retracement to $22.20. All right, so I hope it's not the 22.20. Although if it is, I mean, I think a lot of people will just buy more shares. But again, that's been my point. Like every time it goes down at different levels, there's going to be buyers, And so I don't know if it's easily able to get back into those low 20s. Talk about SoFi. So SoFi had a big move. I like that I positioned myself to take advantage of the move on SoFi with the options. Again, I bought the Jan 2026, $15, $20 calls. So these guys are up $300 right now. That's what, up 8%, which is nice. 35 cents. Spread is worth $5. SoFi goes to 20, 35 grand or 3,500 turns into 50 grand. Do I think SoFi goes to 20? I don't know, dude, but there was a nice 7% move. I don't really know what caused the move, to be honest. I guess it was the jobs report, but that's kind of weird because the jobs report should not be causing the move because that creates less of a chance for rate cuts. By the way, the rate cut futures completely collapsed to 25. Take a look at this, dude. There is a 97% chance that we get 25 bips versus a 50-50 on Monday on a potential 50 bips cut. It went to 97 to 3% versus 50-50%. So that's actually not good for SoFi because we're not going to be lowering rates as much. I don't think jobs is as good for SoFi. It does prove that we might not head into a recession, which is good for every company, including SoFi. But I don't know if the lack of rate cuts is actually that great for SoFi. What it might be is the market reacting to the potential lack of delinquencies and defaults because people have jobs, therefore they can pay their loans back, which is probably bullish for SoFi, especially because we already got 50 bips. So you needed that part to happen. And then you have this thing where maybe the market's thinking, all right, people are not going to default on their loans, which is bad for SoFi because they give out a lot of loans. And I think that's why we saw the 7% move. Outside of that, I'm not really sure why we saw the 7% move. Like there was no news on SoFi on Friday. The loan forgiveness stuff, I don't really think affects SoFi. From what I read, like it's gonna, he'll give the loan forgiveness to some people, but that's not going to take away a majority of SoFi's loan forgiveness revenues for Q3 or Q4. So, yeah, for SoFi, I mean, look, I hope we get a Rocket Lab on SoFi. I hope we get, if any stock deserves to get to 10, and I'm saying deserves not through any quantitative or qualitative perspective, it's just like, dude, the amount of shit this stock's been through, it deserves to get a little bit of a breakout and like just sustain that breakout. And I think if any stock were to have that breakout that has the volume and liquidity that a company like SoFi has, then it should be SoFi. And I think a lot of the bulls deserve it because they've stuck through it. And look, it's a good company. At the end, it's not a shitty company. It's not a bad company. I may disagree with some of the go-to-market approaches and how they kind of design and think about product, but it's not a bad company. You know, it's not an unethical company. It's a company that's growing decently. It's just not being valued like that, given it's, more perceived as a bank. So I think we get a double-digit move by the end of the year, and we're closer to $10. I've had 9 as my price target towards the end of the year. I think 9 would still be awesome. If we get to 10, that'd be great. But there's also that squeeze factor that could happen, given there's still 190 million shares that are short for SoFi. And that's my thoughts on SoFi. I'm looking at Elf and Zim. Yeah, Zim is one of the shippers. I know a lot of people were thinking about that as well. So that's one that's interesting. Do you think Karp and Thiel are raising money for another venture? No, not really, dude. I think if Thiel is because he's a VC, right? And he has to like deploy capital. But Karp's doing it just because he's probably taking some mitigation of risk. That's it. Like that's really it to me. He's mitigating risk, and that's fine to do, especially when your stock's up that much. I really don't think they're like trying to like build some other crazy startup. Like I think Thiel maybe needs some money to fund startups, but also Peter Thiel's kind of bearish. If you guys watched him on the All In podcast a couple of weeks ago, he's bearish about the economy. Like he's not excited about things. He's like, his perspective is that a lot of AI is bullshit. Like really, if you listen to that part, his perspective is a lot of AI is bullshit. And actually, I think he's being, this is my I have no knowledge of this. This is just like my speculation. I think he's saying AI is bullshit to paint this narrative that like AI is a hype cycle, while simultaneously knowing that Palantir is the one thing that makes AI real, which is the ontology. And I think in that moment, he didn't for 1 second talk about, well, these LLMs don't have any value unless you connect them to the like truth of the organization, which is like, he could have like whispered it here and there about what the concept of like what makes the LLMs valuable that we've heard Karp say a million times. He didn't say it once. And either it's because he doesn't like talking about Palantir at all, which is fair because he never does it, or it's because he doesn't want to like make it that public that Palantir is the juice. And he wants to kind of keep it a little bit of a secret for a while, which historically he has tended to do. But yeah, he's not that bullish on stuff. So I bring this up to say that that's probably why he's taking profits as well. Now, him taking profits is funny because it's like he could have waited a couple of days and he could have took profits at 40, but he took most of his profits at 37. So, I look, Peter Thiel's not stupid. I think Peter Thiel's looking at the valuation of this and I know I've made many justifications for the valuation on the show because like we have to search for some justification, but Peter Thiel is very conservative when it comes to financials. I mean, the way he sold out of Meta stock, sold most of his Bitcoin, he's not this, like at this point of his life, he's not the guy that buys and holds. He invests early and he gets the fuck out and he goes to the next thing. He doesn't like keep the sustained risk on. But by the way, he's had the shares since 2006. So it's not like he's, been in it for a short amount of time. So I think he's literally just taking profits. I think now the question is going to be, can they deliver on Q3 and can the rest of the market catch up to the Palantir narrative? And are they ready to buy into that narrative outside of, Peter Thiel and his shares? And if that's the case, then I think we have a chance to go higher. Can I come on and talk about this? Yes, Mr. Kris Patel. Let's get you into the stream. Kris, I'm sending you a link on WhatsApp. Okay, I just sent it to you. All right, there you go, folks. We got Kris coming on. Yeah, Kris, I sent it to you. You're good. You got it. Theo is preparing for Anduril IPO, but he's already invested in Anduril. He's already invested. He already put 1.5 billion in there, or not 1.5 billion, but a lot of the 1.5 billion was Founders Fund. So he's already in Anduril. He doesn't need to worry about that. I think he literally just wants to take profit. I literally think he wants to. I think he's scared about the valuation. He wants to take profits. Does that mean we have to go down and have a 50% correction? I don't think so. I've talked about that in depth over the past couple of weeks, but I do think that's what he's doing. I don't think there's anything else to it other than he wants to take some profits. And he's, risk mitigating. Surf Air Mobility. So Palantir, there was a headline on Friday. They did buy 1.75 million shares of Surf Air Mobility, which is a company that does something. I know that's such a bad explanation, but I should know more about this company. They're not a SPAC, but they're like a SPAC. They're a penny stock, so please be careful if you engage in their stock. They do something with. Fuck, dude, I made a video about it. They do something. Again, Palantir's obsessed with this eVTOL stuff because they do regional flying through electrification and software. I think they make jets where you can like travel from New York to New Jersey, San Francisco to LA, etc. And Palantir invested in Lilium a while ago. So Palantir's always been on this. Let me share it here. Palantir's always been on this idea that like the future might be the skies because they've had a long history of collaborating with these companies. I wouldn't read too much into them buying the stock of this. They're probably buying the stock because Surf Air Mobility is like using their software and stuff. But maybe there's something special here that Palantir sees. The ticker symbol on this is SFRM stock, I think. I don't have a position in this. Again, I would be very, very careful with this one. These ones can pump quickly and also go down. So you just want to be careful of that. It is SFRM. Year to date, it's down 81%. The pump you saw on Friday is because of Palantir buying in, but it's, I don't know if it's fully sustainable and if it even is relevant to their long-term trajectory. So that's what Palantir did as well on Friday. Air taxis, yeah, basically an air taxi. That's basically it. I think it's a big market. I just think we're a bit away from it, right? So if you're investing in it right now, it's kind of just like taking a gamble and hoping that it turns into a big thing. Speaking of investments, did anyone have any money on Vanderbilt today? I did not. I was a little preoccupied today to pay attention to sports. Now, granted, even if I wasn't preoccupied, I would not have paid attention to Vanderbilt or any other sports. But for those that did watch football today, I hope you enjoyed your football Saturday. I'm really clueless on football until Super Bowl. I mean, I know about football, but until Super Bowl Sunday, like I don't really pay attention to it too much. Doug says the software companies are messing around with these valuations. Probably all they did was give them software licenses for a crap load of stock. Yeah, I think that's basically what happened. I think that's basically what happened. Cool. So, okay, what else do we have? Elon was at the Trump Valley. Yeah, I saw that. That was interesting. That was, I mean, look, it was like I thought he would speak for longer, but it was only 5 minutes. And he said like free speech and go out and vote. And that was the extent of what he said today. There were some funny pictures though of him there. He really wants Trump to win, bro. Like, he really wants Trump to win. Like, dude, for him to wear the dark MAGA hat, Palantir's gross profit margins are 80%. Correct. Their gross margins are 80%. Or not their gross profit margins, but their gross margins in general are 80%. Their net income margins are a little bit different. He really likes Trump, bro. He likes him. He likes him a lot. And, dude, if I was him, dude, coming back to Butler, where the whole incident happened with Trump, like, that's a little scary. But Elon didn't care, bro. Elon wants this man to win. And he was there campaigning for him. Dude, I have no idea what's going to happen in this election. I'm just like, I just hope things are safe and whoever wins, everyone accepts it and we move forward. But I don't know. I definitely don't think we're going to know. Oh, wow. Elon just changed his profile picture. Holy crap. Elon just changed his profile picture. Wow. Look at this. We were talking about how much he cares about Trump. There's his profile picture. Look at that. Make America great again with American flag in the background. That's crazy, dude. I don't think we'll have an answer on the first night of the election, but hopefully, in the remaining couple days after November 5th, we will, and we'll be able to move forward. All right, let's bring on our good friend of the channel for a Saturday night edition of the stream.
Saturday, bro. Saturday, because it really is going to be sad after today. After
Why? Why is it going to be sad after today?
Okay, because I'm about to shred all the Palantir bullshit right now and just bring up some valid points that I hope people understand what the F is actually going on. And like I said, I'll try to bring a reason to argument, because like the last thing you want to do is be in a position where you're going to, you know what? All I can do is present information. I can't convince people to sell. I'm not trying to do that. But I think it's good to hear the other side of the equation. Because if you don't hear the other side, you're basically operating under nothing but positivity. And I think that's the problem with so many, I don't want to call them cult stocks, but essentially cult stocks. And I know the conversation that you had before on Palantir Weekly, and I wish I was there to join in, because some of these guys are saying, "Oh, Palantir is still undervalued at $40," and I'm saying, look, yes, it is undervalued at $40, but based on what time horizon? If your time horizon is 2035 and you want to perform like the market, fine, buy Palantir. You'll probably get a nice, I don't know, 10% return for the next, however many years, that you have. That's the problem with buying something at a very, very expensive price. It's like to me, when I look at Palantir, it's not like you're not buying a good company. I think of this as overpaying in a market where things are going up, but you're overpaying. So now you're going to be basically sitting on dead money for a very long period of time, right? So it's very similar to, like I said, the whole Tesla thing, when Tesla ran up to like $400 something in 2021, and then people are now still holding those shares. And yes, eventually Tesla will exceed $400.
Real quick,
yeah,
you can keep talking.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go turn the AC on because it's getting really hot. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, do your thing. Yeah, just look, I love this company. Okay, don't get me wrong, guys. I really love this company, but at the same time, I know this is the part that I hate about this thing the most, which is anytime I try to bring certain rationality into things, and I know that it may not be proven in the short term. It really won't be proven in the short term. Like right now, like look at one of the comments. Like we're not selling and buying Celsius or the cruise lines, dude. Like,
be nice. Really Eric watches my show every day. Be nice to Eric.
No, that's fine. But is that really necessary? I'm not trying to pump Celsius. I'm not trying to pump the cruise lines. I'm not going to talk about the other companies because it's not worth talking about other companies. I think right now we need to keep our focus in Palantir and bring some reason to the valuation, and then bring some expected returns that you're likely.
Okay, so let's start with this question. What is the problem with the valuation? Let's start with that.
Wait, before we do that. Okay. What happened to you? Why didn't you go to India? Your visa expired?
Yeah, me and my sister's visas were expired. My mom's wasn't. My mom, you know how Indian parents take control of the whole India trip, right? So I didn't pay attention to my visa. Neither did my sister. We probably should have, but we didn't. My mom handles all that. And so she was crying and all that, blah, blah, blah. The trip's ruined, blah, blah. So she left. She's at the airport. Me and my sister applied just now. We're going to call the Indian embassy in a couple hours, try to get them to expedite it. And hopefully we're out by Tuesday. And so, yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's fine. It's e-visas anyway. It's not hard. But in your honor of staying, I figure I'm going to have drinking some of this. So my wife went to this thing called Rice and Pie. It's in Atlanta, and got us like pizza today. So basically, they'll do like Indian food,
Yeah,
but they'll
yeah.
combine it with pizza. And so I had like a chicken 65 pizza, which was amazing. But they also sell like authentic Indian soda. So if you see this is thumbs up. It's like the Indian version of Coca-Cola / Pepsi.
Yep.
You know, yeah, product of India. I mean, I'm trying to look at like some of the stuff that's in here. It
That
doesn't
and
look like
Limca, bro. Thumbs up and Limca, they're the best.
it's funny. I have some Limca too. My wife got that too. So
Yeah, in Edison, New Jersey, that's where we get all the good stuff. Otherwise, we can't find it. So that's where I get
yeah,
thumbs up and all that.
yeah. All right. So, okay. First and foremost, Palantir is a real business. Okay, they're not committing fraud. They're not a fraudulent company. They're not like selling a vaporware. So this is not like a Luckin Coffee, Enron, all those situations, because those are companies that legitimately were manipulating data, right? Where basically they were showing sales that weren't exactly existing,
Correct.
all that stuff. So no one is saying the Palantir is a fraud. So if anyone, a lot of people, when they short sell companies or they go bearish on companies, it's for one of two reasons. One, the valuation is either way beyond the expectation of what current stock price is, or they're committing fraud. Palantir is not committing fraud. Okay. What I do see is management constantly hyping up the stock. At the same time, the valuation is just really, really high. And the thing is, it's not illegal, but in my opinion, it's unethical to do that. I mean, yes, technically, as basically management, your job is to hype up the stock so that you're going to maximize the amount of the share price, because I mean that is one of the goals of the company. But the challenge with that is that you're also kind of like playing this weird situation where you're overinflating expectations, right? And I know you're not supposed to like downplay expectations, but at least be somewhat real about them. And at the same time, in the background, I see this insider selling, which is just out of this. It's just crazy, dude. And the thing is, the ownership stakes, if you look at their insider ownership stakes, they're going down significantly. So it's like they have a ton of options that expire way out into the future. They're basically exercising those options very early and then selling the stock, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh my God, this company is just issuing shares. Like, no, they have options that they have for a long period of time. And those options are at a very, very like low amount. I think at like $4. Some of them are for like $4 execution price, and they're literally executing them and then at the same time selling them in the open market. At the same time, their ownership stakes are declining significantly. So Peter Thiel's ownership when they went IPO was about 12%. Now it's down to 3%. So not only did he sell a vast majority of the shares that he had, but the dilution is also there. So it's I've one of the things that I think that really drive, like, I don't want to call it like it's a problem. And I know you can talk to Eliano, you can talk to your friends about this on the Palantir side and ask them if they're sitting on $4 billion of cash, why not use that to buy back shares? Why use that money to keep buying treasuries and getting that net income?
They did.
Right?
They did buy 1 million shares though last quarter.
1 million shares, but how many did they issue?
I mean,
Against that?
That's fair. I get you.
When
We don't know how much they bought back this quarter, but they did last quarter.
When a company is issuing a ton of shares, right, while they're sitting on a whole mountain of cash, and they're not a cash burning business, by the way, they're a cash flow positive company, right? So essentially they're saying, well, you know what, our cash is more important to us sitting in the bank earning 5% than buying back our own shares, which have a better return over a long period of time. Like that's essentially that is the message that I'm getting. And yet the community, the shareholder community, is just pumping this thing. And then,
but Kris, one thing,
yeah.
I don't think it's retail, dude. Like, you can't tell me retail took this from 30 to 40, bro. The amount of retail I know that have literally told me, Amit, I'm selling. I'm up 3x. I'm selling half my position. It's massive. Robinhood's showing that retail is a net seller. And then B, we can't go from 30 to 40 on retail with 2 billion shares outstanding. Like, that's just not possible, in my opinion. There has to be some institutional people that are coming in and pumping it up.
Let me share my screen with you, okay? Watch this. When you type in Palantir, right, on YouTube, all you see is YouTube pumping this thing. Like, look
Why?
at
Why am I
every-
not the first result? Why? Why?
You're
I
there.
am.
Don't
Oh, yeah,
worry.
right there.
You're
Right
there. You're up
There
there.
we go.
You're
There's
here
mine.
too.
There's mine. There we go.
But all you're seeing is this hype around this company. All like literally, it's nothing to do with their product. It's all the stock. It's all stock related things, man. Every single thing that you look at, it's literally
So hold on.
huge stock thing.
Couple things.
Yeah.
Guys. Number one, I've talked about this a couple episodes ago. All those YouTubers are chasing clout and clicks, and they see Palantir gets the clicks. And most people in the community are smart enough to know that they're just doing this to get the clicks, which I get. And that does lead to some buying pressure. I'm not saying you're wrong there. But the far majority of actual Palantir content, like that comes from real people like me, Amir, Matt, etc., it's like good quality analysis and trying to understand what's going on. It's not just like it's going to the moon GameStop. My question for you, so I get your point here that there is hype, but how do you go from 30 to 40 without the big boys buying? Is my question.
Dude, even when you have a school of tuna, right? They're all moving in the same direction. And that's what's happening right now. So regardless, all these people, if you're buying a small time buyer, if you're buying 1,000 shares, but if you combine that with 56, 30,000 people buying at the same time, yes, you're going to pump up this thing, you know? So yeah, you may think that, oh, just retail shareholders don't have that kind of money. Retail shareholders in this point of time have way more ability to make a stock rise and fall than ever before. Like this isn't the year 2000. This isn't the year 2000, man.
2 billion shares outstanding don't easily go from 30 to 40 without some help.
It's not 2 billion anymore. It's 2.4.
So that furthers my point. 2.4 billion shares. You think retail's pumping that up 50% or 20 or 30% in a week?
Yes, I think so, dude. I really think so, man. So
okay,
it is what it is, you know.
Okay, so so let's actually go deeper into the valuation. What is wrong with 90 billion at the market cap? Like from your valuation brain, what makes that stupid?
Okay, so let me just bring this up 1 second.
By the way, thank you everybody for being here. I know this was a India stream, but now we're talking about Palantir. If you want to see the other stuff, you can go to the first 50 minutes of today's stream.
Sorry, I got to sign into.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. No worries. This is also the new Elon profile picture for those that just came. He's going full on Trump. Also, he changed his bio just now. He changed his bio to read at America to understand why I'm supporting Trump for president. So the dude is like full on MAGA right now.
He got red pilled, bro. Elon got red pilled.
Yeah, red pilled, dude. He's Trump pilled. He's there.
I don't know what happened or which algorithm caught him off sides, but man, they got him hard, bro. Now he's all about MAGA.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Palantir itself. Okay, this is the earnings expectation, the financial forecast, and this isn't just like one financial forecaster. This is like a combined amount, and so this is generally what people think. So right now, Palantir is doing about $2.2 billion in revenue, right? Like that's uncontrovertible. And by 2028, they're going to be doing about 6.2 billion in revenue. So that's double their revenue right now. And that's a growth rate right now. The revenue growth rate of about 26, 2019, 24, and 18. I think that's pretty reasonable unless they have a reacceleration and they're able to maintain a 30% growth rate consistently for the next, however many years. I don't think it's sustainable. I think once you get to larger numbers, it's harder to keep hitting that. But let's just say they're able to maintain double-digit, total revenue growth numbers that are very similar to this. You're still seeing, because of all the dilution, I think their EPS by 2028 is going to be literally 71 cents. Okay,
by 2028.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, 71 cents. By 2028, if you took Palantir and put it at, let's say, $40 in 2028, right? That PE would still be like almost 40, like more than 40 PE in 2028. Yeah. You are paying for exceptionally good performance going forward. So
they better deliver, right? That's the question. They better deliver. But that's not a reason to be bearish, though, right? Like.
See, the thing is, in the short term, dude, valuations don't matter. Everything is about hype. In the long term, valuations do matter. If you have to stop looking at this in terms of like, oh, I believe in the mission, I believe in the tech. Value this like a business, like you're supposed to. Don't value it like the hype machine.
No,
Because
I'm legit
eventually,
saying they have to grow at 35. I'm agreeing with you. They have to have a 35 to 40% growth rate for the next decade. But if you think they can do that, then it's a fair valued stock right now.
no, even if you do, let's do the math. If you do a 35% growth rate, come back. I don't even care if that's reasonable or not. Just do 35% growth rate on the revenue. What does the 2028 revenue look like, and what kind of margin are you looking at by then?
Amir did a good video on this. He got a $36 price today if you do 35% growth and 40% free cash flow margin.
And what was his discount rate? Like, what did he expect as the rate of return?
Dude, I think it was 12%. I gotta check what his discount rate was.
So you're saying you want to risk all of this to get a 12% yield?
I mean, but like, okay, so that is excluding the possible Nvidia level momentum that potentially exists in the stock. I know you're doubtful of that. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying there's an argument why it could happen. And that also ignores the other argument, Kris, which is that good companies are always expensive. Like if you made this argument about Amazon in 2014, you would have missed Amazon.
So
right?
Amazon operating income wise, they were growing at a much, much faster pace. It's just that they were reinvesting all the money back into their infrastructure. Palantir is not the same business. They're not investing a ton of money into infrastructure. The one thing I will say that's positive about Palantir is that in a sea of companies in Silicon Valley that basically have been nonstop growing their headcount, these guys have not been growing their headcount. They've been keeping their headcount like pretty reasoned, and at the same time, they haven't been spending a ton of money on SG&A and on research, on R&D, on marketing, all that stuff. They've been keeping pretty well tamed. So you got to give management a little bit of credit for doing that. Whereas other software companies, especially in Silicon Valley, they're a little bit loose-handed with their cash. They're like, oh yeah, let's hire people, and you don't know if the value of that person is really going to be up there or not. At least with Palantir, they do hire the best talent and they do pay them very well, but that doesn't, like, in my opinion, doesn't compensate for the valuation, right?
So what is
great? It's a great run business. Yeah.
Doug says you don't understand an S curve. What is your response to that?
It's fine. It's fine. I mean, the problem is an S curve is NVIDIA doing 100% year-over-year growth. That is an S curve. Okay. Palantir is not in an S curve. Yeah, it's in a re-acceleration curve right now with going from, like 12% growth last year to 27%. But that's because they're comping against a very, very low comp last year.
But Kris, that's my question. If NVIDIA is growing at 100%, like this is really logical and the world needs GPUs.
Yeah.
And the end result of those GPUs is enterprise software that makes the organization like have value by unlocking AI. Why can't Palantir get 100% growth one day in the future? If the whole point of NVIDIA's growth is to eventually birth, like there is no NVIDIA without Palantir. And what I mean by that is there is no GPU demand if there's no software.
Dude, there's tons of people trying to utilize AI to build out things, like especially software. No one has hit like the Goldilocks zone of software yet, in my opinion. Right now, everyone is still pretty much doing a lot of the work at the base level. So this in my AI right now is like .com, right? Where everyone knows the internet is going to be huge, but no one knows who ultimately the winners are going to be. So if you're betting on Palantir to be like the Google in that respect, and you want to take a shot at it, go for it. But from what I'm seeing, that's not necessarily the case.
But this is the part I don't understand, because you're correct. AI is not here yet in terms of like the internet. But if you think it's going to be, and you're bullish on NVIDIA, you're bullish on Oracle, like, then if it's going to be, you buy the ones you think they're going to win, and maybe Palantir is not going to be that one. But if it is that one, then it's going to be more than $40 one day. It's going to have the growth to justify the valuation.
From a risk perspective, by buying at 40, you're taking on a lot of risk.
Hell, buying at 30,
buying at 30, your expectations of growth are overinflated. I mean, look, one of the reasons why Peter Thiel is selling right now is because even he knows it's going to be hard to live up to that $40 valuation for the next 5 years.
I agree.
And that's the issue. Now, here's the thing. Palantir, because of how the stock market works, can go to $80. Okay. It could go to $100. No one can tell me that, hey, this is the exact price that which Palantir should be valued at, and this is how it should be for the next like 10 years. Like that's not how the market works. The market has a way of overestimating the valuation of a company and then undervaluing the undervaluing the value of a company. That's just how the market works. If every company traded at the valuation that they deserved, you would never get the ability to buy a company at a fair market price,
Right.
or undervalued price. You know, the key is not to buy. And what's funny is the fundamentals go out the window when things are going up. So like, you know how Buffett, even Buffett says you should be buying things when they're at a discount, not when they're expensive. You know, yet people are like, oh, it's just getting expensive, let me buy more. I don't want to miss out on it getting more expensive. Like,
but that's not just retail too. That's the big fund managers. They all chase. Everyone chases. I've chased before, right? Like that's just how it is.
I
So
think a lot of
what
these,
do you think's happening?
yeah.
Do you think we're gonna have a 50% correction? Like, how do you think the story is gonna play out the next 6 months? Because Tesla had
I don't
that
know,
big
man.
correction from 400, right?
Eventually things will come down, man. I just can't tell you when it is. Like, I'm not a you know, what is it called, like astrologer that looks at the moon for signals and shit when it's gonna happen. My thing is, I could tell you the when the dam is gonna, like, not when, but I can tell you how the dam breaks, right? I think of this as like a hurricane. Everyone thinks that they're covered, they're fine, everything is growing, doing really well, until that one storm comes and basically knocks the entire dam down, and then everyone gets flooded. So my thing is, it's going to come when the growth numbers do not live up to the hype. When growth numbers start to kind of retract a little bit, right? That's when you're going to see a huge drop. So remember with Tesla, everyone was very hyped about it. And then people realized, like, hey, wait a second. No, they're not growing at 100% year over year for the next 5 years. Like, it's actually coming down. And that's when people like began and said, you know what? Wait a second. Like, that's when reality tends to hit. Right now, Palantir went from, like, let me just show you on the growth curve side and why we're seeing this hype. And then when that hype is probably gonna come back. And believe it or not, it's not very hard. It's actually very simple to see, but let's just share. Okay. So can you see the screen right here?
Yeah.
Just share the screen. Okay. So this is Palantir's revenue growth. Ah, man, I have to keep logging into like my account. That makes sense. 1 second. Sorry. Not this one. I know you're probably getting a lot of hate some text like, oh, take this guy off. Who gives a shit? Blah, blah,
dude,
blah.
I was just no. I was reading the comments underneath Elon's fucking MAGA profile picture, dude.
How's that? What do you think about that?
I mean, there's 50% of people that are like, yes. There's other 50 people like, oh my god, I hate Elon. Like, it's just so polarized, bro. Yeah. This one guy has fuck Elon on his car. Like, there's those people like Amid. Now you have to wear a MAGA hat. Like, it's so polarized in this country. It's just so polarized.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, man. But what it is. So one of the reasons why you're seeing this huge rise in Palantir is because you saw their business. It used to grow in 2021 at almost a 50% year over year clip. Okay. So this is when they IPO'd. They IPO'd when things were really good, which is how pretty much companies do it. Look, you don't IPO when your company's going down. You IPO when your company is literally showing the best numbers that it could possibly show.
Of course.
Palantir
and you
did
IPO
that
in 2020 when rates are zero, right? Like that.
Exactly. So I mean, it's the same thing with some of the other companies, like right now in the AI space, that are looking to basically go public. They're getting bought up like crazy, right? Like Cerebras is going public, and they're just crazy right now with their valuation. But it's fine. That's how the market works. You're supposed to get in, use your company as liquidity, because there's a lot of insiders that need liquidity. You want to do it at the top of a cycle, not at the bottom of a cycle. But you can see here, their growth rate used to be about 49% year over year. And then it started to slow down, right? And this is natural. That slowing down tends to happen because you always get the law of big numbers, right? If you did 500 million last year and then you grew at 100%, that means that now you're growing at a billion. So the next incremental 100% difference isn't 500 million. It's actually another $1 billion. And it's much harder to drum up another $1 billion worth of business. So yes, it's, once you get into the law of big numbers, revenue growth tends to kind of take a downward move. So you saw this. It started to go down. It went from 35 and then all the way to last year in June on a quarterly basis to only 12% growth. Okay. For 12% growth, this should scare the shit out of people when it comes to valuation. When a company only growing at 12%, but the valuation is super high, but the market recognized this and sold it off. That's why we got the $6, $7 Palantir stock at the time, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing is, after that, they started to grow back again. They launched AIP. They had a lot of interest in AIP, so they started to get a lot more revenue coming from these new pilot projects. And so on a year-over-year basis, they're comping against very, very low numbers. So last quarter, they grew 27%. But that's because the quarter, like that same quarter last year, they only grew at about 12%. Okay. So the question is, what's going to happen in 2025 in June? Is it going to be 27% growth?
They're going to grow,
or is it going to be less?
I mean, they
See,
better grow
bet.
They better grow a lot, right?
That's the bet that all the people right now who are buying Palantir are making, that this growth rate is not going to slow down. It's actually just going to keep accelerating, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and if you look at it on a TTM basis, it gives you a little bit more like a leveled approach. But you can see here they went this way and now they're re-accelerating. So, in my opinion, I've rarely seen businesses that have gone this way and then have had a curve the other way, and they've been able to maintain that curve up for a prolonged period of time. So it's just once again, it's the law of big numbers. It's just really hard to do that, you know.
So why don't you just buy 1,000 shares at 40?
No, I have one share. I'm happy with my one share. I am a Palantir shareholder, by the way. You know.
So what are you going to do? Are you going to short the stock? Like, how are you playing this? If you're so confident it's got to come down, then
I looked at the puts on this thing, and the thing is, like, I was trying to find leaps because I'm not going to short this. Like, oh, I'm going to try to predict out the next 90 days. Like, not going to happen. The theta decay would destroy me. But everything is expensive. The puts are really, really expensive. There is very little to no strategy where you can successfully make money on this without taking a massive amount of risk.
Why are the puts expensive? If isn't it supposed to go down as the stock goes up, even if it's leaps?
Look at the open interest on the puts.
There's a lot.
Trust me. Look at the open interest on the puts for 2026. Right? Share the screen. Share the screen with people.
And I'll just show it right here. Well, what strike? What strike are you thinking? Give me a strike for a put.
No. Just look at all of the strikes. Look at all the strikes. The puts on Palantir in 2026 or 2020 at the end of 25. Just go to Yahoo, man. Just go to Yahoo and check it out.
I mean, I don't see a lot in September 2025. Let's see. Yeah, because I mean, you would think they start to come down a bit more than where they are right now, given the stock is going up, which is the best time to buy the puts, theoretically. Okay. So here are puts. And we are looking for what strike?
So the one that you look at is, hold on one second. Let's do January of 2025.
January of 2025. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, yeah. Open interest. Damn.
Keep scrolling down.
There's 22,000 for the $12 one. Okay. So these are the ones you'd be looking at, right? 35, 30.
Yep.
These right here.
Yeah. Look at that open interest.
There's 5,000 open for the 27 put, 3,000 open for the 28, 7,000 open for 32, 4,000 open. So you're saying that's too much open interest?
Yeah. It's either one of two things. It's either a ton of people saying, look, I can make some easy money by selling puts on this thing, right? Or this is just a lot of people realizing, wait a second, maybe the valuation on this thing is a little crazy, in which case let me buy a ton of these puts now. You know, and look at that one trade, that $30 open interest put right there.
9,000.
Almost, yeah, but look at that recent one, literally 1 day open put.
Yeah.
Almost 16,000 contracts on this thing.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're not going to short it with puts, are you going to try to play the downside at all?
There's better opportunities on the long side with a lot of other companies. Like I said, it's unless the value makes sense to short, like there's not enough return for the amount of risk, especially with this being a retail darling. Like anyone trying to short this thing, I say good luck to you. Like you're retarded if you try to short this in the long term, because you never know how far retail can push this and then kick you out of a short position. right? I'm sure that people thought that 25 was overvalued. They're kicking themselves because they're probably down like crazy. So, including myself. But that's exactly why I got out of the short position that I had, and I did it pretty smart with condors, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not worth it, man. Like right now, this is just.
But I think it's fair to say it could come down from 40 because it's at fucking 40. The question's going to be, is it a Tesla drop the way it went from 400 to Tesla went from 400 to 100, bro, over the course of 2 years.
That
was disgusting.
Yeah.
No, but that was horrible, bro. That was like every Tesla shareholder that thought they were smarter than Wall Street just got like destroyed. I don't know if we go from $40 to like 15.
The question is, the Tesla community has equivalents in the shareholder, like in the Palantir community. Who's are you Farzad or are you Tesla boomer mama? That's the question. You know, are you the one that's gonna come on every time and be like, oh, let's hype up the company? Are you Tesla boomer mama?
Dude, I feel like I'm one of the most objective people about Palantir, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I do think on Twitter there are some uber bull accounts that are just like laughable. Like, I mean, I know a lot of smart people that literally laugh at them. They're like, dude, shut, like, you're being stupid here. I don't think Palantir community is that like delusional. I really don't.
The fall from grace that I've been watching, it's kind of like with what's his name, Grogu. That's the one that I'm like, wow, like you went from Palantir love to Palantir hate, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's just and the thing is, I don't hate the company by any means, right? I really love this company to death. I think they have a great mission, but at the same time, I can tell you that just because I agree with your mission, just like I agree with Tesla's mission to electrify the world and not, you know, and try to save the planet by decarbonizing, you know, logistics. I totally agree with that. But I also know that Elon is really, really good at setting expectations exceptionally high and having people believe in it. And then those same people are going to get, you know, killed on the stock price or total return if they believe in it too much. You know, it's not going to $5. Like,
yeah, the people talking about
stuff.
The 2021 stuff. This is just silly. Yeah. Every company that unless we have a 2022 market cycle, which I don't think we're having, but if we do, then yeah, Palantir could go right back to $5. But I don't think that's happening. So if that's not happening, and interest rates were 0 at the time, going into a hiking cycle, now we're getting into a cutting cycle. That's a little bit irrational. But if we go from $40 right now to 15 or to 20, I do think that's going to hurt a lot of people. Right? That's going to like really suck for a lot of people, especially the people that bought calls the past couple of weeks thinking it's going to go to 70 or 50 or whatever. But I think for longs, it'll be really exciting. Just for Tesla longs, it was like, all right, well, we get to buy more at cheap. The question is going to be, why do we go down? And for Tesla, it was the growth stopped, which is bad. For Palantir, is it going to be growth stopping or is it going to be, you know, macro?
Yeah, one of the comments that's really good is the guy who's look at what happened to Celsius. Right there. What happened to Celsius stocks? The market can be brutal if the sentiment changes on growth. And that's what happens, right? And you know, it's funny when you had the guy, Kris from Dumb Money, come on, even he knew it. He was like, look, I'm riding the hype. Like that is what he does. He finds out the companies that are getting hyped up, he buys into them, and then he bails on them when he sees the hype ending, right? And the only people that end up staying in it are the people that are like living in that reality of hype from like a year ago. And the thing is, they go from I'm a bullish growth investor to I'm a value investor. And I think that there's value. You ever seen that before?
Yeah, of course.
You know,
of course.
It's one of those things. It's just, I'm sure we'll revisit this a year, 2 years from now, because we're friends at this point. So our friendship is like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk a little bit, right? Where they'll say bad shit about each other, like, fuck this guy. But at the same time, they're kind of like, we'll still like love each other and have each other's back, you know? Yeah. So I think 2 years from now, I'm sure that I'll come back on here. I'll probably be wrong because sometimes I have a tendency to basically.
Dude, what if you're right? And what if Palantir's at like $15 in 2 years? Like, the amount of victory laps you're gonna take, it's gonna be.
I'm not, man. I don't care.
No, yes, you are. That's what we know.
No, I'll take. You know what? I'll take my victory lap on. You know what I'll take it on?
China.
Should I show you the total returns that I've had for this?
Let's do it, dude. This is not the market open. There's 400 people here, not 2,000. Let's give them something special. Let's see some real numbers.
Okay, so I'll show you one of my accounts. Okay, just because I think it's worth showing one, but I have to. You're gonna have to give me a minute because I don't want to share my portfolio and account numbers and all that stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I think in 2 years, I obviously think Palantir will be higher than 40, but even if we are 40 in 2 years, I think that's okay. I don't think we'll be at 20. I think from Elon going from 400 to 100, it was more about rates and the fact that Tesla is financing cars, right, which is contingent on rates. Palantir's built on this AI revolution. The thing is, if Palantir also goes to 20, I think a lot of people, this is what I learned about doing a market open that is hyper focused on the macro. If Palantir falls, Nvidia's not going to be at fucking 400 or whatever people think it's going to go to in 2. Like, I think a lot of these companies are shit's going to hit the fan if Palantir can't accelerate growth. Because if they're the only ones right now that are building AI software besides like Agentforce with Salesforce, and these guys can't win, they can't get enterprises to adopt AI, then Nvidia's GPUs are meaningless. There's just zero value to them. Tesla's FSD might not be that valuable if AI sentiment is not that big, even though Tesla's a little bit different from here. But I think if you believe humanoid robotics, you believe FSD, you believe enterprise AI, you believe GPT, AGI is coming, then I think Palantir gets in that bucket, and that all that bucket potentially goes up higher as well. And hopefully the growth justifies it too.
So one of the highlights.
Whoa, is that a milli?
Yeah, this is in my this is my retirement account, my IRA. But I have $1 million sitting in my IRA right now, you know, and it went from last year, it went from about 197 to now almost $1 million in there. So before anyone says, oh my God, you have to pay all the taxes. No, Uncle Sam is not going to get any of it, you know. And the thing is, like, I've been going a little bit long on China recently, and then some of the cruise lines and stuff. But yeah, I've basically done almost 400% return in this account. And I have, you've seen my other accounts, so you know, like how I'm doing on my Robinhood and stuff like that. And you know some of the plays that I've been making in the past as well. So, you know, this is not like super surprising. So it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, dude, you can't feel that bad about Palantir when you're on 400% returns over a year, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And for anyone wondering, like, oh, how far back? Look, I've had my correction too. So let me just share my screen from 2021 and going back, because I think that's also worth looking
Kris,
at.
you're what, 39 with $1 million in the Roth?
38.
I mean, shit, dude. That is.
And I didn't contribute anything. I'm topped out at contributions now, so I can't even contribute more.
But what do you mean you can't? Why can't you contribute more?
No, because like my income is way too high. All the stuff for my Roth is way too high right now, so it's not like I'm not able to anymore. So let me just show you. So can you see this screen real quick? Yeah. Oh, no, wrong screen. God damn it. See, now all my shit is out there.
I hope your security number wasn't there or anything like that.
Yeah. Ah, damn it. Whatever. Let's see.
Guys, put in the chat what you have for dinner today. Let's see what you guys ate. Eagle Being says, love it or hate it, mom will laugh at this visa drama over years. She was already laughing a little today, so hopefully she keeps laughing a year later.
I'm sure someone's gonna pause it and be like, I got him now, but luckily I hid most of the account numbers, so you won't know.
Also, brokerages have decent security, dude. Like, it's not easy to hack into a brokerage like that. So.
Yeah. So here we go. Look at this. So you can see that. 1 second. So, okay. So you can see my screen. So you can see here, it went from about 200K in 2021, which when I moved my job over, I had to transfer some of the stuff that I had. So I went from about 200,000 to down to like about 57 to like $60,000 in my IRA. Okay. So 2022 was a bad year. Now I didn't have like crazy stocks like that people think like, oh my God, you were in all these hype stocks. Like, no, like you look at Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta, everyone took a dump, but I held through majority of it and I did well on that. But the thing is, this last few years, because the market was so undervalued, we were able to take advantage of that. And now because of that, we're pretty much at a point where I was able to 20x the position. Okay.
So hold on, you went from 50,000 to $1 million. Basically.
No, I went from 200,000 to 50,000, and then from 50,000 to $1 million.
And okay, so can you talk us through how you went from 50 to $1 million?
Making some really good calls. That's how, right? So like, that's one.
What calls? What took it to $1 million?
Okay, so one of the major ones is Meta. You remember when me, you, Vitaly, we were talking about this about 2 years ago about how undervalued Meta was? I was a heavy buyer in Meta. And look at where Meta is today. If I did nothing but just buy Meta stock and held Meta stock, I'd have the same results right now.
Yeah.
At one point it was $88. People forget how undervalued the markets can get. Like when the market gets retarded, that's how you become a millionaire. Okay. You don't become a millionaire when markets are overvalued. You become a millionaire when the markets are undervalued. Look at Buffett. Buffett was a net buyer, not in 2021. He was a net buyer in 2008 when everything was for sale and no one recognized it.
Yeah.
So,
Dude, $1 million at 38 though is not. So you can't take that out until you're 59, basically.
59 and a half. Yeah.
So what do you think it'll be at 59? If you went from if you 20x again, it's.
I'm not gonna 20x again. No.
Dude, I think you should be. Your name is literally the same as Kris Camillo's, and you both believe in momentum investing. Why aren't you going from 20K to 60 million like him? Like, why isn't that your goal?
It's the same reasoning that he probably gave to you, and which is why he couldn't be a fund manager, right? Because there's too many regulations around moving in and out of positions sometimes. Like, look at Celsius. I was able to make $250,000 on Celsius. Like, one of the companies that you saw on there that really brought me up was Celsius. Did really well on Celsius. But I also knew that, hey, the top is in and now I need to kind of trim it back. And so me and him.
But even with your personal money, why don't you try to go to like, do you have that ambition to go to 30, 40, 50 million? Like the only way I think you do that is you take that million, and I know it's risky, but you put all of it in one, trade, just like Kris Camillo did. That works to 5 million. Then you have 5 million. You do 2 trades. That goes to 15. Like, is that part of the mentality?
Here's the thing. When you get to much bigger numbers, you are a lot less agile, right? In trying to be able to do that. And the thing is, with a position like this, it's time to de-risk significantly. Like, this is like money that I'm not like, if you look at that portfolio now, it's pretty much it went from a good portion of it in options to now being in stock. And now I'm probably going to, like, next year take about 2/3 of it and put it into just yielding assets. Not for my sake, for my wife's sake. Okay.
Dude,
remember, I'm married.
Put the million into some spreads on Google, which is cheap. Dude, like, fuck that. Go to 10 million on this bad boy.
No. When things look, if the market drops like crazy drops, I can't tell you why it's going to drop. But let's say we have a 2008 like moment. You best believe I'll deploy everything I have. I'll put that shit into long-term, what are they called? It's like my wife is like, I'll kick his ass if he tries to make you do some shit like that.
Dude, you should be going for, if you have $1 million, the only way to turn it into 5 is by 5xing, not by being in 10-year bonds and shit,
Look, this money that I have now, first of all, it's sitting in a non-taxable account, which means that I can put this into great corporate bonds right now. They're yielding right now 7 to 12% yield. Okay. Which means, number one, all the income that I get from those are going to keep coming back into my account, and I'll be able to buy stuff with it and compound higher without having to deal with all the taxes. One of the reasons why people don't buy a lot of corporate debt is because first of all, because like the federal funds rate used to be so low and we've had low interest rates for so long, the corporate debt was yielding only about 5%, maybe 6% on like secure companies. Those same secure companies right now are yielding between 7 and 9%. So imagine getting a 9% yield, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, considering like the equity risk that you take on to get a 12% risk average.
Cares about 9 and 12%. It is time to go for 200% every year and to take this million and let's go to 10, baby. It is time.
First of all, that's only in my retirement. In my other stuff, I'm a little bit more degen. And the thing is, I have a retirement portfolio outside of that. That's good too. Like the wife, me, we're at a point where we can retire very comfortably. Okay.
Well, that's my point, Kris. Could you lose this million in your Roth right now and be okay for life?
No, fuck that. I'm 39, man. I want this money to grow on itself. I'm not going to risk it anymore.
Let's say, God forbid, you lost $1 million in that Roth, but everything else you had stable. Could you survive?
Yeah, I could survive.
Okay, so then
but
it
at the
sounds
same-
like you got $1 million to gamble with, baby.
no,
It
no, I'm
sounds
not doing
like
that.
you've
Not
got
doing
no.
that. That's just
I'm
dumb.
just
That's
kidding.
just dumb. Not
Obviously,
doing that.
obviously, I'm kidding for everyone in the chat.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. But so okay. So to be more reasonable, that 1 million theoretically in 5 years, where do you think it actually is based on corporate debt, bonds, and just
I
buying
mean, if you just run the rule of 72, based on the rule of 72, you can
72 versions?
determine. No, not 72 versions. The rule of 72, depending on what kind of yield you're looking at, that's how long it's going to take to double your money, right? So if for me, let's say I just put it in the S&P 500, which I wouldn't put in the S&P 500 right now. I think if you putting in the S&P 500 when the valuations are exceptionally high, you're not going to get an optimal return. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll show you this manipulated chart with the S&P 500 saying, if you had just invested in the S&P 500 in 2008 to now, you would have got a 13% year-over-year yield, and then you would have been great. Like, you've seen that, right?
No,
Like,
the sentiment is investing at the top yields returns at longer versus then trying to wait till it like comes down a bit or something.
No. So all these people, when they show you this thing, what they essentially show you is over a long period of time. So they'll say 20, 30 years, whatever, as an example. But the thing is, the most important thing is that start date, right? So
Yeah.
as an example, if you had invested all that money, let's say I took $1 million and invested in the dot-com bubble, right? During the dot-com bubble when everything was exceptionally high. Do you know what my total yield would have been?
No.
Would have been much, much lower had I started way earlier than that. So go to like the max, right? So if you go to like the year 2000, right? Look at what happened. The year 2000, 151. I'm sure this is adjusted for splits and everything, but look where it went. It went from 151 to go to all the way to 2008, right? Look at that. You would have been at 77 in 2009. Go to all the way to 2014.
Yeah,
Right?
that's when you get back to 150. Yeah.
Right. So think about it. 2000 to 2013, that's 13 years worth of flat zero.
Bro, that's kind of that's scary, low key. Not gonna lie.
15 years of no growth.
That is really scary, to be honest. I mean,
versus if you were in a corporate bond at the same time in the year 2000, right? Yielding a 10% yield in a tax-free account, and that 10% just went back into buying more bonds that are yielding 10%, you'd have compounded at a much, much faster rate. So right now, everyone is saying, oh, just buy the S&P 500 index. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what your start date is.
But dude, from 2009 and forward, it's not been bad. So do you think 2009 to 2025 will result in a 2000 to 2014 moment? Or do you think this thing just like Tom Lee thinks it's 15,000 by 2030? Do you think that's possible?
Anything's possible, brother. I don't know. But if you look at on evaluation metrics, like just basically like the PEs, look at the S&P 500 PEs from 2000 to now. Look at that. Like, and especially if you do like a Case-Shiller adjustment, you can kind of tell that, hey, wait a second, there's a problem with this.
Yeah.
What
if you put the 1 million in Spirit and just 100x?
Yeah, no. See, the 25-year-old Kris would have been retarded enough to do some dumb shit like that. Not doing that. Instead, I'd rather buy at this point strong, stable businesses that are going to yield money, that have like continuous growing power, that are not cyclical. Even if I get a lower yield, but it's a safe lower yield, I'm good.
So what do you think in 5 years that 1 million is? If you just think, like,
if I'm smart enough, it'll be 2.
That's reasonable. A double in 5 years, given your strategies and your understanding of the markets, I think that's very reasonable. That's not
yeah. The key is and I was talking to this on one of either on the Patreon or something. Once you get to a certain amount in an account, you can just chill. You don't have to really do much. I mean, like now, me and the wife at 59 and a half, we still got a long way to go. So we'll do pretty good, So now my shift is, and that's the thing, like I've been shifting a lot of my investing from more risk to like risk off, finding things that are more fixed income, that have like lower risk than dealing with equity risk. Cause equity risk is a real thing, So whatever. The thing is, if you would DCA and not going all in, some with 1,099,000. See, the thing is, I can't DCA into an IRA. That's not how you you know what I mean? There's no putting more money in. You know, I know some people are going to say, well, Kris, you could just DCA. You can't DCA in an IRA with $1 million. So you can't. So do you own any property, Kris? I do own property. Yeah. I actually just sold my condo in New York. You know,
where'd you put that money? To China?
No. Once again, a little bit of fixed income here and there. They're actually, you know what? I take it back. I did actually take some of that money and put it into China recently. But outside of that, I've been actually putting it in like just preferred equity. Remember I was telling you about the Brookfield preferred equity? Yeah. So that was really undervalued. So I bought some of that, you know.
I feel like everyone is away from like 3 to 4 big plays in their portfolio from really having enough where they can sit back and not have to worry about making that big play. If your goal is to like, you know, have a big portfolio in a decent amount of time versus like waiting many years. And I feel like, or what are your thoughts on this? I feel like it has to be through leverage to an extent. Like unless if you apply all in leverage on Meta at 80,
if you apply leverage at the right time, it works for you.
Exactly.
If you apply it at the wrong time, it works against you.
You're fucked. Yeah.
You know. So the thing is, when things are undervalued significantly, you have to be able to brave that storm, right? Yeah. Like, so when my portfolio dropped from 200K to 50,000, that can break people. That can break people from investing at all and say, you know what, I quit. I'm not doing this anymore. Right. It didn't break me. It was just like, okay, the market has more opportunities now than it ever did before. So let me look for those opportunities. And the comeback is real. So I applied a lot of leverage when things were undervalued, you know.
Why don't you try to make 3% a month by selling puts on that 1 million and get 36% a year compounded?
One, I'm not good at it. I don't have the right temperament. Some people have the right temperament. I don't. That's it.
But like if you love, what's a stock you love? Carnival Cruise, and you sold 50 puts a month on it, and you're happy if it goes to 14 because you believe in Carnival. Like, what's the downside?
I don't have the temperament. I don't have the temperament for it. Knowing yourself as an investor is the best piece of advice I can give to people. Like, just understand yourself before you try to understand companies, you try to understand valuations, all that bullshit. Throw that shit out the door. The first thing is you need to figure out what kind of investor you are. Are you a swing trader? Are you a long-term buy and hold guy? Are you an options wheeling guy? Like, once you figure out who you are, you'll do better. You know. Yeah. The thing is, like, a lot of people, they pretend to be something that they're not. And then and I'll be honest, I pretended to be something I wasn't for the longest time. And that's why I underperformed early in my career, you know? So
do you think that this election is going to matter for
the stock market? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yeah, yes and no.
I agree too, dude. I feel like it's yes or no, but I feel like no one has a fucking clue how it's going to play out.
There's so many scenarios that come into picture, but I mean, this is the one that I would 1 second, market performance based on
gold. While you're looking that up, quick thoughts on SoFi at $8. Do you like it here or no?
Say that again.
SoFi, do you like it at 830?
Nah, man. This, to me, it's just a bank. It really is. It's doing better, but it's still a bank. There's better opportunity. Well, I don't want to say there's better opportunities because it's probably not the right word, because a lot of the banks have retraced back to more acceptable levels. Like the time to be in, like TFC. Oh, dude, was TFC not one? Like, me and you were both in the TFC position together. How crazy would it have been had we held the entire time?
I wish we had. I mean, we both dumped it for something probably better.
Right, better.
I wish we kept one of the spreads just to, like, you know, just to see it play out. That would have been a good thing.
I still have some TFC spreads in my Robinhood. Yeah, not a lot, but I still have them. You know, but you know what it is? I had to take risk off the table, man. That's the thing. Like, one of the things I realized is that sometimes I will stay in a position too long. Right. And instead of just taking the win and deploying sometimes in other places, and I know it's like, oh, that means that you'll always underperform the market because you'll never have an S curve in your portfolio. Yeah. But I also don't have a 50% drawdown either.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
So
That's also true.
You know, I did get a drawdown that scared the shit out of me. Like this yen trade bullshit, because I was over levered on the cruise lines a little bit, and they took a massive hit during the stupid
Where did Carnival go to
yen
on August? Let me check. August.
It went to like 14 in like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
August 5th, it went to 1477. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, but dude, that day was crazy.
overexposed. I was overexposed. That's the thing. So, but what's good is that when you're overexposed, like, and you're still in a strong company, you can just wait until that recovery. So, not a big deal. Damn it, man! I saw this one chart that I wanted to show you. How? Okay, 1 second. Okay, something like this. Here we go. So, if you look at basically the market performance going back to like 1950, right? When you have like a Democratic president and the Congress is either Republican or divided, you get outperformance, right? If you have basically if the Democrats are in control of Congress, you're pretty much fucked. Because look at this: when a Republican's been in charge as president, but the Democrats control Congress, you've had a 1% total performance on the S&P 500 going back all the way to the 1950s. And it's the same thing with a Democratic Congress during a Democrat president. The yield has only been about 8.72%. So the best case scenario, if Kamala Harris wins, right, we want to see a divided Congress. If a Republican president wins, we want to see a divided Congress. You know,
that's so wild, bro. That's so wild.
I always feel that when you have a uniparty system in control of everything, you're going to get stupidity at no level. Like, because what basically happens, every politician is like in agreement with ideas, and those ideas can heavily manipulate like the markets in a certain in a wrong direction. So I personally, like I said, I prefer a divided thing. So basically, you want Republicans to be not in control of Congress, but divided in Congress, or actually in charge of Congress. And it doesn't matter who the president is. So I think the projections are that the Senate might end up staying with the Republicans, but I don't know. Let me see. What's the current projections right now?
For those that are just joining, visa was expired, so hopefully going to India in a couple days. By the way, Kris, I'm going to call for my uncle in India, so you've got to entertain the chat. So pay attention to the comments. I can't share your picture, so have fun with the chat.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to head out, actually, if you got to go, you know.
I don't got to go. I need like 2 minutes. But you can still head out because you've been on for a while, but just like, this is basically your audience too. They love you as much as me. So
okay, yeah. So I'll entertain for a couple of minutes. Why not? Okay. So Kris, why do you like the cruise lines? It's a good question. I could basically, what is your job, Kris? I worked in radiology as a tech. I became a CT tech, MRI tech. Basically, I started as X-ray, I took the test. I did on-the-job training and got tests for CAT scan and MRI. So I did that. And then eventually I moved out of that into something called a PACS administrator. So I manage all the software applications that we have for my organization. So I work in basically I'm a tech, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm like how do I say this? Like a network IT guy now, basically, but it's for a specific industry. Then cruise lines are like airlines. They suck at making money. That is not true. That is actually false. Airlines are a lot more cyclical and there's a lot more risk. Cruise lines actually have a very up and to the right business. They do yield really good money. So yeah, I used to be in the military. Yep, I got that military training. Yeah, I was in the military before. Thoughts on marijuana legalization? I don't smoke marijuana, so I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, the cruise lines, by the way, they do print money. Absurdity, what's your latest take? Kris, how to score a pharmacist? I don't know, just look for them. Is that a Gamecock hat? Yes, it is a Gamecock hat. The story behind my Gamecock hat is that my wife went to UGA and I was at a UGA / South Carolina game, and one of my buddies is a South Carolina fan, and I bought a South Carolina hat to piss her off, but then it started as a joke, but then like I did really well in the market, so it kind of became my lucky hat. So now I just wear it. It's my lucky hat now, and my wife absolutely hates it. She washes it for me, but yeah, it's my lucky hat now. So I love South Carolina. I'm not a fan of the Gamecocks, so I know some people here. If you're a Gamecocks fan, go Cox, whatever. But I'm not. It's just my lucky hat. So, does all the barking piss you off? Born in yes, yes. Go dogs. All my relatives are UGA fans. Yeah. And all my wife's friends, they all went to UGA. So let's just say I went to like a no-name school in Long Island. So like I went to Stony Brook, which we don't really have a sports culture. So, what do you think of Boeing? They've got a lot of structural issues, not really going there. I got in on cruise lines during COVID. I'm up 100%. Yeah, I'm up 100% on RCL. Yeah, they're really great businesses, cruise lines. Yeah. I'm from Long Island. Yeah, nice. Nichols Road, baby, represent. Alabama lost big today. Yeah, they beat Georgia last week. I haven't looked at the stuff. Bro, read my question about Absurdity and absolutely ignored me. No, Absurdity got some. They've got a lot of headwind. They don't have any products. They don't have any revenues right now. So the good thing is they're trading way below book. They've got cash to survive. They've got a lot of big deals. So, dude, I was SBU last night for a party. Interesting. Did you go to was it a dorm party or was it off campus? It could have been at Roosevelt or at Tabler, or West Apartments, whichever. Do you have your own channel? No, I don't have my own channel. I can't do one-on-one conversations with the camera. I'm not good at that. The only reason why I'm actually able to do what I'm doing right now is because I'm looking at the comments, not really looking at the camera. Thoughts on Rivian? Car companies that have too much competition, not my thing. What made you better trading is you learn to take a loss and learn to cut your loss and make winning. I agree with your airlines. Okay. Stony Brook made the NCAA tournament a few times. They probably did. I remember going all 4 years. I remember going to homecoming and then Georgetown just whipping our asses. That's all I remember. I used to just watch the football game like the first week and really didn't care after that. What happened? Let's see. Would you buy Tesla on a big dip? Yeah, I think Tesla is one of those companies that you can make money trading. So yeah. Now I see why David Tepper prefers a mixed government. Yeah. Why isn't Kris on Rocket Lab? He's more of a Buffett style investor. That's not necessarily true. I don't mind swinging for the fences when it comes to certain stocks that are could be 20xers. I just don't know enough about Rocket Lab. I haven't done the research, and I don't have a lot of extra capital to put into more of a riskier play that I have to hold for 10 years. That's about it. Like right now, my long shot play, and I think I spoke to Matt about this. It's more on next decade. So NEXT. That's like my long shot play. My Chinese girlfriend loves you. I had to chill out. Talking about me? Like I'm whatever. Let's see. What's your biggest bets right now? Believe it or not, the Chinese. I have a couple of Chinese ETFs. They are, I'm not trying to pick individual Chinese names because I don't know enough about China and the market, but I do know that there's pumping a lot of stimulus into them. So I bought into their indexes on both some options plays on them, and I also bought some stock. So yeah. What do you think about K-Web? Yeah, they're good. They're Chinese. Well, yin is triple long, so I don't try to do a lot of leverage plays. I do more like just individual ETFs with just no leverage, because I think those are good in the right direction. With the leverage plays, if you go up by, let's say, 10%, and then you have a correction and it goes down by 20, then you have to kind of catch up. And so over a long time, it's hard to perform. So for me, if I'm long on certain things, the only time where I'll buy a triple leverage play up is if I have super confidence that this is definitely going nothing but up and the valuation is at a low, then yeah. And the Chinese is not the market where I want to do that anyway. Are you Gujarati? Yes, Patels are Gujarati, so I am Gujarati. Path is my worst loss ever. Hey, we've all been there. I've got my own fair share of losers. You know, I can't. Snowflake is a big loser for me. You know, I got that wrong. I'm not proud enough to not admit that. So yeah, I got Snowflake wrong because what didn't I see? I didn't see the level of disruption that was coming for Snowflake with the transition to Apache Iceberg. But that's just one of those things that you just deal with. You know, sometimes technology can get stuck. Are you still working a day job? Yes, I am still working a day job because I'm greedy. I could not work, but I'm greedy, and they pay me well, so I'm gonna stay greedy. Kris, is there any ticker to get exposure to India? You know, I'm not the biggest fan of India. My dad invests enough in India, so I just use that as a hedge because I mean all those India investments are coming back to me anyway, so there's no need for me to really invest in India. My dad does the investing for India. I'm gonna stick to the US stuff. Yeah. By the way, India in terms of total valuation is riding really high, so I'm not a biggest fan of India based on valuations anyway. You know, what are put in the comment section? What are your losers? What do you think is what has been one of your well, Amit, your mic, wrong mic.
What do you mean wrong mic?
I don't know. I hear a lot of like background sounds.
I hope there's no
like
background sound.
zing, yeah. It's like sizzing.
I'll switch the mic. This is the worst mic, but is the background gone?
Yeah, background's gone now.
It's the worst mic though.
Wait, no. Why isn't that one working? Your regular one?
I don't know. Maybe it's being weird.
Try it again.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Much better. Much better. What's been your biggest loss so far? Like in the stock market? What is is it that purple biotech thing? Is that taught you the lesson?
PBT.
Okay.
Dude, I thought they were going to cure cancer. I thought they were going to cure cancer. Like literally cure cancer. All of it. That didn't end up happening.
I would say my biggest loss is also another pharmaceutical company. It's Valiant Pharmaceuticals. That's been one of my biggest losers. And the reason why I lost on it, believe it or not, is because when you're younger, you can be manipulated very easily by, you know, sometimes a little bit of CNBC and stuff like that. So Valiant was a Bill Ackman thing. And so I was like, oh, Bill Ackman knows what he's talking about. Why would he be so long on on Valiant? You know, and then so yeah, I lost money on
dude,
on
I saw an Instagram post of the stock in 2020. And that, like, I just saw someone post the ticker. I was like, fuck it, it's like $3. I need to buy. Like, it was so dumb, bro. But you got to go through that sometimes. You just got to.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, my biggest mistakes in investing early was that I didn't take enough of a gamble on myself. I took a gamble on other people, and I still do take gambles on other people's opinions. But what it is now I try to bring my own rationality into it and saying, you know what if this person could be wrong?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I realized that I'm actually smarter than the people that I've been listening to. So why not just use my own thoughts? You know,
dude, but
you ever notice that?
I've noticed that this year, particularly with Robinhood, like that's the one for me where I would hear people say stuff and I'd be like, dude, I've ran these fucking numbers. I understand this better than you. You're wrong. And like, then you live with it. Right. And I think everyone needs a moment in their life where they have the stock that at least for the moment makes them feel like they understand it better than everyone else. And they make a gamble on it, may take a risk on it, take a bet. And it ends up being okay. And that's where I think you develop that self-confidence. Otherwise, if you don't have that, you're going to be listening to Dan Ives and Dan Niles and fucking Josh Brown and Tom Lee, and you're going to have all these opinions and never have your own thesis.
So here's an example. Like imagine someone had gone full port on Occidental, right? They'd be underperforming. Be like, oh, but Warren Buffett bought Oxy. That means it's definitely going up. Like, no, Warren Buffett is still human like us, man. You know? So I think what it is too many people, we end up trying to follow other people's opinion. And by the way, whatever I say, question that shit. I love it when people question it. Disagree with me because I'm here more like this show, you know, like it's like those angels on the shoulders, basically like you're supposed to figure out who to listen to, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll be right and sometimes I'll be wrong. And look, with Palantir, I've been wrong up till now.
Yeah.
You know. So what does that tell you? That means that we're just YouTube personalities talking about shit. But the good thing about us is that we talk with our own convictions. We don't talk with someone else's convictions. Like we don't say like, I believe Palantir is a good company because X, Y, and Z said so. Like, no, it's like, no, I come with my own opinions. I come with my own reasons, you know, and it's the same thing with you. You come with your own reasons, you know?
Well, it's easy for people to follow other people's opinion. And it's the same for everyone, including myself. Like if I hear someone say something and I don't have to do the intellectual labor of thinking, then I just like can take their opinion. But the problem is when investing, it's like that person could be wrong. And so if you can be wrong, I think you can sleep at night knowing, all right, I fucked up on PPBT. But if I was like, oh, well, that person said it was going to solve cancer. And so you like blame that person, but it's not their fault. Right. And so then you have all these insecurities and it's just a toxic mentality.
Yeah. No one can score 100%. Like if someone comes to you and says, I've hit every single one of my investments, bro, you are wrong.
Yeah.
The name of the game is get enough right that you have outperformance.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So if you have the habit of getting 8 wrong and 2 right, you're going to underperform the market. If you basically get 5 right, you're probably going to perform the market. If you have like 7 or 8 right, and you know you got a couple of laggards, 2 to 3 laggards that don't work out, it's fine. You'll still beat the market, you know. So, yeah. Kris has his own opinions, and I respect that. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you only need 1 or a few winners. I don't know. Like it depends on your allocation, though.
It does. Right? If you're full port 2 stocks, you better have one of them as the winner, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you have like 20 positions and one of them works out really well and it goes 20x, that doesn't like negate the other 19, right? That might be underperforming. So I think that's the thing. You have to know like position sizing, how much of a position you have in what. And then based on that, and then that usually comes with trying to figure out conviction. Like if you have a higher conviction play, then yeah, you should be a little bit more heavier in that. And if you have less conviction play with a lot more risk, you know, de-risk a little bit. I think that's what it is, right? Managing risk is probably way more important right now that I've learned than having a thesis on a company and living with it. You ever like, do you feel good that you sold some of your Robinhood positions?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Doesn't that feel good to know that you have like that side money just in case shit doesn't work out?
But it comes down to being humble enough to be like, if I'm wrong, which I think Robinhood will be 25 by the end of the year. But if I'm wrong, what do I have to show for it? Nothing, because I didn't mitigate risk. And that's when it gets like, you just can't be greedy at that point, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially if you're up so much, man. You know? So
Doug says, how did you get used to having to invest with larger position sizes?
I'm still not used to it. No one can get used to it. Yeah. I'm not used to it.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, people buying $50,000 of stock at a time, that's a different level than buying $5,000 of stock at a time, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially on low liquidity stuff, you have to really pace yourself. You can't just be like, okay, market order and boom. Otherwise, what's going to happen? You're just going to get a fuck ton of executions at an expensive price. I mean, that's like the retail. See, that's where retail can manipulate shit very heavily. If you have a very thinly traded stock and you just put in like $50,000 order and you do market, boom, it's going to execute at all the market prices. And the thing is, I know tons of people, and Dougie might be one of those people. Dougie, because he's in my Patreon, he was telling me how he'll put in like crazy bid and ask prices, and sometimes they'll get executed. Was that you, Doug, that said that on the Patreon?
It probably was.
Yeah. So, yeah. KP, what do you? Yep. See, Doug said it. Yeah. So what Doug essentially did was he put like some really, really crazy bid and ask prices for things. And sometimes they've actually gone and executed. And it's like, holy shit, did someone just really pay me this much money?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's crazy. So yeah. FXI spreads. That's what we're in right now, where he did that. FXI spreads. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I think having your own conviction is so important. So fucking important, dude. And the funny thing is, like, once you have your conviction, you go down with the ship or not. But like, you don't blame other people. Like, then you just hope like the thesis plays out, but you're not like jittering because you know what the fuck you know. And because you know what you know, also in terms of building a brand, when you are convicted on something and you genuinely are convicted and you're not just being convicted to be convicted and you can explain why you're convicted, then you actually can develop a following. Like when you talk about China, you're not just talking about China to talk about China. You're like, no, I believe China is going to work. Then other people want to know, why does Kris believe China is going to work? And then when you can speak about it eloquently, you might be wrong, but the fact that you have your conviction, that's what I think develops people to care about your opinions.
Yeah. Justin wrote, it took me 14 years to find my good companies and realize CNBC Twitter had to go. Understanding the market, having conviction and leaving negativity on the sidelines is what makes you good money. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. Do we end this out?
Yeah. I mean, one thing, the last thing I would say is in this market, US equities are expensive. Be careful. When things are expensive, that means that you're accepting a lower rate of return way out into the future. So when you're buying something and that's the whole exercise that we did with Palantir. If you buy something at a very expensive price, that's not to say that it can't become more expensive. Okay. The problem is over a long period of time, if you buy something at the top, you're going to underperform for a long time before you start to make real money again. Unless you can swing trade it and you have some money on the side and you can even out your position via dollar cost averaging. Dollar cost averaging does work over a long period of time. It's just when you go all in on a position at a very expensive price, you set yourself up for failure unless the company really, really outshines. So when you buy something that's undervalued, that's when you make good money, right? So I always investing before I thought was a lot more based on stock price. Now I realize it's more based on valuation. But the thing is, a lot of times you won't see that valuation become reality in the short to medium term. It's only going to become a reality in the long term, you know?
Yeah.
And to me, the way I would invest in the stocks, use the same logic when it comes to investing in real estate. Anyone here who's a real estate investor, you'll know that you don't make money buying into a really expensive neighborhood. You don't make money there. You make money buying into neighborhoods that are run down, fixing things up, and then eventually people recognize the value of that neighborhood and then they buy it up and you make a shit ton of money afterward. When I bought my condo, when I bought it for $130,000. Okay. Why did I buy it? Number one, the market was all crapped up on, like, everyone hated real estate in 2009 because everything was down and there was just so much inventory. But on top of it, the neighborhood that I bought in, people did not like it. People thought, oh my God, you're going to get robbed, stabbed, mugged, whatever. But you know what I saw? I saw the potential of that neighborhood. It was close to the city. People were moving in. You know, a lot of younger, affluent people started to get priced out of Manhattan. So they were going to gravitate towards moving into the area that I bought my condo in. And I bought it early. I sold it for $400,000. Like, what is it? 8 years later.
Yeah.
Not 8, 12 years later. You know, so that is
3x in a decade, basically.
Now the funny thing here, Amit, is that, see, with stocks, yes, technically it's 100. When you buy, you're buying straight cash. With real estate, I only put down 5%. Okay. So my investment in my condo was only 5% of 135,000, which ended up being about $7,000-8,000. Okay.
Yeah.
But when I sold it for 400, and the mortgage at the time was only about 90,000 left on it. Okay. So now I ended up getting net proceeds. Think about the net proceeds, right?
Yeah.
310,000. And my initial investment was only $7,000.
Yeah.
Look at the ROI on that.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all. Right?
That's 30x roundabout, you know?
Right. So that's why people make a lot of money in real estate, because what you do is you apply leverage. And the thing is, the lower your down payment, the more leverage you're basically levering up. So if you put down 20% on a house, you're basically locking away 20% capital on there. And then you're generating a 5x, like you're basically, you're levered up 5x. When you only put down 5%,
you're levered up 20x.
20x. And I know that's not like, that seems like, oh my God, what are you talking about? No, it's literally, if you took that same money, that's what's going to happen.
That's also basically what a lot of wealthy people do when they collateralize an asset, because they're leveraging against that asset and not having to use cash because the asset is the cash in that situation.
Say that again. Sorry.
That's basically what wealthy people do when they collateralize against their assets, right? I mean, like if you can use your stocks to collateralize a new purchase you want to make without having to actually use cash or sell your stocks to get the cash to do that purchase.
Yeah.
You
You
a
basically
way leveraging up.
Yeah, you basically put things up for collateral and you take the money and you reinvest it in something that's going to get a higher yield, right? And
Yeah.
that's the thing. The only reason why this math works out is that you're going to get a higher yield. But let's say I borrowed at 5%, I only put down 5% and I sold it for the same price. I didn't get anything, Yeah. So you have to recognize what you're putting down and what the total return is going to be into the future. Now, the thing is, the way that real estate works is that if you look at the compounding of real estate, depending on where you buy, it compounds at a different pace, and it can really compound really fast. Like if you go to, I still remember I was telling my dad we should buy a townhouse in Harlem in 2009, 2010.
Mhm.
And at the time they were going for pretty significant discounts, right? You could buy like a really cheap townhouse then at the time. Now that same townhouse is worth about 5, maybe 6 times more. It's the same thing in certain parts of Brooklyn. When I bought, I was asking my dad we should buy a townhouse, but the thing is, he said no. And the thing is, I didn't have that kind of money at the time, so I couldn't really buy it. But right now, had we bought a townhouse instead of buying a condo, we could have levered a $500,000 townhouse into a $2 million property.
That would have been bad. Not
Yeah,
bad.
and we would have been collecting the rents on 2 the other apartments because there were some of those townhouses have three apartments. You can basically get cash flow from the other 2 apartments while living in the third one.
Yeah.
So a lot of people like this guy, Minority Mindset, he talks about that where he basically
that guy's cool. That's an
Jaspinder. Yeah,
He's for the Browns, bro. He's for the Browns.
Except he got into the whole.
He got into the FTX bullshit, dude. He gave us a bad rap. He gave us a bad rap.
Come on, Jasprit. Was it Jasprit? I forgot his name. Jasprit. I don't know. I forgot his name. But basically, the guy's a really good guy, smart guy. He talks about this. Like one of the things, like if you're really interested, if you're young, buy a multifamily, live in one of the apartments, rent out the other one, use the money to basically pay the mortgage and everything and live for free, right? And the thing is, I think FHA covers multifamily as well. So I don't know. I'm not a real estate guy, so you probably talk to him more. But yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well,
my real question is, what is your net worth going to be when you're my age? Because you are learning a lot of stuff at a very, very early age that I wish I had the same level of. See, the thing is, one of the benefits I think a lot of people have here in YouTube now is that there's so much more information out there. So you could just, if you're smart enough to realize who to listen to and who to not to listen to, you'll do really well.
Yeah.
In 2008, 2009, you had to learn all this stuff on your own. Like there was no investing in YouTube. Like there was no looking for, you literally still were doing more on the ground research yourself.
Yeah.
Like I think YouTube has really revolutionized investing. What do you think about that?
I 100% agree, dude. I can't, when you were my age, you didn't have a community of thousands of people a day to just bounce it. Like if I'm curious, I call you, I call Steve.
Yeah.
I call Matt Money. I mean, there's so many people I can talk to. And what do people pay for in the finance industry? Advice.
And experience. And
if I can call you, like the way you told me how to roll those options that day, dude, that advice, literally, I think people would charge thousands of dollars an hour just to be able to explain the mechanics of that,
Yeah.
And so
it happens, man. I think right now the YouTube is like a double-edged sword, man. It really is a double-edged sword.
Well, yeah, because the problem is with finance, there's so many fucking scammers that are charging for these stupid, like your Patreon and your Discord is a real legit product. And I've seen others, which is just garbage bullshit that is 10 times the price of yours. And people get suckered into that, dude. And it's tough because it's like sometimes you get into that and then you're stuck.
And the thing is, I don't provide picks, by the way. I don't do stock picks. What I say is, hey, look, this looks like it's an attractive position to be in because of X, Y, and Z reasons. And hey, listen, there's plenty of things that I've gotten wrong. So don't think that, oh, every one of Kris's picks is right. No, I've gotten certain things wrong.
Yeah,
but I've also got a lot of things right. So,
dude, but here's the other thing. I don't think people remember the genesis of your Patreon. you don't need to be a content creator. You have money, you have your life, you have your 9-to-5 job. You started the Patreon because you were getting so much demand generation from finance junkies and showing on my channel and all this stuff that people just wanted your expertise and your due diligence. It's not like your go to market in terms of your career was like, I'm going to start this Patreon and make thousands of dollars per month.
Yeah.
So yours was more so an answer to the demand versus like trying to market yourself as a lot of these guys are.
Some people are asking about a link. Sorry, guys, I have closed off Patreon memberships, new ones. Why? I'll be very honest. I had a few scammers join, and basically they were able to download the users, and so they were trying to message people individually and try to sucker them. And so I'm trying to basically mitigate that. And the other thing is I'd rather have a close-knit community that I have like a lot more engagement in, and just build it up to be a much better thing. And hopefully based on that, we can basically all, grow a little bit. Cause I think what happens is if you go nothing but growth, you attract a lot of people, but then what ends up happening is you create a lot of noise, right?
What you are doing right now is choosing to go deep versus wide.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing as well. It's like you focus in on your community, you nurture that community, eventually that can expand versus having 1,000, 2,000 people in the Patreon that you won't even be able to handle, quite frankly, even if they're paying $10 a month. So 20,000 a month sounds great until you realize, wait, dude, people don't know this. I had a startup called debatedrills.com back in 2018. I wasn't the founder of it. I was the first employee and I became the head director. So it wasn't really my startup, but we had 30 clients the first year, or 10 clients the first year. One of our kids won the national championship. We got 30 clients. And then the second year sucked. Like we 3x the revenue. When I mean 3x, we went from 20,000 to 60,000. It wasn't like anything crazy, but like it was my first experience in business. And then I told the founder, who was basically my boss at the time, hey, dude, we got to downscale. We're not giving these kids good quality teaching. Basically, think of debatedrills.com as like a Discord, but for like learning debate, right? Like an online school, a Qmon for debate, but all virtual. It was actually really innovative in the debate community at the time in 2017, 2018. And he was like, fuck you. We're scaling harder. Like I want 60 kids next year. And that's when I left. I legit left. I was like, this is a like, we're not going to be able to give these kids the right service if we have all these, this is just, so going deep, I think is so much more special, and people get caught up in the short-term economics of it and then fuck up their brand because of the money.
Yeah. And that's the thing that also with content creation, right? Why did these guys join FTX and all this other stuff? Like, you were already doing really well on your own. Why take that brand risk? And that's something that I hope that me and you as friends, we can always talk to each other about. And if you start to sell scammy shit, I'll be the first one to call you out and be like, oh man, you're selling some scammy shit, dude. Don't do it.
It's not,
and I hope you were, it's just,
dude, it's not, I feel like it's just so stupid. I see so many finance creators, and my chat knows how much I talk about this, but like with media, dude, the world is your TAM. You could have 1 billion followers. Are you probably gonna get there? No. But like, what if you have 1 million, right? Like the world, it's media, it's infinite. You can have unlimited TAM, but people try to narrow it by like trying to make a couple grand a month, and then they fuck up the chance for them to actually get like Bill Ackman. Like this mother, like if you really are a finance creator, your goal theoretically, even if this doesn't happen, should be to manage tons of money because your brand is so good that people just want to pour money into your ideas and thoughts, not to make $2,000 a month off of Discord. You know what I mean?
So some of the people are like, Kris will call out Amit. The reason why I'll call out Amit is because he's a friend. See, friends can call out friends. Okay. I don't view Amit as a proxy for my own personal growth. I view him as a friend at this point. If I get nothing of value, the only thing I value from Amit is his friendship. I'm not like, oh, Amit, you need to do this because I'm right and you're no. It's because, hey, look, man, I'm your friend. I'm trying to look out for you, and I think this is. And the thing is, some of this stuff, if he ignores, that's totally fine. But as a friend, a real friend will tell you the truth. A fake friend will let you basically live in a world of illusion. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with that.
100%, dude. I've you and I know some creators that have been in the finance world that you can't tell them the truth because they'll not be able to handle the truth, essentially.
It's not, I wouldn't say they can't handle it. It's just that, like, you have to be open to, you have first and foremost, one piece of, I won't say advice, but one of the things I've learned over a long period of time, find who your real friends are. That's going to be the hardest thing to do. And I think I saw this, like, who are the people that you can call any time of the night and be like, hey, put your pants on and get a shovel ready. We got to go. And we'll be like, okay, let's go. Let's make this happen. Like, find your friends that are like that, where you can just call them and be like, hey, put on your pants. Let's go. We gotta, we gotta take care of something.
We got some
and
shit
they won't
to
even
get.
ask. They won't ask questions. They'll just be like, okay, let's go. And then find the guy that you can say, hey, can I borrow $10? And they'll be like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
Yo, when's the last time you loaned money to someone?
Okay.
Wow, hold on, bro. I just got an email. Fuck, dude.
What?
That's crazy. I just got an email from Robinhood's social media team. They're like, hey, Mitt, we want to send you a complimentary ticket to the Hood Summit event in Miami. I want to respond like, if the Indian embassy rejects me, make sure I'm there. I was just telling these guys, like, I couldn't go to this fucking thing because of India. But now if I get rejected from India, it's so ironic they're sending this message, because I was going to reach out to them if India rejected me.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm going to get rejected from India. They can't reject my fucking visa, dude. There's no way. I hope not.
I doubt that they do, unless you said some terroristic threats against Modi or some shit. Then you got a problem. It's like, why do you hate Modi? Tell us.
So when's the last time someone asked you for money? Like, really asked you for money? They're definitely watching the stream, dude. Someone from that, they heard me in the beginning. They're definitely watching the stream.
I'm trying to think.
Like a friend who said, hey, not a family, a friend who's like, yo, I need like $500. I'll pay you back.
All right, I'll tell you a story, and I'm gonna put their name out there because I don't give a fuck at this point. There was a guy I served. It was in my unit in the 344th Combat Support Hospital. I was a reservist. This guy, his name was Francis Ignacio. Okay, me and him, we were in the same unit. We became really friendly with each other, and he invited me to his grandfather's funeral. And I actually went to his grandfather's funeral, who was also a vet. He ran into some rough times. He said, look, man, I need some money, to hold me over. Can I get like $2,500? I need to pay rent and all this other stuff. And I said, you know what? You're a vet. I'm a vet. Here you go. I gave him $2,500. The next week after that, he calls me again. He's like, look, man, not next week, about a month later. He calls me up. He's like, hey, man, look, I really need some help. Can you help me again? I said, look, I already gave you $2,500. Because we're friends, I'll give you another $2,500. And he gave me 2 checks, one for the first $2,500, another one for the second $2,500. And he said, look, just, you can deposit it when I tell you, like, when I'm back in my feet again. Like, if you want, I'll even let you hold my car as collateral. And I said, I'm a friend. Like, I'm not going to hold your car as collateral. What am I, a loan shark? And it wasn't like, oh, I need this much in interest. No, I didn't want any interest. I just said, you know what? You're a vet. I'm a vet. We're both, we've seen some shit. We're here to help each other out.
But did you know this guy outside of him being a vet? Like, did you actually know
I hung out with him a few times. And I also went to his grandfather's funeral.
So you guys were like friends, you would say?
Yeah, we were like real friends. I thought I was developing a real friendship with this guy. And a couple of months after that, I was like, hey, man, what's going on? And basically just disappeared off the face of the earth.
You haven't heard from him since then?
No. My dad still has those checks. He's like a reminder of how not to fucking do shit. And
yo, Indian dads, bro, they're like, you lent someone $5,000, huh? You trying to be fucking altruistic? Look at this shit.
The part that hurts the most is that I considered him a genuine friend, someone that I could have built a lifelong friendship with, that would have tangibly netted this guy, because I am a smart person. I would have invested, and he would have been my friend, and we would have been doing things together, right? And I'm not the type of person that holds back information, especially among friends.
Yeah,
it would have, that 5,000 would have been nothing in the grand scheme of things. And now he could end up being a way bigger in terms of like total return on that end of that friendship. And that's the thing. And so ever since then, I think my dad told me, he's like, look, the lesson learned here, and you got off cheap, was that it only cost you $5,000 to figure out who your friend, who isn't your friend.
Yeah.
And it's kind of sad, because I think had I watched that movie, there was this movie, I forgot which movie it was, but basically it was about a mafia where this guy borrowed, like lent out money, and the guy's like, he owes me this money, I'm gonna break his legs. Like, look, if all it cost you was like $20 to realize he's not your friend, then you got off cheap. It took me 5,000, to realize that. But dude, you know what? He manipulated me being a vet as
Yep.
a point, and I guess my gullibility at the time, because I still and remember, guys, before you say like, what an idiot, you lent out $5,000. Like, yeah, but you have to remember, I was also like very early in my 20s, right? At the time, I just had gotten back, and I really thought like brotherhood meant something. And I realized that regardless of, whether you served or not, there's still going to be assholes out there.
Yeah.
You know.
That's fair,
Yeah.
dude. There was a friend who asked me for like $100 every couple months, and I always said like yes, and he actually paid it back. But I said yes because I could tell he was struggling. If he needed $100, like I was like, damn, like that means like my boy is really struggling,
Yeah.
So I haven't loaned money out in a while though, but I haven't got that many asks. But it's been a while now. I don't think, if I ever borrowed money from someone like a real friend, I would like go crazy if I don't pay them back, dude. Like that's just like,
Yeah. Yeah. Me too. Like now the only people I really like borrow or lend money is like close family. Like me and my brother, we have this relationship where, we need the money so we can kind of like, if he needs it, I needs it. We exchange things. Like as an example, I didn't have, like right before my closing, I needed some liquidity to basically hold me over until I closed. And so, I said, hey, can you wire me X amount of money? He's like, okay, here you go. Done.
Me and my sister are the same.
I mean, that's in our culture, but it's also like that among our culture when it comes to certain extended family.
Yeah.
So people always, one of the questions that people have is like, oh, why do these Indian people, why do they all buy motels and gas stations also? Like, how do they have the capital to buy that? And the thing is, the reason why they have the capital is because there is a level of trust among extended family members that if you really need the money, they will lend it to you.
Yeah.
My dad has lent money to people and he's gotten paid back. And I'm not talking about here's like $5,000. I'm talking about like, here's $100,000, So if you're trying to buy like $1 million business, you need a lot of cash to go buy that business. You can successfully, but like right now I have a couple of uncles that, they're very well off. If I ask them for $100,000, they'll lend it to me in a heartbeat. Here you go. So
it's also why a lot of people can't understand like how I don't pay rent. Like it's like Indian parents are not taking it. Maybe some families are different, but like my mom and dad are not going to take the fucking rent from me. It's just not. So I have to figure out one day how to pay them back in a different way. But it's just part of the culture, dude. Like they're never gonna ever be like, my dad would never, ever in a million years ask me, where's my rent?
So someone said Kris grew up rich.
No, you guys don't know Kris. You guys don't know Chris's story.
I did not grow up rich. My dad lost a lot of money in the stock market bubble in 2000. And trust me, that really set a very different course in life that basically molded me into some different decisions that I made over the course of my lifetime. All right. So I definitely did not grow up rich. I grew up on a couch. If you to be fairly honest, there was a long period of time where I didn't have a bed. I slept on a couch. And that's how Indian people, sometimes like people think like Indian people, how did they end up being some of the most wealthiest people on the planet? Not planet, the US. The amount of hardships Indian people will take on early in their life to basically get to the point where they can invest money is to some degree sickening. Okay. Because they do it at the expense of sometimes their own kids, and I'm sure I'll admit whether you want to talk about it or not, some people are lucky enough that they've had a childhood where they've grown up with, hey, here's money to go do all these extracurricular things. Yeah. I've had a job since I was 14 years old. Like I have never once put my hand out there and been like, hey, dad, can I get money? And then there was this one incident that happened with my dad where I did ask him for money to go bowling with my friends and he told me no. And ever since then, it was kind of like a realization. And ever since then, I've always like, okay, I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet,
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's you guys. I know. It sounds as a
You had
Patel
like
from
you had like a
NYC,
1-bedroom apartment in New York, right? You and your
yeah.
family. Yeah, it was
I
like
grew up. I grew up in a 1-bedroom apartment with my mom, my dad, my brother, and sometimes we'd even have uncles and aunts from fucking India coming, and they'd stay with us.
yep. That's
And
how
I'm
it
not
is.
talking
That's
about.
how it is.
And I'm not talking about they stayed for a week. I'm talking about they stayed for like a couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine 6 people in a 1-bedroom apartment.
And your mom
Okay.
probably hated that shit, and that created problems with your mom and your dad, and
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah. A lot of times it was going through that pain to get the fucking money to then be able to do what you guys have done in the past 2 decades. But the first 2 decades,
Rishi's like Kris is Gujarati. He definitely grew up upper middle class. Dude. You know, I would say I'm upper middle class now, but that's not how I grew up. Okay. And
yeah.
it all kind of depends on when your family became wealthy. Because not
Yeah, because
everyone
there's
like
a generation of Indians right now who are kids of tech workers. That wasn't your dad. Your dad wasn't getting 500 grand from Google. Like, there's a different type of Indian struggle as well.
you want to know one of the saddest stories. In 19 and people, this is like origination from Africa, but people don't realize there was a subset of Indians, and a lot of them were Gujarati Patels. They had businesses that were thriving in Uganda in the 1970s. My wife's family is actually from Zambia. I don't know if you know that.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. No.
Yeah. So a lot of Indians were in Africa, and they were kicked out. They basically said, "You need to leave," and they left with nothing but the shirts on their back. It wasn't like, "Oh, I could take my money and bring it to America." No, they were just like, "You need to get out, or we'll kill you." Okay. So a lot of people back then, and you can look it up. It's happened it happened in Uganda under Idi Amin, and basically it was the Asian expulsion thing. A lot of those people had to come to America with nothing. Most people that come to America outside of the H-1B visa program, which are tech workers and stuff, they came here under basically with nothing. Like, I know that there's all these stories about people coming to America with $100 in their pocket. Bro, it's true. Okay. That is a true story for a lot of immigrant groups, particularly Indians, because a lot of Indians that came here, they didn't have money. They didn't have like generational wealth. So,
dude, my mom worked as a cashier at Walgreens in the late 90s. My dad, that's when he started his first liquor store that was getting fucking robbed every other week. And he realized he had to sell that one to get into a little bit of a safer area. It was literally the American hustle, which is why I want to pay them back so badly, bro. And it's like I'm on my ass all day in this room talking about stocks, and that's how I'm making my money. Like it's a totally different world, right? And so you've been able to pay your parents back, which is the cool part.
I do it tenfold. Like right now, there is no part of me that's like, nah, I'm not going to take care of my parents. Like my parents sacrificed. I'll tell you one of the things my mom did. My mom used to work in like near J Street Borough Hall, and she used to walk from J Street Borough Hall to our home. It was like 2 miles. She used to walk 2 miles every day back and forth. Do you know why she walked 2 miles? Because it saved $1.75 on the Metro card. Think about that. $1.75. Multiply that by two, like $3.50. But they thought it was more important to save that $3.50. And now I go out there with my wife for dinner and we spend like $100 on something, $100 dinner. Can you believe that sacrifice that your mom made? But the thing is, it's that $3.50 sacrifice that ended up getting me to the point where now I can have a $350 meal and be like, okay, cool.
Or you can buy 350 grand worth of equities and not really get scared about it. You know, it's like, it is really crazy what immigrant parents do for us, dude. And that's why, like, you know, when people are like, oh, well, you're not paying rent. I'm like, yeah, but the guilt I'm having by being able to the positive guilt I'm having by getting all the blessings from my parents, they know it's coming back to them one day, especially if they raise their kids right. And I want to give it back to them, as you said, tenfold. And I think that's very special in the Indian community. It doesn't exist in a lot of other communities.
The one thing I hate right now is when I hate when our fellow Indians, some of them are like, I'm oppressed. Like they come to America.
Dude.
The second
fuck up about that.
The second generation of Indians, when they come here and they're like, the white people are colonizers and blah, 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 and all this other shit that they feed into. And I ask myself, the reason why you're able to say some shit like that is because your mom and dad worked their ass off and sent you to some stupid liberal ass college that taught you that you were oppressed. My mom and dad that came here, they didn't like talk about oppression. They just said, fuck it. Our job is to work. Our job is to fucking build something of a legacy, give our kids a great education. And then maybe one day those kids will become something and then contribute back to society again. You know,
dude, anytime I hear an Indian who's second generation talking about structural oppression because fucking the Simpsons make fun of Apu and they make an accent, I'm like, dude, get your head out of your ass. Shut the fuck up. There are certain groups in America that can legitimately complain about oppression. Indians cannot complain about it. Don't even. Dude, I don't want to hear that shit, bro. Because if the most oppression is someone making an Indian accent and saying you work at 7-Eleven and calling you a terrorist, that is not oppression.
My dad did work at 7-Eleven. So the fuck what? I don't care. There was a time when my dad worked at 7-Eleven. No matter. You know, it's a job. People need to take pride in work. That's the thing. Like that's how you become better. That's the American dream. It's the opportunity of getting somewhere. If your whole mindset is even before day one, you just literally you come here and the first word out of your mouth is I'm oppressed. You're never gonna get out of that mentality, dude.
Dude, but people don't get it. Like my generation in particular, the kids in my generation, like I see them Instagram these stories about like billionaires shouldn't exist. Like I see that stuff and I'm like, y'all are insane, bro. Y'all don't realize it's all about personal responsibility and working and taking risks and trying, but it's so much more easier to demonize. And then when I see people of my own race do that shit as well, I'm like, do you know how many fucking Indians have money because of Google, Amazon, Meta, etc.? Like, forget even the hustlers, the motels, the liquor stores. Like, Indians are the biggest beneficiary of American capitalism with technology, and you're still claiming we're oppressed.
Yeah, I never understood that. You know what's funny? One of my sister-in-law, and she's like a super hardcore Democrat, right? And sometimes she'll say something, and she'll be like, "Oh, you know, some of these policies the Republicans that come up with, they're like horrible." And I'm not saying I agree with every Republican policy, but I'm like, you grew up in like some of the whitest part of Texas, like, and now you live in the whitest part of Georgia. Right? You live amongst the colonizers that you know what I mean? Like, come on. If you really felt that these white people are so bad,
then why are you with them?
Why are you moving into predominant areas around them?
Right.
You know? Like, I hate them so much, I'm going to go live with them. Like, no, it's because, bro, the areas that you move into happen to be very affluent. And if there's a lot of white people in the area, she's like, it's the funniest thing, man. And I see that with my friends too. Like some of my friend groups, they're very liberal, but that's because like they grew up here under very liberal guys, right? And the thing is, like, a lot of their not policy, but a lot of their political experience has basically been fed to them. Yeah. And the thing is, they're so high up in their strata right now that they can't look down. So as an example, we were talking about something like school choice. And she's like, no, I disagree. We shouldn't have school choice. I was like, yeah, because your kid goes to a good school. So you, of course, you hate school choice. You know, you think, oh, the public school systems are fine. Yeah, because you went to a good public school in your area. Try going to a shitty public school and sending your kids to a shitty public school.
Here's the thing. I don't care if you're a liberal. I care if you're a hypocrite. And what I've noticed more on the liberal side is they're all benefiting from the policies that they say they hate, but then they're getting value from it, or they hate capitalism if you're super liberal, but then you're benefiting from it. And when you're, or even on the Republicans, when you're hypocritical about your political set of ideologies with what matches to reality, you're full of shit. And I hate those types of people, because then it's just like, well, what is your point of even talking then? What is your opinion even relevant? How do you make an argument make sense?
I think the funniest thing was, I'm a liberal in the streets, but a colonizer in the streets. I mean, in the sheets. Because like, if you did you see AOC's boyfriend is white, yeah, dude, then Ilhan Omar, she left her Somali husband,
really
slash brother, for this guy who's white also. Yeah,
no
dude,
way, no way that
happened. Yeah. Check it out.
She left for a white man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit, bro. Here's the thing about this stuff, dude. I am not against interracial marriage by any sense of the
No, no,
imagination.
no. Yeah.
But and neither are you. But like when you're so like gung ho around like white people are the devil, and then you're sleeping with them. I mean, maybe they're not the devils. Maybe not.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's just look, the thing is, I always feel like whatever choices that you want to make, you make those choices, but then don't like demonize other people for making those similar choices. That's all. You know.
it's
So it
sad,
is.
dude. It's really sad. A lot of this shit with these the extreme liberal people that I've seen, and extreme right wing stuff is also wrong. But in my generation, the extreme liberal friends that I have that can't defend their argument, and then they'll start like screaming at you. Like I remember getting into an argument with one of them, and they just can't explain it. I'm like, oh, so you're just a fucking idiot. So that's what this devolves down to. You're just stupid.
Yeah, yeah. It is. I mean, I wouldn't say they're stupid. It's just that
No,
they've
sometimes
bought.
they actually are stupid. If you say unrealized capital gains are good because Jeff Bezos is evil, you're stupid. That's stupid because you are ordering from Amazon every week.
Yeah. I find the Apple iPhone people to be the worst. Like when they say, "Oh man, this economy sucks," and they have a newer iPhone than I do, and I'm like, okay, do you really think that you have a problem with spending, or do you have a problem with making money? You know,
Yeah.
like which one is it? You know,
Yes.
so it's yeah,
And again, capitalism's not perfect. The Republicans aren't perfect. There's not
yeah.
conservative policies aren't perfect. It's the hypocrisy in a lot of the underlying set of arguments that I'm just like, okay, so these arguments don't add up at that point. So you don't really have a point that you're trying to make.
See, like a comment like P. Morton you just made, like, yet all the red states sucking on welfare teat. We're not talking about red state versus blue state.
It's
This is
not. That's
about
not the argument. That's not.
we're talking about individuals who profess a certain ideology, but if you look at their life internally, it's the exact opposite. You know, where
Correct.
they live a different life. And the thing is, they're able to live that different life because they live behind gates. You know, so the same people that'll say, you know what, we need to have open borders, they live in gated communities. Like, imagine that, you know, where you're on one hand, you're saying, well, the country is open for everyone, but my community is not open to you. And
It,
the
it,
thing
it,
is, yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your last sentence.
no, and a lot of the boundaries that a lot of these people they put up, they're economic boundaries. And the people don't realize that they're economic boundaries. Like you go to New York City, right? New York City votes heavily Democrat, right? Especially in Manhattan, right? But they have an economic boundary in Manhattan where literally, in order to live in Manhattan, you need to be of a certain echelon of people to
Yeah.
basically live there and thrive
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
You
You
know,
cannot be making 50 grand in Manhattan. No way.
you know, so yeah, you can adopt a certain level of, hey, I think we need to be all like, you know, allow everyone to come in, but you live literally in a doorman building at the top. And the minute that they think about, hey, we need to like make more, and you know how you can tell that there's hypocrisy? If you go to Manhattan right now and try to get some of these buildings to have like more low income housing within them, they'll be like, no, you need to create like a poor door for them.
Yep.
You ever seen that?
Yep.
They're not allowed, some buildings in New York City, in order to basically have more lower income people like move into certain areas based on certain policy decisions, they'll say, yeah, you know, we'll allow like 20% to be more lower income based apartments, which is good. But that's under with the understanding that these people do not get to utilize some of the utilities and functions of that building. And instead they have to use something like a poor door where it's
It's like
literally
a
like,
fucking caste system internally.
yeah,
Dude.
yeah.
You know, it reminds me of this. It reminds me of this video, these types of people.
Elon doesn't know what he's doing. He's going to have to go out for money. Elon doesn't know what he's doing. He's going to have to go out for money. I'm really smart. I work for the Wall Street Journal. And I said, who are you? This guy's landing rockets. You know, he's landing rockets on you know, robot drone rafts in the ocean. And you're saying he doesn't know what he's doing. Well, who else is landing rockets? You ever land a rocket? Okay, you're telling me he's an idiot. I just want to know who you are so I know why should I believe you as opposed to my friend Elon and we're out here watching this rocket land, and which I think is really cool. and you're there in front of your, your Apple Macintosh and typing up an article saying Elon's an idiot. Had to get that. Elon doesn't know what he's doing.
I think it's that same idea. I think it's the same people critiquing a lot of people that are trying to do shit and build shit, benefiting off of what they're doing, and at the same time saying that the whole system's fucked and everything needs to go.
You know, it's funny. There have been class traders in the past, and people will demonize you based on your net worth. Like right now, all these people are saying, man, these rich people, like Donald Trump is rich, Elon Musk is rich. They don't understand us. And I've seen all these attack ads that I've been watching TV, and I keep seeing it. Donald Trump is for the rich. Elon Musk is for the rich. Now, to some degree, maybe they are. Okay, let's just take that. But just because they are part of a different class of strata doesn't mean that they don't give a shit about the bottom people. Okay. And let me tell you, there have been proven historical people that shows that. As an example, look at what's his name? Roosevelt, right? Roosevelt came from a really rich family. Yeah. Like, don't think that FDR was part of like the poor's. Okay. He was not like the man of the people. He was well off. He was wealthy. Kennedys, they were not poor people. The Kennedys were very wealthy.
The Clintons.
The Clintons were poor when they started. They became rich after the fact, right? But the point is,
you're right about them. Yeah.
Don't judge people based on what they have. Base your judgment based on the policy ideas and how equitable those policies are. So right now, there's this thing that I hate when it comes to trying to demonize someone just because they have money, and they'll just ignore all the policy decisions that they're talking about, how they could actually benefit you. Just look at them in the form of them being a billionaire. Like Howard Schultz, like the CEO of Starbucks, he gets shit thrown at him. You're a fucking billionaire. You don't understand the common man. And he's like, bro, I grew up in the projects in East New York, and I'm trying, like Starbucks was one of the few companies that were actually offering all these college level, like, what is that thing called? Like going to school and all this other stuff.
Real health benefits, all that shit.
Yeah. So I think what it is a lot of people, they'll demonize you just because you have money. But then if you were poor, right, and you run for something, they're like, oh, he probably has more of an interest in mind because he's of the same class as I am. And dude, I don't think that's the case.
Well, here's the thing, dude, capitalism doesn't work unless you have everyone kind of okay. Like Elon Musk needs people to build the cars. He needs people to buy the cars. He needs people to call a robotaxi one day. Jeff Bezos needs people to work at the factories, to buy the Amazon packages. Like, you still need, like, if they don't endorse policies that are still net beneficial, even if it's still skewed for the majority of people on a utilitarian basis, who the fuck's going to buy their products?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you need a good economy at the end of the day. So that argument in and of itself is contradictory, because if Elon only cared about rich people, now who the fuck's buying the Teslas? Who's engaging with his empire?
Exactly. So it is what it is, man. I'm glad that we're having this discussion, because a lot of people are afraid to have this. And I can't really have a discussion like this with friends, because I know that if I talk to them about something like this, it ends up becoming like
too political.
Oh, look, right wing, like MAGA Kris is here,
Dude, I hate that I can't talk about this with my friends. It's literally only you, Steve. Like I can't talk to people in my generation. I remember I told you guys the story when I was in New Orleans for a bachelor party this year, and we were at this like breakfast table, and I just brought up the Trump Biden when Biden was still running, and everyone was so turned off that I was like, so what do you guys think? Who's going to win? And they're like, this is a breakfast table. We don't talk about it. I'm like, motherfuckers, what are we going to talk? Like, we're all in our like late 20s, early 30s. Like, this is like the stuff to talk about. This is the important conversations, especially because everyone was quiet. And they got so mad about them. Like, wow, none of you guys like think, none of you guys care, but they're all it's all bullshit that's going on in a lot of people's brain, which is why this YouTube community is so special. Because every morning people actually care about how the fuck do we make money? How do we change our lives?
I'll talk to Bergman about it too. Bergman's another one, See, and the great thing is, just because me and Adam disagree on Palantir doesn't mean we hate each other. If anything, we freaking love each other by talking about our ideas with each other. Yes. Like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? I mean, that's the thing. You make friends with people you agree with, and then you also disagree with. And that's how you have a healthy set of friends, And also it makes for a good conversation. Like, we just went almost an hour and a half, and we were actually had a pretty good conversation.
I think it was very productive.
How many viewers are on right now? Did anyone leave?
We have 380. We had
See?
420. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were able to maintain and sustain that number of people for like literally for like this long. You know, that's how you know we've got good what's the
chemistry.
word? Chemistry. Yeah. If we have boring conversations, then
Everyone
then
leaves.
pretty much
Yeah.
everyone leaves.
Well,
So
that's
yeah.
why you're on the show a couple times a week, dude. Even if look, first of all, there's like 2,000 people on the show by the time you come on. There's like 15 hate comments. That means a majority of people don't give a fuck about saying screw Kris, I hate him. They actually want to listen to what
Yeah.
you say. You know?
I'm probably gonna get canceled eventually at work. I know it, bro. I know. I'm gonna say some shit and it's gonna be clipped and sent to my boss. And my boss is like, let's have this conversation.
Well, that's why you have 1 million in your Roth. And that's why,
Yeah. See, now that's the one good thing. I have enough money to the point where right now, if I did lose my job, I could say, yeah, you know what? It's okay. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. You know, I'm sure you and the birthing people are going to be fine. You know,
that's another, you know, that's
I refuse. It's hard for me to accept birthing people. I think that's where like everyone has a line that you shouldn't cross. But the minute like you hear like birthing person, it's like, is that where we are in society now? Birthing person? Like you can't call. Yeah.
It's similar. I remember when I was talking to my friend back when Elon just bought Twitter. This was like a couple months after we went out to drinks in New York, and he works in tech, and he was like, "Elon's gonna fail. Elon's gonna fail. Elon, it's over. He fired 80%. Elon's gonna fail." And I'm like, dude, you're a smart motherfucker. Like I know you're smart. You have a great job in tech. How are you this stupid? And it's because he was so biased against Elon. And I'm like, oh my god, bro. And he's my age. And that's where I feel like I'm an anomaly. You don't have to love Elon, hate Elon, but it's like the idea that he cut 80% of the staff, to you, that is so right-wing and authoritarian. When in reality, it's like, dude, this is like business. You have to be cutthroat and ruthless, especially when you've got this like fucking a money toilet where you just throw money and flush it away, which is what Twitter was.
Yeah.
But the bias takes away people's ability to actually understand and think critically on this stuff. And
Dougie's comments hilarious. We are at birthing people at my oil company. I think once you once you've hit the birthing people conversation with HR, that's when you know. Like, and the reason why I say that is because that is inclusive language. That now I take every year you have to take like HR classes on DEI and all this other stuff. And the thing is, like, so I was watching it and I was listening to it and I was trying to keep an open mind. I was like, you know what? I am here for an education. I'm going to keep this very open. And the entire time I'm watching this thing, and it's so like it's getting to the point where I'm just like, wait, HR is telling me that this is normal now? What? Like, how is this possible?
And they were telling you have to say birthing persons inside of it?
Yeah. It's in healthcare, you have to now. You know.
Wait, hold on. So you have to refer to women who are pregnant as birthing persons in your hospital.
Pretty much. They're birthing persons. Yeah.
Dude, that's the one cool thing about being a YouTuber. I don't have any HR to deal with. That's the
No, I mean, the
like,
thing
that's wild, bro.
a lot of people can get offended by anything you say. So like, here's as an example, you know, my team, we have, you know, we had a few females that were in our team. And the thing is, like, after the Me Too and everything else, some of the conversations that guys can have, like me and you, like we could be pretty raunchy, you know, like outside of the thing. And that's just how guys talk. It's locker room talk. But the thing is, we don't want to be insensitive to the female colleagues. So instead of having open, like funny conversations and stuff like that, we will just become very proper around them. And so they feel like they've been othered, right? Because of that. And it's not that we don't want to like have like a very honest and open thing, but you're asking us to basically put ourselves in a position of liability by being our raunchy selves around you. So now the workplace, because of that, is more like, hey, what's going on? How's it going? How are you? Okay. You know, like I remember this one time, like all the like girls were, I don't know if you remember this, but in like 2000s, people would like kiss each other on the cheeks and shit.
Yeah.
You know, like the thing is, like right now at work, I don't even shake people's hands like that. Like, especially with a female, I won't shake a female. So I'll be like, hi, how are you? How's it going? You know, and they'll put their hand out, be like, no, it's good. We're good.
Hello,
you know?
How are you?
No, I'm not doing that. Like, we're not even doing a hug, bro. We're not even doing a hug. Like, I'm just like, hey, how's it going? You know, not that, first of all, I'm married, right? So I don't want to give the wrong impression, but even a slightest sense of violation of personal space can get you in trouble, you know?
Yeah, dude.
So the best thing to do is just to avoid being in a position where personal space can be misinterpreted the wrong way. You know, you can be like, oh my God, I haven't seen you in such a long time. Hug. Oh my God, you inappropriately touched me. And the thing is, that was not your intention, but it can happen, right? So now it's like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Cool.
Dude,
So-
my day to day is walking downstairs and walking upstairs and saying hi to myself. Like I have no coworkers here. I have none of that shit. But theoretically, my HR is the audience because I could say some shit that gets me canceled, and then that's like a different situation, right? So there's different ways it adapts. But yeah, dude, like
your HR is your mom, basically your mom and
Yeah.
your sister.
yeah, dude. They've seen some stuff I tweet sometimes. Like, why'd you tweet that? I was like, that's a banger tweet. What are you talking about? That's a fire. But the birthing person thing is interesting because it's like, if you genuinely don't believe in that and they're forcing you to act like that, that's where you have to adapt. Otherwise, you lose your job, right?
Yeah.
And if you lose your job, then you're fucked.
I wonder. Here's a question: since you're young, what's dating like right now?
Well,
Like, how do you actually go on a date? How do you approach a girl for a kiss? How do you approach a girl for a hug and sex and all that stuff? Like what? Like my generation was different. Like we actually were very much like, hey, we're gonna have physical contact. But like I spoke to a cousin of mine, and like, there's no physical contact unless it's like the 5th date right now.
Okay, so I am not in the dating scene right now, but from my understanding and from like talking to friends and stuff about it, it is Hinge and Tinder that gives you the permission to have a mutual agreement with someone. It is not going up to them at the bar. It's just like I was talking to my boy the other day. It's like you could do that, but then you get into the same shit you're talking about of like, oh, this guy's scary. He's coming up to me, blah, blah. And some of that stuff happens, but it is like literally Hinge Plus. You pay $50 a month, and that's how you at least have the mutual understanding with someone that, hey, something physical could happen because you both swiped right on each other, right? So yeah, I think it's that way, but it is not the same.
It's so funny. I've had sex on the first date. I could do it. It's not hard. Like, I don't know why people think that it's like I've had, trust me, Kris, but damn it, my wife is around, bro. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this, but I had game, bro. Like this is 2024. Let himself go, Kris. I'm talking about 2010, fresh out of the army.
Where's that picture of
doing
you?
push?
Where's that picture of you? The mirror selfie. We got to find that picture and show everybody.
Yeah, there's a different Kris from back in the day, man. Yeah, hey, Kris's HR is watching. Yeah, my wife.
We got to find that picture. There's a mirror selfie Kris posted like a year ago, and he looks like a Chad in that picture, you know?
That's
Yeah,
fine. No, not a
it's
Chad
different, dude.
anymore.
You're 38 and married. It's a whole different world now.
Yeah. We got to get back into work. I told my wife, like, now we got to get back into like working out mode, you know? So once you get married, you almost like you enable each other's bad habits, you know, because it's like, hey, should we go to the gym today? Nah, I don't feel like. Okay, yeah, me neither. Let's just stay on the couch and watch a movie. You know,
well, the motivation to be super attractive and healthy and fit when you're with the same person forever, like it has to go down a little bit, right? Like
it does. You
just don't give a fuck. It's like they're gonna leave because I have a little bit more because I have some extra pounds. Like, all right, like
man, you start to value the other parts of the relationship way more when you're in a deep connected. But I told my wife, like today, she was like, she bought some stuff from Old Navy. She was trying it. I was like, oh god damn, what's up, baby? You looking kind of good, you know? Because when she does get dressed up and I'm like, it's like, hey, I remember myself in 2010 again, you know. So anytime I see my wife getting all like dolled up, it's like, oh, okay, maybe I do need to hit the gym a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah. So what is it? Do you even lift, bro? To be honest, I haven't been lifting lately.
I need to. Doug told me I need to lift because I'm in my 20s and I can grow muscle easier than if I tried when you're.
I need to sleep more. I need to work out more. I have been working out much. But now my wife, she just changed her job. She's going to be she was working like longer shifts. We kind of made a decision that she was going to work shorter shifts now. And that this way we can actually spend more time with each other and kind of support each other while we go into the gym. So starting next week, she's going to be at a new position. She's going to be home at a reasonable time. we're gonna go and we're gonna go out work out together and kind of support each other's growth in that regard. Because I think that's the thing. Like if I enforce it on her and she enforces it on me, we'll be able to kind of change our mindset a little bit. Like right now, she comes home, she's super tired. I I work overnight, so I sleep a lot during the daytime. So like right now, it's like 12:43, right? It's almost 1 o'clock. Normal people are asleep right now, you know. But the thing is, this is the time where I'm usually awake. So
I'm happy you hopped on, dude. We went from talking about I forgot for the past 2 hours that I didn't get to go to fucking India today. So it was good. I needed this. I needed this as well.
you were ready for India. What are you looking forward? What are you looking forward to in India?
Dude, literally just being in India, bro. Like, I love just like being in India, like getting into a store and like just like seeing my people. Like I miss it so much. It's been 5 years, you know.
That shit all wears off after 5 days.
Well, I think if I go every year, it's not as nostalgic, but it's been a long time. It's
my dad's in India right now. He's having a great time, man. He was supposed to come home in like October, November, but he's like, nah, I've been planting mango, like this mango orchard. So he's like, I want to make sure that everything works out well and everything. So right now he's chilling. He's literally like living like a hermit in our farmhouse that he actually built a farmhouse. And now he's just chilling. He's got like dogs around him and shit. And he's living his good life, you know, like,
yeah.
I spoke to him the other day on WhatsApp, because that's a great thing about WhatsApp now. You just call and
dude,
hey, Dad, what are you up to?
Dude, we were calling the Indian embassy today through WhatsApp. I think we all don't realize how important WhatsApp is globally.
Oh yeah.
Like that product alone has to be worth something bigger to Meta than we can all imagine. Everywhere, it's WhatsApp. Everywhere.
Someone's like, which Gam are you from? I am from, well, near Anand. I'm not really gonna speak too much about it because like there's like I'm from around there, like near Ahmedabad. That's where in Gujarat. That's where I'm from. So where are you from in India?
Punjab.
I know, in Punjab. Punjab's an entire fucking state, bro. Like what part of Punjab?
New Delhi.
You're from Delhi? You're not from
I'm,
like one of the like regional pind, you know, like the villages.
No, my grandparents live in Ghaziabad.
Ghaziabad? I don't know what that is.
Yeah. It's in New Delhi. Yeah, we're north. You're South Indian, right?
No, I'm Western.
West.
Gujarat is West Indian. Western part of India. So there's like a dividing line in India, like South India, like Tamil Nadu and like Karnataka and Bangalore. All those stuffs are down there.
Yeah.
We're more like North Indian. We're up there. So we're like West Coast of India, like Northwest Coast.
Yeah.
You guys are weird up there. What part of weird? I don't know.
Dude, I think do Indians treat you like foreigners?
Some do.
All of them do, at least for me. Well, I'm lighter than you too, Chris. So like they can tell immediately. These motherfuckers are like,
bro. Listen. This is what I do. Okay, I go to India, I take off all this shit. I turn on my Gujarati, like, because I speak fluent Gujarati. Like at home, we spoke nothing but Gujarati, so I have fluent Gujarati in my veins. And when I speak like that. And the other thing is, I try not to make myself out to be like, oh, I'm from the U.S. Because if you can
still tell, dude, you're too Americanized. I feel like so am I. They can tell. They can just smell it.
I can shapeshift, bro. I can shapeshift. I can shapeshift into
I'm not the best at it.
Put some parachute, the thing in my hair. You know what the parachute is? Like the coconut. I'll show you. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Dude, when I go to India, I cannot. Like they just know I'm American. I can try speaking my broken Hindi, even though I'm not horrible at Hindi, but they can tell. They know. Even though I look Indian, it's not like I don't look Indian, but they can sense it immediately. Amid just getting to the stream, does this mean you're going to the Hood Summit? Sorry if you covered this. So Tanner, I put in my request to the Indian Embassy to get a e-visa. And if they accept me, which I think they will, then no, I'm still not going to the Hood Summit. If they don't, then I will try to get to that summit, which would be really fun. Because for those that don't know, Tanner's going to be there. And so will Roy Crossroads. It'll be so cool to go. But I think I'll get accepted. And so I think I'll go to India.
I'll show you the secret. And I'm sure that all the Indian people in the chat, they'll agree with me. If you want to hide that you're not from America, you need to put this in your hair right here.
Oh, I've seen this. There you go.
Okay. If you got this, if you were ever like, let me show you. Hold on. There you go. That's the stuff. the coconut oil. Okay. So basically, if you ever were in school and the kids around you, Indian kids, they smelled like coconut, it's because their mom put this stuff in their hair, and that's why they all smell like coconuts.
Yeah.
You know, it's really good. It's really good. I really like the smell. But basically, if you smell like this, no one is gonna say you are not Indian. Like, I don't think I've ever met, like, if you smell like what is that they call, like Giorgio Armani or some shit like that?
Yep,
Yeah, maybe. But if you got this on, bro, you're one of us.
Dude, first thing I was gonna do, so when I get to India, is I was gonna go get a face massage Sunday morning, which would have been tomorrow, or Sunday night, whatever it would have been when I get there, and it would have been like $5 or something, and I was gonna give him like a $20 tip, and I would have just sat there for an hour, and this dude would have just
Massage your face.
Yeah, dude, it's like those services in America. You try to get a fucking massage, is $90 an hour, $90 for 30 minutes. It's not like, it's just insane. But in India, it would have been so much better.
That exchange rate works out in our benefit. Yeah, my wife just had her nails done. It was expensive, so like, but the thing is, if she had done that in India, it's like rupees to the dollar. You know, so like right now, you can just retire and go live in India.
Dude, what if you take your 1 million and you just convert into rupees, move to India? You're gonna be a king.
That's what my brother's gonna do. My brother's happy as hell, bro. His wife is Indian, so he got married to a girl from India. And my brother is, like I said, he's set up where he's gonna manage all of our Indian assets. So he's gonna work a couple of more years in the US and then just shift out all his stuff to India and basically live the life of a king over there.
Wait, but would you ever go back to India and live there?
I can't.
Why not?
It's
basically America. If you have your Wi-Fi, you're good, right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
You live in a nice neighborhood.
The first thing would be, I think the weather is disagreeable with me, because India gets like, people think like, oh, America gets hot like the South. You don't know what weather, like really bad weather, is until you lived in India, where it's nothing but rain for like 4 months or 5 months out of the year. Like when you're in monsoon season, it's bad. Okay, so first of all, the seasons in India are rough, depending on which season you go in. The summers are exceptionally hot, so that's another thing you have to watch out for. The only time where it really makes sense to be in India, for my comfort, it'd probably be in like the winter time.
Well, this is the first time ever I'm going to India in October. This is the first time ever in my life. It's always been in the summer.
It's really mild right now. Like October, November, December, and January, you'll see like a lot more NRIs, which are like non-resident Indians, go to India. Like most people that do go to India from like the US, from the UK and everything, they usually go around November to probably January, because the weather is a lot more agreeable. And then the other times of the year, it's not, So
that's why I was looking forward to it as well, because I've only been in July, so I don't know what India looks like in October.
Yeah. So there are times in India where I would like to go visit, but I don't think I could live there permanently. The other thing is, like, bro, when you even if you're a passenger and you're driving around in India, you're taking your life into your own hands, bro.
100%, 100%, bro.
I get scared, bro. I'm terrified of Indian roads.
Dude, we were driving on a highway. You know how there's 2 lanes, one going this way, one going this way? We were this way. They were coming this way. We just swerved out of it. Like, it was stupid, bro. That's why, going back to my original point of the stream, that's why my mom is so nervous about India, and she handles the visas and all that shit. She is so scared of India. She's so scared of me and my sister being these American kids being in India, because she grew up there. She knows how the fuck India gets crazy. Yeah, it's ridiculous there. Absolutely ridiculous.
Dude, the sounds, it's just, let me tell you, if you're in India and you're riding in a car, you'll be scared to death the entire time.
Scared to death the whole time. But there's the least amount of accidents in the world in India.
Yeah, on a per capita basis, because it's like 1.4 billion people. But that doesn't look. It's even one accident is too much to me, But dude, it like the way they drive. I remember me and my wife were coming back from India a couple of years ago from a wedding. Dude, the driver was like navigating through people, and it was just like inches away from like
centimeters away. Yes,
And I'm looking at the driver like, yo, this dude is like,
and he's a poker face, doesn't give a fuck. Like
Yeah.
just straight navigating it, no issues.
And the honking, bro. And I'm just like, I'm looking like, bro, I must have touched my horn maybe like once over the past 5 years. It's the exact opposite in India. They honk that shit every 2 seconds. And that's like their form of communicating. Like, hey, I'm coming and the sound is getting closer to you. So you should probably move. You know?
And if you don't move, there will be a crash. So you better
Yeah.
move. And then
And the
finally,
thing
they're
is, like,
inches away, they move.
yeah. It's like, oh no, like you hear the honking, and it's like, nah, I still got time. It's still about like it's like sonar. You know, India, the horn is like sonar, you know. Bro, I can't deal with that. It's like I was telling my wife, like we were in Mumbai and like we were leaving out of Mumbai airport, and it was like, oh my god, the drive was just
It's scary, dude, because there's rickshaws, there's cows, there's motorcycles, there's fucking what do you call that thing? A taxi, not a taxi. What do you call the thing with 3 wheels?
the rickshaw.
No, 3-wheel Indian. Oh, it's this thing, Chris. What is it? The fact that we're such fake Indians, dude. What is this thing right here? What is this thing? Moto? What do you call this?
That's a rickshaw.
It's not a rickshaw, dude. No, Chris. A rickshaw rickshaw's totally different, dude. A rickshaw.
No, it's the same thing. That's what it is. It's a rickshaw. That's what it's
rickshaw is
called.
this guy, bro.
That's another guy. That's just a guy with a bicycle with like
this is not a no, an auto. It's called auto.
Auto rickshaw.
No. But no one calls it a auto rickshaw. They call it an auto. They call it an auto.
Well, I don't know what y'all call it in Punjab, but we call it rickshaws where I come from.
It's an auto.
You know.
It's 100%. Yeah, see in the chat, even it's an auto. It's an auto.
Okay,
but
whatever.
The point is, there's all of that shit all at once. All at once. No one calls it an auto rickshaw, dude. I don't know what the fuck you guys. I'm
scared, bro. I'm so scared when I go to India with the driving, man. And it wasn't like that in the past. I don't think like now it's gotten even worse. You know, at least the highways are better now. Like that back in the day, if you went to India in like 2000, I'd say like I was in India in 96. And I remember to go from Ahmedabad to Bombay, if that was like a journey. Now with all the highways and stuff, it's quick. Like you can just get there, you know. Like the train systems are also very interesting.
M says now it's worse because the roads are better. That means they get you a little bit more space to like do whatever they want.
Man, the thing is, I love India, but at the same time, it's like I've grown up too comfortable. Like I've lost my Indian card. I've lost my brown card. You know, when you're out of the zone for too long. Yeah.
That's my thing, dude. I walk outside and I see fucking rabbits walking around having a jolly old time in my suburb. I'm like, do I want to trade that for like really bad air? And you know, even though I love that part of it, like I love India, I just like feel a connection there.
Yeah.
But for 2 weeks, for 2 years, it's like, oh, maybe this, you know, it's like it's different.
I'll tell you a funny story. Me and my brother, we did I was in the 5th grade, my brother was in the 3rd grade. We used to take the bus from school to our village. And what's funny is the way that the bus system works is that, you know, you go from one town and then you transfer to another bus. So there's this one bus stop called Kasur where we stopped there and then we were waiting for the next bus. But the thing is, like, near the bus stop, there was this mango tree. And bro, let me tell you, this tree was freaking gorgeous. Like this mangoes on this tree. You ever smelled like the mangoes like actually on the tree? They're freaking amazing.
I've had real sugar cane in India, but not mangoes.
Oh, dude, I told my brother, I was like, look, man, I'm gonna climb up this tree. I'm gonna go get us some of these mangoes. You be the lookout, okay? If someone starts to make their way, you holler at me and we will run, okay? So the local farmer, which had no idea. So these 2 Indian kids, well, I mean, everyone's Indian, but these 2 kids dressed in their school uniforms, bro. I got one mango, and this farmer just came running from one direction, and my brother's like, "Hey, listen, we need to leave, and basically like I'm trapped on the tree, and he's like, "Oh, come down," and I'm like, "Maybe if I make like monkey sounds, you'll leave. Like you'll think it's just I'm like," and then
wait, hold on. Is this in India or in America? This is India, right?
India.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no mango trees in America like that. So then my brother started like throwing some rocks at him or something. So he started chasing my brother, which gave me enough time to come down. And then then he circled back, and then we ran away. And bro, we basically got on the bus as fast as we could, and you could see like this farmer standing on the corner, being like I'm gonna find you, you know.
So I'm dead at you saying if I act like a monkey, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, bro.
So no, it's cool, man. I think we ran into him again, and he's like, "Look, you could just ask me for some mango. You don't have to like go up on the tree and shit and get hurt, you know." So what's funny is eventually word got back to my grandma that we did this, and she beat our ass.
Of course.
Which, you know what? No. Let me. She beat my ass because I was the older kid. That's how Indian beatings work. The younger ones don't get anything. The older ones get their ass whooped. I think one time my grandfather whooped my ass when like my brother and my cousin were like you know, play fighting or whatever, and my grandfather had like this temper. This dude came upstairs and he started hitting me. Why aren't you doing anything about this? I'm like, what do you want me to do? Why am I getting beat for these two knuckleheads? You know? And what's messed up is they realize that. And so instead of like, oh, my old big brother's gonna get beaten if I act up wild, they're like, oh, dude, we got one over this guy. We're gonna start fucking doing this shit more often, you know. That's when I had to like, it's like, all right, Dad, let's go. I'm gonna be like whatever our grandfather does to me, I'm gonna do twice as hard to you. So y'all better calm the fuck down, you know.
Yeah.
So it kind of works. The beatings are, I guess my grandfather believed in Reaganomics, you know, where the beatings come from the top and go down. You know, it's like beat the top and then the beatings will work their way down. Why beat everyone? Why be an equal opportunity beater? You know, just beat at the top. So
shout out to M for the 20. My guys, this shit is jokes. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah. Dude, it's hilarious. That is the one difference between your childhood and my childhood. I never got beat.
Because you were the young kid. You were the youngest.
No,
one,
but
right?
My sister never got. Dude, like my parents were just.
You got lucky. You didn't have an older brother. You didn't have an older brother.
I couldn't imagine my life with an older brother, dude. Like, I don't even know what my life would have like. I've always had a.
It would have been horrible. It would have been horrible. You would have got your ass beat the entire time, bro.
Like when I have kids, I don't want to have two boys. I want there to be a balance of the energy. Like two boys, I feel like is like it's just a lot of testosterone.
It's the job of every older sibling to fuck with the younger sibling. I don't know what it is. When you're a kid, you just have to fuck with them. I don't know why. Is anyone else in the chat? What do you guys think? Have you been like, if you grew up as the older kid, did you beat your, not beat, but did you like, did you always mess with your younger sibling?
But hold on. The caveat here is, did you have a sister or a brother? Because like I feel like a big sister, little sister might fuck with each other. Big brother, little brother, but like big sister, little brother, it's a different.
I don't
dynamic.
think so. Yeah. I don't think big sister, little
or
brother
big brother, little sister, also a different dynamic.
Yeah. No, maybe older brother or younger brother got me. Yeah, nobody fucks with my little brother but me. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Like, so that's the thing. If someone else came after my brother, bro, I would be the first one to be like, all right, let's go. We taking this motherfucker out. But like, no one does that for me. I used to do WWE moves on her.
Yeah, dude, I went through a WWE phase. Like, I was obsessed with WWE. If I had an older brother, oh my god, the amount of wrestling we would have done. My neighbors that I had friends, we would wrestle just to like get our WWE.
Yeah. What was your favorite finishing move? For me, it was like the rock bottom. Remember that?
619 from Rey Mysterio.
Rey Mysterio 619. Oh man, the rock bottom.
Undertaker had a good one too.
The Lion Tamer with Chris Jericho. Was it? Chris Jericho?
Yes.
Chris Jericho.
Yeah,
bro. If you didn't grow up with a brother and do all sorts of like WWE shit with them. Same thing with Street Fighter. We also like pretend like we were in Street Fighter and bro, my brother. I miss my brother, man. I'm gonna probably call him tomorrow morning. Yo,
is he in Georgia too?
Yeah, Savannah. It's so funny because when we were kids, we used to like fight, but as adults, we're kind of like we always have each other's back. It's so weird. It's such a weird dynamic. You'd think that like the mutual hate would translate into like adulthood, but it doesn't. It actually gravitates into like this, like, I don't know, this feeling of, hey man, I'm sorry I beat you as a kid, but we're friends now, right? And it's like, yeah, I guess we're friends.
Dude, you know what's so funny? Me and my sister have always had a great relationship, but like in high stress moments, we will yell at each other so hard. and then like act like it never happened. Like today when we were applying for the embassy and stuff, like I don't know, so some little arguments just came up, but not even arguments, just like moments where like we raised our voice at each other. But it was one of those things where like it happened, and then we ordered a burger, and she's eating my food, and like it's like it means nothing in the grand scheme of things, but only it's because it's your sister, you know?
Yeah.
And you know you can, like, my sister calls me a fucking idiot dumbass all the time for fun. Like she'll walk around and be like, "Oh, what is this idiot doing?" You know, like it's just funny, and I just take it because it's whatever.
Yeah,
but it's because
Stone Cold Stunner. The Stone Cold Stunner, bro. So, dude, some of the wrestling moves, bro. I swear to God, I'm surprised. Me and my brother don't have brain damage. We might actually have some brain damage because if you look at some of the moves, if you do them wrong, you could like paralyze the other.
Oh
person.
Yeah. Dude, they're faking WWE is fake. Sorry to break it to anybody. So like they plan how to do those moves. It's all bullshit. It's all fake.
Yeah.
So you can't try it at home, act like you're doing it correctly because you'll break something.
Yeah.
My older brothers used to beat my ass, 7 years older.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, that's what it is. They got to toughen you up, man. You know, hanging out with power bombs.
Dude, it's so fake. I remember I found out when I was, I think it was 14, and I found a video on YouTube that showed me how fake it was.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, it's all fake. It was so sad. So sad.
Remember
I don't remember that one.
I don't remember that. I just remember the most disgusting was this guy like Rishi something, but there was like this big ass Samoan dude who would like his finishing move was he would rub his ass in your face.
Yes.
Rakishi. There you go. I remember him now. Rakishi. Bro,
yep.
This dude you'd be like, and he'd be like, all right, you know what? Now you're gonna get like the special. He would just take his giant ass and rub it in your face. And like somehow that would like kill you, you know? It's like,
dude, you know all the wrestlers wear underwear, like their outfit is just an underwear, like you know all the wrestlers just wear underwear, right? Hold on, let me bring it up.
They wear. I hope they wear underwear. Shoot,
no,
I think
like when they're like this guy, like Randy Orton, like this is what the average WWE wrestler's outfit is. This right here, right?
Yeah.
I remember my parents were fucking with me when I was a kid because I was so obsessed with this shit. And they were probably like, why is this guy obsessed with this? And they were like, why is he only wearing underwear? Like, why does he not have an outfit? And I remember I couldn't answer. I was like, because he's a wrestler. Like, I remember my dad was like, well, why is this guy not wearing a shirt? And I'm like, I don't know, Dad. That's a good question. Why is like, because they were just like, what do you like? What do you like about this stuff? It was so stupid.
Yeah,
but at that time,
you do have to hand it to like Vince McMahon though. This dude actually got involved in some of the stuff. I mean, he's not just the CEO of that business, but he became like the villain at one point. He had like a villain arc. That shit was hilarious with Stone Cold being like chairman.
His daughter married Triple H. Right?
Yeah.
That created a whole weird dynamic as well. Like the whole thing was. Then I realized it was worldwide entertainment.
Yeah.
Once you realize the E part, you're like, oh.
People still watch it for entertainment.
Oh,
man.
dude.
People know it's not real.
They sell out arenas. Like,
yeah.
They follow the storyline. Dude, the stock market is kind of like wrestling. Like you need your figures, like the Dan Ives and the Tom Lees and the Kathy Woods. And like, they're like the wrestlers, you know? So
who are you in that dynamic then?
I don't think I'm big enough to be in that dynamic yet. Like,
come on, man. You could be at the bottom or something. Like the Hardy Boys or something. No, right?
Do you remember when Jeff Hardy jumped off that fucking
bro? I remember Mick Foley. Mick Foley, that dude that did not look fake. When I think it was one of the WrestleManias or one of the cages thing, and this dude like leapt from some god knows height, and I was like, you can't fake that shit. That's when like sometimes it makes you like, wait a second, is this really fake? Did this dude not just jump off of this giant? And the thing is, you saw the blood coming down his. So I don't know, man.
Let me ask you a question to wrap it up. Going back to investing, would you invest in Anduril in the private markets at a 19?
Hell yeah.
No,
hell yeah.
At a $19 billion valuation.
Hell yeah.
Okay, why?
Hell yeah.
What's your logic?
They're disrupting defense, bro. They're disrupting defense easily.
Okay, but hold on. That's a very basic thesis. Let's get deeper here. Lockheed Martin's $100 billion. That's their TAM. So you're buying it for a 5x?
No, it's going to be even more than that.
So, but how? If they have defense hardware margins, and no commercial business, how do you get to 200, 300 billion?
Because number one, they're Lockheed and everyone else, they spend a lot of money very inefficiently, which is why their profit margins are so lean. Andrew, I think, can do things at a much, much faster pace with higher margins. And that should scare the shit out of all these defense primes. The defense primes right now are these old school lethargic businesses that have like all these legacy costs that are built in. But the thing is, they're incumbents, right? So they have a lot of incumbent related costs. Andrew doesn't have that. They can be the small scale disruptor and grow really fast. Right?
So I agree with all of that. And they are growing really fast. They're hiring like
Yeah.
crazy. They're winning a shit ton of contracts.
Mhm.
I still don't know how you get.
They're bringing a Silicon Valley like mentality and also a Silicon Valley like margin into the defense space.
But it's still defense. There's no like, unless you think there's going to be a ton of wars, like where is the TAM evolving from?
I mean, did you look at the Department of Defense, how much spending they do every year?
But Lockheed's at all-time highs now because of this Israel-Ukraine, right? Like if we have a couple
Yeah,
years,
and then also, but then you also have international markets too that Andrew could sell into. Like you're looking at this,
they're willing to accept weaponry.
I mean, there's enough Western countries out there that are looking for value in their defense. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know Andrew for sure is in Australia, because I know I've seen some of the work that they do over there with like some ship related stuff. See, the key with Andrew that I think is very, very positive is that these old school legacy defense contractors, they spend so much money because they've got no competition, right? So they just basically willy-nilly hire people. They willy-nilly like develop defense projects that don't go anywhere. They overcharge the government. And the thing is, because they have this inbuilt incumbency, I don't think that they're very innovative at all.
No,
versus
that I
these
agree.
guys that are like just like the level of iteration and the level of development that these guys have is crazy, you know. So
Yeah.
I think the value that they're able to generate for these governments is going to be so immense. They'll take market share like crazy, and they'll do it in a very cost-effective way. In which case, now not only will defense spending, even if it stays the same, more of that market share will be grabbed by Andrew. It'll and the thing is,
but Kris, all of that makes sense. But what do you see as the return at a 20 billion valuation? 20x? Like where do you? Because I see it's hard for them to get a 5x in a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if that happens.
I mean, that's a pretty good return, though.
No, that's a pretty good return. But if it's a private market investment and your liquidity is done for years, right? It's stuck there.
Yeah.
Theoretically, and it could fail also theoretically in the private market. Like, it's not like like to me, when I invested a figure at 2 billion, that to me is like that.
Yeah, you got a lot of potential.
Fucking crazy, right? At 20, because it's humanoid robots, a defense contractor that has no commercial business yet. That yes, is more innovative than Lockheed and Raytheon, but that's not like revolutionary. That's like good. Where's the return on investment? That's massive. If it was 5-7 billion, I would be with you. But 20 billion, I feel like is up there.
I mean, we'd have to examine them closer with regards to how much, like, what kind of margins that they're getting. So yeah, we'd have to probably.
They're not getting software margins. That's 100% facts. Like we know that they're not getting software margins.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that. They're not getting software margins, dude.
We
both have a friend in Andrew, and we know they're not getting software margins.
I don't know about that, man. I think they get maybe halfway to software margins, but because a lot of
they
the
get
stuff,
the 50% margins, or 35% or whatever. I think they're barely going to crack 15.
Between when I look at the defense contractors, right, and like the margins that they're getting, they have a lot of legacy costs that Andrew doesn't have. So if you factor that in, where Andrew doesn't have a lot of legacy costs, and they're able to be a lot more nimbler and very picky on what kind of contracts and everything that they can get, I think Andrew gets there, man. Like, remember, when it comes to business, it's not just based on your revenue, but what you can generate tangibly at the bottom line. You know, so if these guys can do all the research and do it for much cheaper and produce defense products for much cheaper for the government, number one, they'll take market share. So they'll disrupt the incumbents in general, but then they'll also be able to kind of grow. And the thing is, if you look at the total addressable market for defense spending, it's not just the US, it's all over the world.
No, I agree with that.
You know,
here's where the big argument comes in. as G-Tan says right here, we're moving towards software-defined weapons in warfare.
Yeah.
I think Anduril's real crazy blow-up moment, which justifies the venture investment, is that there's going to be a software layer to all of the weaponry that the weaponry is not going to make sense unless you have that software layer. And we've already seen this in a variety of products.
I agree with that.
If that is what they end up really coming to market with when they go public, I think everyone's going to buy up the stock. Like everyone, because then they're going to see software margins, defense contractor. They're like Palmer Luckey, and the street probably is into defense spending, right? Because the world is getting crazy.
Well, I mean,
So,
the way that I'd probably phrase this is, if you look at one F-35, I think the F-35 right now is like just one, okay, off the line. It's like $165 million or $170 million for one, okay? Lockheed Martin makes a whole fleet of these things for the government and all that stuff. Anduril could probably get the same level of impact at the ground level by developing an autonomous, plane that they can do for like 10 million, right? And they could build it really cheap and get the same level of penetration and impact to the enemy, right? So if you look at Russia right now, the reason why the Ukrainians are actually holding their own is because I think that war is proving out that you don't need to be like a tactically bigger country anymore with more personnel and bigger hardware. I think as long as you have more focused weapons that are a lot more impactful, you can get away with a much, much smaller defense budget and have a lot bigger impacts.
I agree. I mean, look, and if Anduril takes away a lot of Lockheed and Raytheon's market share, yeah, that 20 is probably going to 60 billion. And then if they have a software component, that's how you get to 100, 120, and then boom, that's your 6-7x from 20 billion. So yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, no, it's going to be hard for them to eventually, like, I think it's a growing bit. Not to mention, remember that the TAM for this is always growing. I don't know why, but we just, as humans, we just want to kill each other. It's just normal, Like we don't just sit back and say, you know what, let's not kill each other. Let's not bomb each other. Let's not hurl, rockets at each other. Let's just live peacefully with each other. The world
doesn't happen that way.
Human nature just sucks, man.
The other thing is, if Anduril does have a commercial product that manufacturing industrials can use something, that's another part of the valuation that can't be ignored. That probably is not factored in at the current valuation right now.
Yeah,
that is fair. By the way, Anduril's current valuation, for those that are wondering, is $15 billion. That was their last Series F funding round.
There is the one good thing that Justin said, I come from a deep military family. USA is very loyal to old school companies. That's true. That's very true.
Oh, well, they're gonna have to politic to get rid of the Lockheed board members and all that shit. Like, they're gonna have to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like right now, the defense Secretary of Defense formerly was a board member of Raytheon.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of entrenched interest within government that basically are there to, they're all going to get jobs. You know how many generals went from Afghanistan, retired, and then on a board seat with the defense prime? I mean, hell, what's his name? Palantir does that too now. They took Mike Gallagher. Right?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. They got that guy. That's a good one, dude. I think that'll be good.
So that's just the name of the game. You get these former military people, politicians, have them sign up.
The other thing is, a lot of the fucking Anduril people are ex-Palantir, and they learned all the mistakes that Palantir made in selling to the government. So a lot of them are just smarter. Like Trey Stevens, he knows how the fuck to sell to government now. And so at Anduril, he's not going to make those same mistakes that he made at Palantir.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see where they end up, man. My thing is right now with figure and robotics, that could be a big TAM going forward. Because I think right now, the three industries that I've seen a tremendous amount of appeal, like they're very early stages. One is space, right? Yeah. Private space companies are likely to be a big beneficiary of a cycle of investing or investing in a space industry. And that's why you've seen like ASTS, Rocket Lab, SpaceX, they're all absolutely, sometimes when they do well on that. So that space is one area of interest in terms of total innovation. Another area worth looking at is robotics, because as you can clearly see, humanoid robotics and all that stuff is actually becoming more viable. And I think in medicine, you're seeing more like personalized medicine take a hold, but I don't know much about the field. But I keep hearing about personalized medicine. I mean, I'm the other fringe ones that you also hear about in terms of innovation is quantum computing, as quantum computing
Yes.
could be a big thing as well, you know.
Yes.
So those are like the next generation of industries that could revolutionize things. You know how like AI was in its infancy in 2020, but then it kind of blew up in 2023 and 24. You could see one of these industries blow up significantly in the next, you know, however many years. So if you really want to become super, super wealthy, get into these IPOs. I mean, not IPOs, pre-IPO companies, and you could 20x, 30x your money. I hope
Yeah,
you
but
could,
you
I
gotta
hope
pick
you
the right
20x
one,
your money
dude.
up bigger.
You gotta pick
I
the
hope
right one. That's the problem.
nuclear is another one to look at also, because nuclear is starting to make a little bit of a comeback. But it's like more on like the I guess the SMRs, probably not necessarily your traditional nuclear with like giant installation, more like smaller. They can make these reactors in a factory and they have like a bunch of fail safes in them and they can transport them. That's another area that's worth looking into. EVTOL. There's the problem with EVTOL is there seems to be so many limitations on it that doesn't make it like a mass market product yet. And I'm sure someone
Yeah.
will figure it out.
Like
Someone will
like
figure
the
it out.
average person cannot hop on an eVTOL and go from LA to San Francisco without paying a lot
Yeah.
of money. That's the problem. That's the
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah. Been working, trying to get SMRs to work for over a decade. We had product, but no market. Yeah. I mean, now you have a market though with all these data centers. These data centers are consuming a shit ton of energy. And the thing is, local grids may not be able to support all this stuff, you know. So the last thing you would want to do is, you know, not have something. Boom, which is supersonic commercial airliner. I don't know if how far that's gonna go. I don't know. Yeah.
What industry do you think is going to be the next 10x industry in the next 10 years? Or vertical?
It looks like space, probably.
Really?
know.
You think it would be space?
It could be. I mean, if Elon proves out that human like, I don't know, how do I say it? Basically, if there's value in space, if there's value that's created in space, then yeah, people will invest in it. So as an example, like Starlink. Starlink is everywhere now, dude. I think Starlink is going to disrupt traditional telecoms eventually. Like, I had no idea how crazy Starlink was. And the thing is, like, you hear about this thing all over the news all the time now.
Yeah.
One of the bull cases I have for the cruise lines is fucking Starlink. Do you hear about that?
Yeah, you told me about that. Yeah.
Like, if you go 5 years ago before COVID, you go on a cruise ship. Cruise ships had really slow internet. You know, even if you paid for it, it wasn't that great. It lets you email, whatever. Now, all the cruise ships have Starlinks on them, and basically these cruise line companies are charging you $20 a day to basically access the internet. And the thing is, we as a society have become so indoctrinated to be connected that we will pay that $20. And
I would pay $100 a day, bro.
See what
Don't
I mean?
leave me without my fucking internet, bro. I will cry.
And people on cruise ships feel the same exact thing. So that is a completely new business vertical for the cruise lines, where basically before, because remember, the cruise lines are all about the services that they charge, right? And that's how they make their margins. So they don't make money on you getting into on just the ship, but they also make money on all these shore excursions, all the extra drink packages that are much, much higher margin. They make money on all these other like little things. So if you're able to add an entire new vertical into the mix and it's high margin vertical, that means your margins will expand. So people are looking at this like in 2019 versus now. Dude, it's amazing. I think the cruise lines are going to do very well for the next like 5-10 years. And one of the reasons why they're going to do well is because of Starlink, because it opens up so many people to going on longer cruises than ever before.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we need to go on a cruise.
Tailwind.
We need to go on a cruise, man, and check it
Dude,
out.
I don't see the value proposition to a cruise. Like I know a lot of people do. I would be bored in a cruise.
No,
like,
you wouldn't.
I don't want to be in the middle of
wouldn't.
the ocean, bro. Like I want to be calm. Like, I'd rather be in Vegas than a cruise is my point.
Bro, they have casinos on board too.
I just
They've
like
got,
why,
look,
but what's the point of being in the middle of the ocean and doing stuff you would do drunk in Vegas? Like where's the difference?
you also have destinations that you go to, like
No, but forget that.
beaches
But
and
the whole
stuff
point of the
like
cruise is to be in the boat, right? Like where's the value?
that. No. So the value, there's four main values of a cruise ship that you tend to get when you go on a cruise. Okay. The first value is you're going to a different destination, right? So right now, if you want to go to the Caribbean, you could just fly to the Caribbean. But if you go on a cruise, you can go on there, spend a day in the sun. There's pool everywhere. You're hanging out with people. There's
You can do that at the
buffets. There's really
beach.
good food. There's good food there, right? Then you get to the destination. You go onto the beach. You come back to the ship, right? Then you go
Dude,
on to
that
another
sounds
beach, to
so
another one, to another
tiring
one.
for no reason.
Dude,
Like,
it's not, man. Cruises are awesome. I'm telling
no,
you, you gotta go.
I think cruises are awesome. I just think if I could do what I want to do on a cruise in Vegas or in Atlantic City,
You hang out with your friends. There's so many other things you could do. You could, bro. They've got golf, not golf cart. Well, there's golf on there too, like golf simulators on there. There's putting greens on there. There's rock climbing. There's surfing.
who the fuck
There's
is rock climbing at 38 years old, bro? Like, you're not doing that shit.
everyone. I love rock climbing, dude. Rock
No,
climbing's
dude,
awesome.
you're there to get drunk and get fucked up. That's what a cruise is to me, unless you're with your family. It's like a Disney cruise or whatever. That's different. But like,
Nah, man, there's more to it than that, bro. There's way more to it. I'm telling you, if you haven't been on a cruise, you won't understand it. If you go on a
I've been
cruise,
on one. I've been on one. My family.
when, like back in the day, though.
Yeah, 2014, Mexico.
Yeah, go on one now. I'm telling you, there's a world, and especially if you go with friends, there's a big difference. Really big difference. You know, you're eating good food. You go to all these different restaurants that are on there. I'm telling you, there's entire YouTube channels that are built on going on different cruises. And you can also access parts of the world that normally you wouldn't have access to, like parts of Alaska.
Yeah.
You know, trust me, cruising is awesome, and you do it everything at a leisurely pace.
When's the last time you went on a cruise?
Me and the wife, we went about a year ago. Remember, I did the podcast with Finance Junkies.
Yeah,
I was on the cruise ship.
Yeah. And so, what did you guys just do? Like couple activities the whole time?
Yeah, we were just doing couples activities. I mean, we could have done more, but we went. We went on for walks for like around the ship. We went to the Caribbean, so it was really hot, so we didn't really go off the boat. But yeah, you could go to like different like islands that are out there. I'm gonna put a pineapple outside your door. Don't put a pineapple outside your door. No, it wasn't the swingers cruise. No. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, no, your bull case on cruises is 100% correct. I just personally, but also I'm weird like that. Like I like having Wi-Fi in a stable place. I'm chilling. And we can go downstairs, go gamble, but I like making sure
Yeah, we went gambling. Like I played roulette not just roulette, roulette, craps on the boat. There's different shows that you can go to. You know, there is a lot of entertainment on a cruise ship. And the thing is, like, if you go with an open mind and you go on a good cruise ship, you'll have a great time.
Yeah.
You know, you have a really fun time, you know. And especially like when you have kids and stuff, like Disney cruises are awesome.
Yeah, those are special. Those are that's why I had to go in 2014. My mom really wanted us to have like some family vacation or whatever. And and I went scuba diving for the first time because in Mexico. So that was like that's your whole point about the destination. You actually got to go somewhere, see it, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and you can also, like, the thing is, like, depends on the region. You can go to the Mediterranean, you can go to Asia and go on different things. And the thing is, everything is kind of done for you. Everything is planned for you. So there's not a lot of like, I need to figure out this hotel and I need to go here and figure out that hotel and do this and that. Like everything is kind of just like, you know, you do everything through the cruise and everything is taken care of for you, you know. Anytime you want to go eat, you go to one of these buffets that they have, or you can go to one of their specialty restaurants. You go to specialty restaurants.
Dude, and every night they have like a fancy dinner, right? On the cruise?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go to one, you can go to a fancy dinner. You can go dancing. You know, there's club stuff. Me and the wife, we did an escape room on there, you know.
Yeah, that is a lot of shit baked into. And how much was the ticket? Like $1,500 or something?
I don't remember. My wife got it for us, but it wasn't that expensive. I don't know. The other thing is it's cost effective too.
Yeah,
it's very cost effective for like the end consumer. If you consider how much it costs to go on a trip between flights, renting a car, you know, setting up your own meals, going to different attractions, the value that you get from a cruise is way more in terms of like total value, you know. So
yeah. What do you think about Snapchat? Someone asked.
I don't care, man. I don't research into Snapchat as much. I know that the kids, they love Snapchat for some reason. I don't know why that is. I don't know. Like the Gen Zers, they're all into Snapchat, but I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much I liked Twitter before I like started using Twitter. now I'm kind of addicted to Twitter a little bit,
too,
where
me
I
too.
don't log on to Facebook or Instagram. I actually just go on Twitter, and I'm just like, okay, let me just peruse through some of the conversations that they're having. You know, some of the information that what I like is financially Twitter is actually pretty good. Like you get like this plethora of information depending on who you follow, and there's actually some really big accounts on there that provide really good information that you can utilize for good research. You know.
Let me ask you a question. If your haircut was $35, is a $5 tip acceptable, reasonable?
I have a $25 haircut and I do a $5 tip.
So why am I getting comments on my $35 haircut that I give a $5 tip to that I'm a cheapskate?
I mean,
Like, dude, the
don't know.
haircut's already $35. Like, that's already so much. Like, people are wild, bro. Like, $10 tip on a $35
from
really,
dude from
$45?
men's dude, a men's haircut is not that like special. I don't know if people know that.
No, it's really
At
not.
least I don't get any special haircut. Like I don't get like products in my hair and all this other shit. It's just trim the sides a little bit, fix up the top, boom, done. And the guys I thought $25 was a ripoff. Honestly, every time I go, I'm like, $25 is a ripoff. But you know,
Well, people are gonna get mad at me, but I usually don't even give a tip on the 35. I gave a tip yesterday, A, because I paid with cash. And so, you know, when he gives you the $5 in the cash, you kind of feel bad. So you just give the 5. B, I wanted to do 35 and 5 is 40 for Palantier's. I wanted to make it a $40 kind of, you know, metaphor there.
yeah.
But I don't give a $5 tip on 35, bro. That's wild. 35 is already a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
for a haircut.
Yeah, I think 35 is. I think
35 is
$5
a fucking lot. I used to pay 20 2 years ago. I used to pay $20, bro. So
yeah.
when they I remember I walked in there like 35. I'm like, I looked at him like 35. I was like, where did that come from? I was like, all right.
Laura is like women's haircuts start at 90. Yeah, but you don't get them as frequently as we do.
Yeah, I
See,
do it
women's
every
hair, women's hair is you guys don't get your hair cut every other week or every month. You guys get it cut like what, once a quarter? You know,
they have an earnings call for their
they have an
fucking
earnings
haircut.
call with their yeah. Wait, how often do women get haircuts? I've never asked.
Probably 4 or 5 times a year, dude. There's no way it's more than that. No way.
Honey, how often do you get a haircut? How often do you get a haircut?
Oh, I'm overdue for one.
Okay, but like how often per year you would say?
Maybe like you're supposed to get a trim every quarter, but I don't. It's been like probably years since I've been here.
Really?
Yeah.
A year?
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
know
so
that.
said once
It
every
should
9
be
months.
every 3 months though. You should trim
9 months. Oh, interesting.
You know, you should trim it though every often.
Okay.
Often.
Gotcha. Okay. See, there you go. We get one every. That's why
I get it twice a month, bro. Like, I'm spending
I do-
almost
I
$100
do
bucks
like
a
one-
month on this shit.
I do once a month.
Because my
Once a month
beard
is enough for me.
My shit just grows too fast on my face.
I mean, mine grows fast too, but I'll just wear a hat for a little bit if it gets too long. You know, usually for me, I'll get a haircut and time it around like special occasions. Like if I have like some kind of occasion coming up, then I'll like, okay, you know what? Let me get a haircut. You know, if
Yeah.
I don't have a haircut and it just like grows a little bit longer, I'll just like, you know, style it in a different way. And then it's like, oh yeah, I have like this meeting coming up. Okay, let me go get a haircut. So I feel, you know, a
Yeah.
little bit.
I think it depends on how long your hair is. And,
Yeah.
You know, and you can just trim at home. Like,
That's what you do?
I haven't touched it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go spend some money.
Okay. All right. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, bro. Are we done?
Yeah. We're at 4.5 hours. We better be done. This is like a Joe Rogan podcast, except for a couple of Indian dudes. I don't know how that much. Like, I don't think I've ever like been on a 3.5 hour, 4 hour Joe Rogan podcast, but I see that's the thing. I think that's the good thing about like as a interviewer, if you've got the skills to basically bring up good conversation and you have a good guest, bro, you can turn a 1 hour podcast into a 4 hour podcast and listen through it the entire time.
Yeah.
You know?
You just got to have the
So-
chemistry. You got to be able to do it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, brother, man. Well, that's it. I'm getting some
All
sleep.
right.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. Most likely I'll be here Monday, Tuesday. Hopefully I'm not here Tuesday because I can leave Monday night, but more likely than not Tuesday.
Good luck on
morning.
your Indian visa venture. Hopefully you didn't say anything bad about Modi in the last couple of Twitter posts. And then the Indian embassy's like, "Oh, what do you think about our prime minister?"
I love
Then
the guy. It's awesome. I love it.
it's like I love Modi. Modi 2024, you know.
I love
All
it.
right, dude.
All right,
See ya
guys. Have a good night. Bye, everyone. Good night.
Later.